Chaos broke out when I declined to host my parents after they sold their house without warning. I, 33, work as an accountant and live with my husband, Dan, 35, in a two-bedroom apartment in the city. It's not huge, but it works for us. The second bedroom is Dan's home office since he works remotely, and honestly, we're pretty tight on space as it is. Our budget isn't terrible, but it's not like we're rolling in extra cash either. My parents have been talking about downsizing for years. Every holiday, every phone call, it was always, "Oh, we should really sell the house soon. It's too much work," or "We're thinking about looking at condos." But it was always this vague future thing, you know? Like how people say they're going to start going to the gym or finally clean out the garage. I never thought they were actually serious about it. So last Saturday morning around 9 a.m., I'm in my pajamas making coffee when the doorbell rings. I open the door and there's both my parents standing there with like 4 suitcases between them. My mom has this huge smile on her face and immediately goes, "Surprise, we sold the house." I just stood there. My brain couldn't process what was happening. My dad didn't even wait for me to respond before he started dragging luggage into the entryway. My mom's going on about how relieved they are that it's finally done, how the buyers were so nice, how smooth the whole process was. And then she hits me with it. "We'll be staying here until we find something." I think I said something like, "What do you mean staying here?" But honestly, it came out as more of a confused noise. That's when Dan came out of the office looking completely bewildered. My parents were already making themselves comfortable, talking about which bedroom they should take, asking if we had any coffee made. I asked when they actually sold it. Turns out the closing was 3 days ago. 3 days. They had packed up an entire house, signed papers, handed over keys, and nobody thought to give me a heads up until they were literally standing in my apartment. When I asked why they didn't tell me they were actually going through with selling, my mom just waved her hand and said they didn't want to bother me with all the details. Like selling your house and planning to move in with your daughter is just a minor detail you forget to mention. Dan pulled me aside into the kitchen and whispered, "What is happening right now?" And I realized I had no answer for him. I was still trying to wrap my head around the fact that my parents had sold their house without telling me, and apparently just assumed they could move in. They were already unpacking stuff in the living room. My dad was talking about how they'd need to rent a storage unit for their furniture. My mom was asking about our Wi-Fi password. And I'm standing there watching this happen. In real time, watching them settle in like this was always the plan. I kept thinking about all those conversations over the years where I'd mentioned how tight our space was, how Dan needed his office for work, how we were saving up to maybe buy our own place someday. Had they just not been listening? Or did they think I was exaggerating? The thing is, I love my parents. I really do. But we have a 2-bedroom apartment. 2 bedrooms. One is our bedroom and one is Dan's office where he spends 8 hours a day on work calls. We don't have a guest room. We don't have extra space. And they were talking about staying indefinitely, not for a weekend. I could see Dan's face and I knew exactly what he was thinking. This was going to be a disaster. We barely had enough room for the 2 of us. Where were 4 people supposed to exist in this apartment? How were we supposed to afford groceries for 4 people? How was Dan supposed to work with my parents hanging around all day? But if I said something, I'd be the bad daughter, the ungrateful child who couldn't help her parents when they needed it. I could already imagine what my extended family would say. I watched my mom pull out her toiletries bag and head toward the bathroom, chatting about how nice it'll be to spend more time together. My dad was on his phone already looking at storage unit prices, and I realized they genuinely believed this was going to work. They had sold their house, packed their lives into suitcases, and showed up at my door because somewhere along the way they had decided this was the solution to their downsizing problem. I finally told them to stop unpacking. My mom looked up from the bag she was sorting through like I'd just said something in a foreign language. I said we needed to talk about this, like actually talk about it, because I was really confused about what the plan was here. My dad sat down on the couch and asked what there was to talk about, so I asked them directly where they had been planning to go after they sold the house. Like what was the actual plan? They looked at each other and I could see it immediately. There was no other plan. This was the plan. My mom said, well, they thought they'd stay with us while they looked for a condo or something. She said it so casually, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I asked how long a while meant, and my mom actually looked offended that I was asking. She said, however long it takes, they couldn't be expected to rush into a bad decision about where to live next. My dad nodded and added that they needed time to really figure out what they wanted. That's when something in me just snapped. I told them I was sorry, but they couldn't move in here. We didn't have the space, and they didn't even ask me. I said it as calmly as I could, but my heart was pounding. The reaction was immediate. My mom's face just crumbled and she started crying. Not like tearing up, like full-on sobbing. She said she couldn't believe I was doing this to them. My dad's face went red and he stood up, asking if I was serious right now. I tried to explain that we literally had 2 bedrooms, that Dan needed his office for work, that we couldn't afford to support 4 people. My mom cut me off and asked if I was really going to let them be homeless. I said they weren't homeless. They had money from selling the house. My dad actually shouted at that point. He said that money was for their future and they couldn't waste it on rent. I remember just staring at him because the logic made no sense. They had money but expected me to house them so they wouldn't have to spend it. It turned into this whole thing where they started bringing up every sacrifice they'd ever made for me. My dad kept going on about how they paid for my college. My mom was crying about how she gave up her career to raise me. Every guilt trip they could think of was getting thrown at me. Dan tried to say something about how we'd help them find a place, but my dad told him to stay out of it, that this was between family. That honestly pissed me off more than anything because Dan is my family. My mom looked at me through her tears and said she always knew I was selfish, but she never thought I'd actually abandon them like this. That word, abandon, it hit me hard. But I kept thinking about how they'd sold their house without telling me, showed up with suitcases, and expected me to just rearrange my entire life. I stood firm. I told them I loved them, but no, they couldn't stay here. The apartment wasn't big enough, and this wasn't something they could just decide without asking me first. My dad grabbed one of the suitcases and said fine, they'd leave, but I shouldn't expect them to forget this. My mom was still crying, but she was packing up her stuff too, shoving things back into bags. She kept saying things like, I can't believe my own daughter, and after everything we've done. I tried to say something. I don't even remember what, but my dad cut me off. He said they'd figure it out on their own since clearly they couldn't count on me. Then they grabbed all their stuff and walked out. My dad slammed the door hard enough that I'm pretty sure our neighbors heard it. Me and Dan just stood there in silence for a minute. The apartment felt weird, like the air was still vibrating from how intense everything had been. Then my phone started buzzing. It was a text from my Aunt Carol, asking how I could turn away my own parents. Then my phone rang. It was my uncle. Then more texts started coming in. My mom had clearly called everyone immediately. Within an hour, my entire extended family was blowing up my phone. The family group chat was going insane. Everyone had an opinion about what a terrible daughter I was. My cousin Sarah said she would never do this to her parents. My Uncle Mike said this was how I was repaying them for raising me. I tried to explain my side in the group chat, but I just got attacked more. People were acting like I'd thrown my parents out onto the street in the middle of winter or something. Nobody wanted to hear that they'd sold their house without telling me, or that they'd just shown up expecting to move in. The only person who was even slightly understanding was my brother, and even he said maybe I could have let them stay for a few weeks. Like a few weeks wouldn't have turned into months or longer. The family group chat didn't stop for hours. Every time I thought it was dying down, someone else would chime in with their opinion about what a horrible person I was. People who I barely even talked to were suddenly very invested in my relationship with my parents. I tried defending myself a few times, but it was pointless. Nobody cared that I had legitimate reasons. They just kept saying family is supposed to help family, and that I was being selfish. My aunt kept sending these long paragraphs about respect and gratitude. My cousin posted something about how she'd give her parents anything they needed. It was all aimed at me. The worst part was, my mom apparently told everyone that I kicked them out with nowhere to go, like they were going to be sleeping on a park bench or something. The way she described it to people, you'd think I physically threw them onto the street. My brother finally called me privately later that night. He was the only one who seemed willing to actually listen to my side. But then he told me something that made everything so much worse. He said my parents had been planning the house sale for months, like actual months. They had a realtor, they had showings, they went to settlement, the whole process. I asked him why he didn't tell me, and he said he thought they had told me. Apparently, they kept mentioning to him that they were going to stay with me while they looked for a new place. He assumed it was already discussed and agreed on. He had no idea I didn't know anything about it, so it wasn't even like they made a snap decision and forgot to mention it. They had months to tell me. Months to have an actual conversation about whether this would work. Instead, they just decided for me and showed up after it was already done. I found out later they checked into an extended stay hotel. You know, using that house money they claimed they couldn't spend on housing. Suddenly they could afford a hotel, but asking me to house them indefinitely was supposed to be the reasonable option. My mom posted this vague thing on Facebook about how you really learn who your real family is during hard times. Didn't name me directly, but everyone knew what it was about. The comments were full of people telling her they were praying for her and that they couldn't believe someone would treat their parents that way. My dad hasn't posted anything, but he's apparently been calling relatives and telling them his version of events. I've gotten multiple messages from family members I haven't spoken to in years telling me I should be ashamed. Only a few cousins have quietly reached out to say they get it and that they think I did the right thing. But they won't say it publicly in the group chat because they don't want to deal with the backlash. Dan has been supportive through all of this. He told me last night that he's relieved we didn't cave because he knows it would have destroyed our relationship and our peace at home. Part of me feels guilty for feeling relieved too, but I am. As bad as this is, it would have been so much worse if they'd actually moved in. I keep going back and forth between feeling justified and feeling like the worst daughter in the world. I love my parents. I really do. But they put me in an impossible situation. They made a major life decision that directly affected me without including me in any part of the process. Then they showed up expecting me to just deal with it. My mom sent me one text a few days ago saying she couldn't believe I chose my husband over my own parents, like it's some kind of competition. I didn't respond because what is there even to say to that? The family drama hasn't died down at all. If anything, it's getting worse. People keep tagging me in posts about family loyalty and shared responsibility. My aunt sent me some article about how millennials are abandoning their aging parents. My parents are in their early 60s and perfectly capable, but apparently I'm supposed to completely upend my life because they decided to sell their house. I later learned from my brother that they'd been planning this for months, but never once included me in the discussion. It feels less like desperation and more like they just assumed I'd fix their problem. My mom is now telling people I kicked them out onto the streets even though they're in a hotel they can clearly afford. I don't know if our relationship will recover from this. My dad sent me a text yesterday. Just said, we need to talk and that this isn't over. I don't know if he means he wants to reconcile or if there's more drama coming. I haven't responded yet because honestly I'm dreading whatever comes next. Whispers turned into shouting when I refused to lend my savings to my brother for his business idea. I'm 30, work as a software engineer, and I've been saving every spare dollar for the past 5 years to put a down payment on a house. My brother Marcus is 33, and he's the kind of guy who's always chasing the next big thing. 3 years ago it was a coffee shop that lasted exactly 3 months before he had to shut it down. Before that, some dropshipping scheme he saw on YouTube. Last year he got into cryptocurrency without understanding anything about it and lost a bunch of money. Every single time my parents, dad's 62, mom's 60, make excuses for him. He's figuring things out. He's a dreamer. He just needs more support, that kind of thing. I've got $45,000 saved up right now. That might not sound like much to some people, but I sacrificed a lot for it. No vacations while my friends were posting beach photos on Instagram. I'm still driving the same beat-up Honda I bought in college. I live in a cramped one-bedroom apartment that I hate because the rent is cheap. Meanwhile, people I went to school with are buying houses and starting families, and I'm finally at the point where I can do the same. So last Sunday, I went to my parents' house for what was supposed to be a casual family dinner. Nothing unusual, except when I got there, Marcus was dressed nicer than normal, like he'd actually ironed his shirt. He kept checking his phone and had this confident energy that made me uneasy. My mom kept glancing at him with this weird smile, and my dad suggested we all sit in the living room before eating, which never happens. My Aunt Linda was there, Uncle Joe, my cousin Sarah, the whole crew. I should have known something was up. Marcus stood up and pulled out this folder with printed papers. He started going through this whole presentation about a food truck franchise that specializes in gourmet grilled cheese. He had location scouting photos, foot traffic estimates, profit projections that honestly seemed insane. He was talking about making 6 figures in the first year. The whole time he's presenting, everyone's nodding along like he's some kind of startup genius. Then he said it. He turned to me with this big smile and announced that he was so grateful that I'd agreed to invest $22,500 to help him get this off the ground. The room exploded with applause. My Aunt Linda was clapping. My mom looked like she was about to cry happy tears. My dad was nodding with this proud expression. Cousin Sarah was smiling. Everyone was congratulating me for being such a supportive brother. I just sat there frozen because I never agreed to any of this. Nothing. We hadn't even talked about it. This was a complete ambush. My mom was beaming at me. My dad had his hand on Marcus's shoulder. Aunt Linda actually said out loud that I was such a good brother, that family helping family is what it's all about. Marcus was already talking like it was a done deal, going on about how we'd be partners, 50-50 split on all the profits, how this was going to change both our lives. $22,500. That's literally half of what I've saved, half of my down payment, and I'm sitting there with everyone staring at me, waiting for me to say something. And all I can think about is the $3,000 Marcus borrowed from me 3 years ago that he swore he'd pay back after his tax return. Never saw a dime of it. Or the $800 he needed for business supplies that he spent on a gaming PC. Or the time he asked to borrow my car for a job interview and returned it with an empty tank and a dent in the bumper. Everyone was looking at me expectantly. Marcus was still talking, something about food truck festivals and catering opportunities. My mom reached over and squeezed my hand like she was so proud of me. I realized right then that if I said no, if I objected in front of all these people, I was going to be the bad guy, the selfish one, the brother who doesn't support family. Marcus had set this up perfectly. Public pressure, everyone already celebrating, treating it like it was decided. My hands were shaking. I could feel my face getting hot. The folder with Marcus's business plan was sitting on the coffee table in front of me, and all I could think was that this was my future he was asking for. My house, the thing I'd worked 5 years for. I stood up. My hands were still shaking, but I made myself look directly at Marcus and said it clearly so everyone could hear. I never agreed to this. That money is for my house down payment, not your business idea. The room went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button. I could hear the wall clock ticking on the mantel. Someone's glass clinked too loud when they set it down. Marcus's face went red almost immediately. He asked if I was serious right now, his voice already getting louder. He said he'd told everyone I was on board, that I was making him look like an idiot in front of the whole family. Then he started bringing up old stuff, saying I'd always thought I was better than him with my fancy tech job, that I looked down on him. He said he was trying to build something real, not just sit behind a computer all day like it was somehow less legitimate than a food truck that didn't even exist yet. That's when my mom jumped in. She said it's just money. That family is more important than a house. My dad backed her up immediately, saying Marcus needs this and I can save up again because I'm young. Aunt Linda made some comment about remembering when families actually supported each other, with this pointed look at me. Uncle Joe tried to say something to calm things down, but my dad talked over him. I tried to explain. 5 years of saving. I'd already been pre-approved for a mortgage. I was literally looking at houses next month with my realtor. I had appointments scheduled. Marcus cut me off and asked if my hypothetical house was more important than his actual dream. The way he said hypothetical, like my plans didn't matter because I didn't have keys in my hand yet. I brought up the loans he never paid back. I probably shouldn't have, but I was getting desperate, and it just came out. He absolutely exploded. Started yelling about how I was never going to let him live down his past mistakes, that I was holding everything over his head. He insisted this was different. This was a real business with a real plan, that I was sabotaging him because I was jealous or something. My mom was looking at me like I'd slapped her. My dad had this disappointed expression that somehow made me feel like I was 12 years old again. I asked Marcus directly what happened to the franchise fee, if he'd done the paperwork, if he'd even registered the business. Basic questions. He stumbled over his answer, said he was working on it, that he needed the money first to show the franchise people he was serious, which made no sense because that's not how any of this works. You don't collect investment money before you've even filed paperwork. That's when I saw it clearly. There was no real plan. This was just another impulse, another scheme he'd barely thought through. He wanted my money so he could figure out the details later, and when it inevitably fell apart like everything else, that money would just be gone. I said no. Just flat out, no, I'm not doing this. Then I got up to leave. Marcus shouted after me as I was heading to the door, something about not bothering to come to his grand opening, then immediately saying, "Oh wait, there won't be one because his own brother sabotaged him." My mom followed me and grabbed my arm, asking me to please reconsider, saying I was breaking Marcus's heart. She had tears in her eyes like I was the one ruining everything. I left, got in my car and just sat there for a minute before driving home. Didn't turn on music or anything, just drove in complete silence. My phone started going off before I even got back to my apartment. Texts from my mom, missed calls from my dad, a long message from Marcus that I couldn't even bring myself to read all the way through. Just saw enough to know he was going back and forth between trying to guilt me and calling me names. Then I got added to a family group chat I didn't even know existed. There were already like 47 messages, and I watched the number keep going up. Aunt Linda posted something about family values. Someone else chimed in about being there for each other in hard times. My cousin Sarah said something about how hard Marcus has been working on this opportunity. I turned my phone completely off, sat on my couch in my crappy apartment and stared at the wall. Couldn't sleep that night. Just kept replaying the whole thing, wondering if I could have handled it differently, if there was something I could have said that would have made them understand. But I kept coming back to the same conclusion. That was my money, my future. And Marcus has never, not once, paid anyone back or followed through on anything. The texts didn't stop. For days my phone kept buzzing with messages from my parents. My dad eventually called and tried the reasonable approach, asking if I'd consider just $10,000 as a compromise, like that was somehow better. I told him no. Explained again about the house and my plans and my future. He sighed and said my mom was very upset, that this was causing her real stress. The implication was pretty clear. I was the one causing problems by saying no. My parents started calling it the incident whenever they mentioned it, like I'd done something terrible that we didn't speak about directly. I ran into Aunt Linda at the grocery store about a week later. She saw me in the produce section and literally turned her cart around and went down a different aisle, just completely avoided me. My cousin Sarah texted me privately saying she got where I was coming from, but I could have handled it better. And now holidays were going to be awkward. Like that was my fault somehow. I started second-guessing myself, lying awake at night wondering if I was being selfish. If maybe I should have just given him something, even a smaller amount, just to keep the peace. My mom's words kept echoing in my head about family being more important than money. Then 2 weeks after everything went down, I met my Uncle Joe for coffee. Neutral territory, just the two of us. We were talking about work and life, carefully avoiding the topic of Marcus, when Joe mentioned something in passing. He said at least Marcus had already gotten $15,000 from Aunt Carol and $8,000 from my grandma's estate funds that my mom controls. I just stared at him, asked him to repeat that. He got this look on his face like he just realized he wasn't supposed to say anything, but it was too late. I pressed him on it, and he admitted that, yeah, Marcus had been collecting money from relatives for weeks before that Sunday dinner. He'd already raised over $23,000. I felt sick. I started asking around carefully and found out it was true. Marcus had gone to multiple family members with his pitch, and there was no paperwork filed anywhere. No business license, no franchise agreement, nothing. The money was just gone. When I asked what he'd spent it on, people said research and preparation, whatever that meant. I told my parents what I'd found out. I thought maybe this would make them see what was actually happening. My mom's response was that this is exactly why Marcus needed my money now, to actually make it happen with everything he'd learned. My dad said I didn't understand entrepreneurship, that sometimes you have to invest before you see returns. They still didn't get it, or didn't want to get it. I stopped going to Sunday dinners. It's been over a month now. Marcus posted something on Facebook about toxic people who don't support your dreams, and it was pretty obviously about me. Some relatives have quietly reached out to say they understand my position. Others have been vocal about calling me selfish in the family group chat I eventually had to mute. My parents send occasional texts asking when I'm ready to apologize and be part of the family again, like I'm the one who needs to apologize. I'm still looking at houses. The one I had my eye on got sold to someone else while all this was happening. My mom somehow found out and texted me that, see, it wasn't meant to be anyway. I should have helped Marcus instead. Like losing out on a house I wanted proved her point instead of proving that I need to stay focused and keep saving. Marcus still texts me sometimes asking for loans, smaller amounts now, $500 here, $300 there. I blocked his number last week. I've been thinking about buying a house farther away from my family than I originally planned, somewhere that's not a casual Sunday drive. That probably tells you everything you need to know about where things stand. Was I wrong to protect my savings instead of lending it to my brother, even if it meant being seen as the villain in the family? Edit. Some people are asking for an update. Marcus's food truck idea officially died last week. He posted that he's moving on to better opportunities without mentioning the $23,000 he collected. My parents invited me to Thanksgiving but said Marcus would be there and I should be the bigger person and not bring up the past. I haven't decided if I'm going yet. Voices rose when I declined to pay for my sister's destination wedding. I, 28, work as a middle school teacher and barely scrape by each month with my student loan payments eating up most of my paycheck. My sister Rachel, 25, has always been the golden child who got whatever she wanted. Our parents have catered to her expensive taste since we were kids, and I learned early on that I was expected to be the responsible, self-sufficient one while she got to dream big on someone else's dime. My financial situation isn't great. Between my teaching salary and the $800 a month I'm paying towards student loans, I'm living in a modest one-bedroom apartment and budgeting every single expense. I'm not starving or anything, but there's no room for luxuries. I pack my lunch every day. I haven't taken a real vacation in 3 years, and my idea of splurging is getting takeout on Friday nights. 3 months ago, Rachel announced her engagement to her boyfriend of 2 years. I was happy for her. The guy seemed decent enough, and she was excited. At first, the wedding talk seemed normal. Then the details started coming out. She announced the wedding would be in Santorini, Greece. Not just a ceremony, but a whole long weekend destination event. She expected guests to cover their own flights, which would easily run $200 or more. The resort accommodation was $300 per night minimum, and she wanted everyone there for 4 nights. Then there was wedding attire, activities, meals not covered by the wedding, and, of course, a gift. I did the mental math and realized attending would cost me at least $3,000. Probably closer to $4,000 when everything was factored in. I quietly decided I couldn't afford to go. My plan was to send my regrets along with a nice gift within my budget and leave it at that. I figured I'd deal with the fallout when the time came. But I hoped Rachel would understand once I explained my situation privately. That plan fell apart 2 weeks after the announcement. Rachel organized a family dinner at this upscale Italian restaurant she loves. The kind of place where the pasta costs $35 and they act like they're doing you a favor by serving you. We all showed up, and Rachel spent the entire meal enthusiastically discussing wedding plans with our parents. They were nodding along, asking questions about flowers and photography and the ceremony site. At some point, my dad asked if I'd booked my flight yet. I deflected. said I was still looking at dates and trying to figure out my schedule. It was a weak excuse, but I wasn't ready to have the conversation yet. Then Rachel dropped the bomb. She got this bright smile on her face and said she almost forgot to mention something. For my gift, she wanted me to cover her airfare. She said it was only fair since I was her only sibling, and she'd always dreamed of flying business class to her wedding. I froze with my fork halfway to my mouth. Business class to Greece would be at least $4,000, maybe $5,000. On top of the $3,000 plus it would cost me just to attend. Before I could even process what she'd said, my mom chimed in about how thoughtful the idea was and how I'd be honored to do that for Rachel's special day. My dad nodded along and said she deserved the best day of her life, that this was what family does for each other. They were all staring at me expectantly. Rachel was already talking about how she'd always wanted to fly business class, and this would make the trip so much more special. She was going on about lie-flat seats and champagne service like it was already decided. The panic hit me hard. I was sitting there doing math in my head. If I paid for her ticket and attended the wedding, I was looking at $7,000 or more. That was more than a quarter of my annual take-home pay after taxes. I'd have to put it all on credit cards. I'd be paying it off for years. But everyone was watching me, waiting for me to smile and agree and tell Rachel how happy I was to contribute to her dream wedding. The weight of their expectations felt like it was crushing my chest. My mom had this encouraging look on her face. My dad was already reaching for his wineglass like the matter was settled. Rachel was beaming at me like I'd already said yes. I realized in that moment that they genuinely expected me to agree. They thought this was a reasonable request. They had no idea that what they were asking would financially devastate me. Or maybe they just didn't care. I took a breath and just said it. I told Rachel I loved her, but I couldn't pay for her wedding trip. I actually couldn't even afford to attend at all. The silence that followed was deafening. Rachel's face went through this rapid transformation from shocked to hurt, to angry in what felt like seconds. She asked what I meant, her voice rising. I had a job, didn't I? I tried to explain calmly. I laid out my financial situation as simply as I could. The student loans, my teaching salary, my actual monthly expenses. I wasn't being dramatic or exaggerating, these were just facts. Rachel started crying. Not quiet tears, but this loud sobbing that made everyone in the restaurant turn to look. She said I was ruining her wedding. This was the most important day of her life, and I didn't even care about her. My mom immediately jumped in. She wanted to know how I could be so selfish. Rachel only gets married once. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and I was prioritizing money over my own sister's happiness. My dad added that they raised me better than this. Family comes first, always. That was the rule in our house growing up, and I was violating it in the worst possible way. I could feel other diners staring at our table. The restaurant had gotten noticeably quieter. I was being humiliated in public, but I stood firm. I tried again to explain that I wasn't saying I didn't care. I was saying I literally could not afford it without going into serious debt. There was a difference between not wanting to help and not being able to help. Rachel shot back that I should just go into debt then. That's what credit cards are for. She said she'd do it for me without even thinking twice. That's when I made my mistake. I pointed out that she's never had to worry about money because our parents have always bailed her out. The second the words left my mouth, I knew I'd crossed a line. The explosion was immediate. My mom accused me of being jealous and resentful of Rachel. She said I'd always had a problem with the fact that Rachel was more ambitious and wasn't afraid to dream big. My dad said I was embarrassing Rachel in public and that I should be ashamed of myself for making a scene at what was supposed to be a celebration. Rachel was full-on sobbing now. She said I'd always been unsupportive of her dreams. Every major moment in her life, I found some way to make it about me and my problems. She listed examples going back to high school. Times I apparently ruined things for her that I barely even remembered. I was losing my grip on staying calm. The accusations were piling up and I felt like I was being attacked from all sides. I repeated myself slower and firmer this time. I would not pay for her airfare. I would not attend a wedding I could not afford. I would send a gift within my budget, and that was all I could do. Rachel screamed that she didn't want my cheap gift. If I couldn't be there for her properly, she didn't want anything from me at all. My mom called me ungrateful after everything they'd done for me over the years. She brought up how they helped with my college application fees and bought me a laptop for graduation. Like that somehow meant I owed Rachel a $5,000 plane ticket. I'd had enough. I pulled cash out of my wallet, threw enough on the table to cover my meal and part of the tip, and stood up. I told them I was done with this conversation and left. I could hear Rachel's crying get louder as I walked away. My parents were comforting her, their voices carrying across the restaurant. Something about how they'd talk to me, how they'd make me see reason. Other diners were definitely watching me leave. I probably looked like the biggest jerk in the world, walking out on his crying sister. My phone started going off before I even made it to my car. Text after text lighting up my screen. I didn't look at any of them until I got home. When I finally checked, there were messages from family members I barely even talked to. My aunt said I was disgraceful. An uncle I see maybe twice a year said I was setting a bad example for the younger cousins. A cousin on my mom's side sent this long message about how family is supposed to sacrifice for each other, and I was being selfish and short-sighted. Rachel had sent multiple texts, long paragraphs about how I'd always been jealous of her, how this proved I never actually cared about her happiness, how she should have known I'd find a way to ruin her wedding. My parents were alternating between guilt trips and outright anger. My mom sent a message about how disappointed she was in the man I'd become. My dad said I needed to seriously reconsider my priorities before I lost my family over pride. I spent the entire weekend second-guessing myself. I must have looked at my bank account and student loan balance a dozen times, like the numbers would somehow be different if I checked again. I kept running calculations in my head, trying to find some way to make it work. Maybe if I didn't eat for 6 months. Maybe if I sold a kidney. Nothing added up to a scenario where I could afford this without destroying myself financially. The guilt was eating me alive. I started wondering if I really was being selfish. Everyone else seemed to think sacrificing for family was normal and expected. Maybe I was the problem. Maybe I was just bad at being a brother and a son. Work that week was rough. I was distracted, going through the motions with my students, but not really present. I finally vented to a coworker I trust during lunch one day. She looked at me like I was insane for even questioning myself. She said no reasonable person expects someone to go thousands of dollars into debt for their wedding. That helped a little. At least someone thought I wasn't completely crazy. The family group chat was still blowing up with wedding planning. Bridesmaid dress updates, groomsmen fitting schedules, all of it. I was conspicuously left out of anything that required actual participation. They'd post updates and everyone would comment except me. The message was clear. Then, 4 days after the disaster dinner, I got a DM from my cousin Tyler. He's on my dad's side of the family, and we've always gotten along pretty well. He thanked me for speaking up at the restaurant. Said he and at least 3 other relatives also couldn't afford the wedding, but were too scared to say anything after watching what happened to me. Tyler told me they'd all been panicking about how to tell Rachel without becoming the next family villain. He said I took the bullet for everyone, and he felt guilty about it, but also relieved that someone finally said what they were all thinking. He also mentioned he'd heard through the family grapevine that 2 other relatives had quietly declined the wedding but blamed it on work conflicts to avoid the drama. So they got to preserve their relationships while I became the scapegoat for everyone's financial anxiety. Finding out I wasn't alone helped. At least I knew other people were struggling with the same impossible expectations. But it didn't change the fact that I was still the designated bad guy in this situation. Rachel posted on social media about fake family members who abandon you when it matters most. She didn't name me directly, but everyone knew who she was talking about. The post got dozens of supportive comments from relatives and friends telling her she deserved better and real family shows up no matter what. My parents haven't called me since the dinner, not once. We've gone from talking a few times a week to total silence. The only communication I get is through the family group chat where they pretend I don't exist. I'm standing firm on my decision because I know my financial situation hasn't changed. I can't magic money into existence no matter how much my family wants me to. But the cost of being honest about money has been higher than I expected. I've become the black sheep, the selfish one, the brother who couldn't be bothered to show up for his sister's big day. I still plan to send a gift, something thoughtful within my actual budget, probably in the $100 to $150 range. But I don't know if Rachel will even acknowledge it. She might send it back or post about how insulting it is compared to what she asked for. The wedding is in 6 months, and I'm already dreading every family interaction until then. Thanksgiving is going to be a nightmare if they even invite me. Christmas might be worse. And after the wedding happens without me there, I don't know if these relationships will ever recover. Part of me wonders if I should have just found a way to make it work. Taken out a personal loan, maxed out credit cards, figured it out somehow. Maybe preserving family harmony would have been worth the debt. But the logical part of my brain knows that going into serious debt for one day makes no sense, even if that day is important to someone I love. I feel like I'm stuck between two impossible choices. Destroy myself financially to keep the peace, or protect my financial future, and accept that my family sees me as a villain. There's no win here. The guilt sits heavy on me every single day. But so does the reality of my bank account. I know I made the right choice for my situation, but I'm starting to realize that sometimes the right choice still costs you everything. Tension erupted when I refused to fund my sister's lavish destination wedding. I, 35, am a software engineer who's been saving for years to finally buy my first home. This whole mess involves my sister, 28, who's always been the golden child, and my parents, who've always treated us very differently. For context, my sister got a car at 16, while I had to save up and buy my own at 19. They paid her full college tuition, but I graduated with $40,000 in student loans that I just finished paying off 2 years ago. She's always gotten what she wants, and honestly, I've made peace with it. I focused on my career, built my savings, and stayed out of the family drama. About 8 months ago, she got engaged. Great. I was happy for her. Then she announced the wedding would be in Tuscany, Italy. The flights alone are like $2,500 per person minimum, not counting hotels or the week off work. Most of our family can't afford it, which has caused constant drama. Aunts and uncles keep posting passive-aggressive stuff on Facebook about how weddings should be about family, not locations. My sister keeps posting pictures of Italian villas with captions like, "Dreams do come true." Here's what I didn't realize was happening behind the scenes. For the past few weeks, my parents had been acting weird. They'd avoid eye contact when I talked about house hunting. Conversations would suddenly change direction when I mentioned finally having enough for a down payment. I'd walk into rooms and they'd stop talking mid-sentence. My sister, who normally only texts me on birthdays, was suddenly messaging me constantly asking how work was going and how much I liked my job. My mom kept dropping these weird comments too. Stuff like family takes care of family and it's nice when someone responsible can help out. I thought she was just stressed about the wedding costs. My dad would nod along and say things like, "That's what the successful sibling does." I brushed it all off as wedding stress making everyone weird. Then 3 weeks ago, my parents invited me to Sunday dinner. This wasn't normal. We're not a formal dinner family. We do holidays and birthdays, but random Sunday dinners aren't our thing. I should have known something was up, but I just thought maybe they wanted to reconnect or whatever. I showed up and immediately realized this wasn't a casual family dinner. My aunt and uncle were there. 2 of my cousins. Some family friends I haven't seen in months. The table was set like Thanksgiving. My sister and her fiancé were dressed up. Everyone seemed excited about something, but I had no idea what. Dinner was so uncomfortable. Every conversation somehow looped back to the wedding. How expensive international travel is. How heartbreaking it would be if people couldn't afford to go. How some relatives were already saying they'd have to miss it. My sister kept giving me these expectant looks across the table, like she was waiting for me to say something. I just ate my food and tried to figure out what was happening. After dinner, my mom brought out dessert. That's when my sister stood up with her wine glass. She started giving this whole speech about how grateful she was for everyone's support and how much the wedding meant to her. Normal, sister getting married stuff. Then she turned to me. She raised her glass higher and said, And I especially want to toast my amazing big brother, who's going to make sure this dream wedding happens for everyone. Because of him, nobody has to worry about costs anymore. The room exploded. People were cheering, clapping, getting up to hug me. My aunt was crying. Cousins were shaking my hand saying how generous I was. Someone patted my back so hard I almost choked on my water. I just sat there completely frozen. I hadn't said a single word. I hadn't agreed to anything. I didn't even know what was happening. I looked at my parents. They were beaming at me, nodding like proud parents do when their kid does something good. My mom had her hands clasped together. My dad gave me a thumbs up. My sister was already crying those happy tears people cry at weddings. The noise started dying down and everyone turned to look at me. They were all waiting. My sister wiped her eyes and said, "Say something. Tell them the plan." That's when it hit me. They'd already told everyone. They'd set this whole thing up. My parents had convinced my sister I'd agreed to this. And now I was sitting at a table full of family members who all thought I was some generous hero, when the truth was, I had no idea what they were talking about. If I said no right now, in front of everyone, I'd be the villain who crushed my sister's dreams. If I said yes, I'd be throwing away 5 years of saving for my house. I had about 5 seconds to decide whether to destroy my sister's moment or destroy my future. I took a breath and said it loud enough for everyone to hear. "I'm not paying for your wedding, and I never agreed to this." The room went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire dinner party. My sister's face went through about 5 different emotions in 2 seconds. Confusion, then shock, then this look of betrayal, and finally just pure anger. Someone in the back, I think my uncle, said, "Wait, what?" That's when my sister started yelling. She wanted to know what I meant, how I could do this to her. Didn't I love her? My mom and dad immediately jumped in, trying to get me to go talk privately in another room. I told them no. I said if everyone already knew about this supposed plan, then we could talk about it right here, where they'd announced it. My sister was practically screaming at this point, saying Mom and Dad told her I'd already agreed to cover everything. I explained that nobody had asked me anything, that I'd been saving for 5 years to buy a house, that this was literally my entire down payment we were talking about. She just stared at me and said I was choosing a house over her. Over her wedding, like I was picking between 2 flavors of ice cream instead of my entire financial future. My dad cut in saying I make 6 figures and can afford both, that they'd made sacrifices for me my whole life, and this was my chance to give back. My mom was nodding along, saying this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and I could buy a house any time. My sister was full-on crying now, saying she couldn't believe I'd ruin everything for her, that she thought I loved her. Then other people started piling on. My aunt said it's just money, but you only have one sister. One of my cousins made some comment about knowing where my priorities were. Everyone was looking at me like I'd just kicked a puppy. I asked the obvious question. How much money were they even expecting me to give? My sister got quiet for a second, then said like $30,000, maybe $35,000. I have $40,000 saved. They wanted almost everything I'd spent 5 years building. I tried to explain the math to them, how I'd been eating ramen and meal prep since I was 30. How I haven't taken a real vacation in 4 years, how I'm still driving a 2012 Honda with 180,000 miles on it. My mom actually had the nerve to say they weren't asking for all of it, just most of it, like that made it better. I asked why they couldn't just have a local wedding if money was such a problem. My sister lost it. She said it was her day, and she deserved her dream wedding. Her fiancé tried to say something about maybe reconsidering the location, and she literally turned on him and told him not to take my side. I asked her directly if she was really okay with me giving up my future so she could have one perfect day. She said yes. She actually said yes because that's what family does. I stood up to leave. I was done. I wasn't going to sit there and get guilt-tripped into financial suicide. My dad physically moved in front of the door and told me if I walked out, I shouldn't expect to be welcome at the wedding. I told him I wasn't planning on going to Italy anyway, so I guess that solved itself. My mom started crying. My sister was screaming something about how I'd always been jealous of her. My aunt was yelling at me from across the room. It was complete chaos. I pushed past my dad and walked out. He tried to grab my arm, but I just kept going. I sat in my car in their driveway for a minute, trying to process what had just happened. My phone was already going off, multiple calls coming through, texts lighting up my screen. I counted 6 missed calls before I even started the car. The texts were already coming in from people who'd been at the dinner. My aunt saying my sister was sobbing and hoping I was proud of myself. A cousin calling me immature for making a scene. I hadn't even made it home before the real nightmare started. By the time I got home, 20 minutes later, I had over 40 text messages. My aunt telling me my sister was sobbing and asking if I was proud of myself. Cousins saying I was immature for making a scene. A family friend I barely know saying my parents were heartbroken. My uncle saying they raised me better than this. Even people who weren't at the dinner were messaging me. Apparently word travels fast in my family. The next day, my sister created a family group chat called Wedding Planning and didn't add me. But someone accidentally added me for like 5 minutes before they realized. In that time, I saw everything. Messages calling me selfish. People saying I always have to make everything about me. Someone said I was jealous because I'm still single. I took screenshots of all of it before they kicked me out. My parents called maybe 15 times over the next 3 days. I didn't answer. The voicemails were half my mom crying and half my dad being angry. My mom kept saying we were a family and families work things out. My dad left one message saying I was throwing away my relationship with everyone over money, which is rich coming from them. After about a week of this, I finally called 2 of my younger cousins who weren't at the dinner. I needed to know what my parents had actually been telling people. Turns out they'd been spreading this story for 3 or 4 weeks. They told everyone I was sponsoring the wedding, that I'd insisted on paying because I was so successful and wanted to do something nice for my sister. My sister had apparently been telling people not to worry about flight costs because it was handled. Some relatives had already booked plane tickets thinking I'd reimburse them. My parents literally showed people fake text conversations they claimed were from me saying I was happy to help make her dream come true. Around day 10, my mom texted asking if we could talk. She said my sister was willing to accept just $20,000 instead. Like that was some huge compromise. I told her that was still half my down payment. She said I was being difficult and that they were trying to meet me halfway. Halfway from what? From a number I never agreed to in the first place? My dad called from a different number and actually got through because I didn't recognize it. He went off about how selfish I was being, how they gave me everything growing up, and this was how I repaid them. I started listing every single thing they gave my sister that I had to work for myself. The car, the college tuition, the laptop for high school, her first apartment deposit. He hung up on me. Even the relatives I thought were reasonable started reaching out. One aunt who I actually like sent me a private message saying she thought what my parents did was wrong, but asking if there was any way I could help with maybe a little bit of money. My grandmother called saying in her day family helped each other and she was disappointed in me. A cousin on my dad's side told me I was technically right, but I made everything awkward for everyone by saying it publicly. It's been 2 weeks now since the dinner. My sister has been posting vague stuff on social media. Things like finding out who really has your back and money changes people with sad face emojis. My parents haven't spoken to me directly except through other family members asking me to reconsider. The wedding is in 4 months. I'm still house hunting. Actually found a place I really like and I'm putting in an offer this week. Some relatives have completely stopped talking to me. Others are polite when we run into each other, but keep their distance. I can feel the judgment every time I see anyone from my family. Part of me wonders if I should have just pulled my sister aside privately instead of saying it in front of everyone. But they made it public first. They announced it to a room full of people without asking me. What was I supposed to do? Smile and nod and figure it out later? I've been watching my sister's wedding plans fall apart on Instagram. The guest list keeps shrinking. She posted something last week about having to make hard choices and simplify their vision. I feel guilty about that. but I'm also still angry that they tried to trap me into this, and honestly confused about why my financial goals and my future matter less than one day of her life. Edit. I checked with two cousins afterward. Apparently, my parents had been bragging for weeks that I was sponsoring the wedding. They showed people fake text conversations they claimed were from me saying I was happy to help make the dream come true. That makes me feel like they deliberately set me up, and now I don't know if I can ever trust them again. So was I wrong to embarrass my sister by shutting down her announcement in front of everyone? Should I have pulled her aside privately even though they'd already told everyone? Or was that the only way to stop them from locking me into something I never agreed to? By the time I got home 20 minutes later, I had over 40 text messages. My aunt telling me my sister was sobbing and asking if I was proud of myself. Cousins saying I was immature for making a scene. A family friend I barely know saying my parents were heartbroken. My uncle saying they raised me better than this. Even people who weren't at the dinner were messaging me. Apparently, word travels fast in my family. The next day, my sister created a family group chat called Wedding Planning and didn't add me. But someone accidentally added me for like 5 minutes before they realized. In that time, I saw everything. Messages calling me selfish. People saying I always have to make everything about me. Someone said I was jealous because I'm still single. I took screenshots of all of it before they kicked me out. My parents called maybe 15 times over the next 3 days. I didn't answer. The voicemails were half my mom crying and half my dad being angry. My mom kept saying we were a family and families work things out. My dad left one message saying I was throwing away my relationship with everyone over money, which is rich coming from them. After about a week of this, I finally called two of my younger cousins who weren't at the dinner. I needed to know what my parents had actually been telling people. Turns out they'd been spreading this story for 3 or 4 weeks. They told everyone I was sponsoring the wedding, that I'd insisted on paying because I was so successful and wanted to do something nice for my sister. My sister had apparently been telling people not to worry about flight costs because it was handled. Some relatives had already booked plane tickets thinking I'd reimburse them. My parents literally showed people fake text conversations they claimed were from me saying I was happy to help make her dream come true. Around day 10, my mom texted asking if we could talk. She said my sister was willing to accept just $20,000 instead. Like that was some huge compromise. I told her that was still half my down payment. She said I was being difficult and that they were trying to meet me halfway. Halfway from what? From a number I never agreed to in the first place? My dad called from a different number and actually got through because I didn't recognize it. He went off about how selfish I was being, how they gave me everything growing up, and this was how I repaid them. I started listing every single thing they gave my sister that I had to work for myself. The car, the college tuition, the laptop for high school, her first apartment deposit. He hung up on me. Even the relatives I thought were reasonable started reaching out. One aunt who I actually sent me a private message saying she thought what my parents did was wrong, but asking if there was any way I could help with maybe a little bit of money. My grandmother called saying in her day family helped each other and she was disappointed in me. A cousin on my dad's side told me I was technically right, but I made everything awkward for everyone by saying it publicly. It's been 2 weeks now since the dinner. My sister has been posting vague stuff on social media. Things like finding out who really has your back and money changes people with sad face emojis. My parents haven't spoken to me directly except through other family members asking me to reconsider. The wedding is in 4 months. I'm still house hunting. Actually found a place I really like and I'm putting in an offer this week. Some relatives have completely stopped talking to me. Others are polite when we run into each other but keep their distance. I can feel the judgment every time I see anyone from my family. Part of me wonders if I should have just pulled my sister aside privately instead of saying it in front of everyone. But they made it public first. They announced it to a room full of people without asking me. What was I supposed to do? Smile and nod and figure it out later? I've been watching my sister's wedding plans fall apart on Instagram. The guest list keeps shrinking. She posted something last week about having to make hard choices and simplify their vision. I feel guilty about that. But I'm also still angry that they tried to trap me into this, and honestly confused about why my financial goals and my future matter less than one day of her life. Edit. I checked with 2 cousins afterward. Apparently my parents had been bragging for weeks that I was sponsoring the wedding. They showed people fake text conversations they claimed were from me saying I was happy to help make the dream come true. That makes me feel like they deliberately set me up, and now I don't know if I can ever trust them again. So was I wrong to embarrass my sister by shutting down her announcement in front of everyone? Should I have pulled her aside privately even though they'd already told everyone? Or was that the only way to stop them from locking me into something I never agreed to? Tension exploded when I told my aunt she could not take my car keys without asking. I, 25F, work as a graphic designer and recently bought my first car, a used sedan that's basically my lifeline for getting to work. My Aunt Linda, 48, has this long-standing reputation in our family for borrowing things and never returning them on time. We're talking tools, clothes, kitchen appliances, you name it. I've been protective of this car since the day I bought it 3 months ago. It's not fancy or anything, just a reliable Honda with decent mileage. But it's mine. I saved up for it, I make the payments on it, and I need it every single day to get to my job across town. Public transport isn't really an option where I live, so without that car, I'm basically stranded. The thing about Aunt Linda is that she doesn't just borrow stuff for a day or two. She borrowed my dad's power drill for what she called a quick weekend project and kept it for 3 months. My cousin Sarah let her borrow a designer jacket once and got it back with a stain on the sleeve. My mom stopped lending her Tupperware years ago because she'd never see it again. Everyone in the family knows this about her, but nobody really calls her out on it because she's sensitive and it always turns into a whole thing. So last Saturday, my parents were having one of their usual family cookouts. Nothing fancy, just burgers on the grill and people hanging out in the backyard. I drove over around noon and parked in the driveway like always. The weather was nice, everyone was in a good mood, and I was actually having a decent time catching up with my cousin Mike about his new job. I had my keys sitting on the patio table next to my drink. Wasn't really thinking about it because why would I? We were at my parents' house surrounded by family, and I was planning to stay for a few more hours anyway. Then I saw Aunt Linda walk over to the patio table. At first I didn't think much of it. She picked up my keys, and for a second I thought maybe she was just moving them or something. But then she turned around with this big smile and announced to nobody in particular that she was borrowing my car for a quick trip to the mall. Not asked. Announced. I literally froze mid-sentence talking to Mike. She was already jingling my keys and turning toward the driveway. My brain just went into panic mode because I realized she was actually about to get in my car and drive away with it. My only car. The car I need Monday morning to get to work. The car that, based on her track record, I might not see again for who knows how long. I could feel my heart racing. Part of me knew that if I said something right there, in front of everyone, it was going to cause a scene. My mom was already glancing over with that look she gets when she's silently begging me not to rock the boat. A few other relatives were starting to notice what was happening, but the other part of me was screaming that if I didn't say something right now, she'd be gone with my car and I'd be screwed. I stood up fast enough that my chair scraped against the concrete. I said no, she was not taking my car. My voice came out firmer than I expected, but I was genuinely freaking out inside. Aunt Linda stopped and turned around. She had this confused smile on her face like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. She said something about how it was just for an hour, and that family shares everything. She said it so casually, like it was the most reasonable thing in the world to just take someone's car without asking. I told her she didn't ask, and that I needed my car. I said the answer was no. That's when her whole expression changed. The smile dropped completely, and her voice got louder. She asked if I was serious, like I was the one being unreasonable. By this point, pretty much everyone at the cookout had stopped what they were doing and was watching us. The conversations had died down, and I could feel all these eyes on me. My dad tried to step in and suggest we talk about it calmly, but Aunt Linda cut him off. She started going off about how I apparently thought I was too good to help family. I just kept repeating that I needed my car and she couldn't take it without asking. She got even louder, calling me selfish and disrespectful. I finally said that what's disrespectful is taking someone's property without permission. That's when she threw my keys on the ground. Hard. They skidded across the patio, and the little keychain I had on there broke off. She stormed off to her car, yelling about how I should keep my precious car and see if she ever helps me again. Then she peeled out of the driveway so fast I thought she was going to hit the mailbox. The silence after she left was deafening. Nobody was talking. Nobody was eating. Everyone was just standing there staring at me like I'd just committed some horrible crime. I bent down to pick up my keys and my hands were shaking. The little keychain charm that broke off was this cheap souvenir thing from a work trip. Nothing important. But seeing it snapped in half on the ground made everything feel so much worse. My mom was the first one to say something. She shook her head and asked if I really had to do that there, in front of everyone. Not whether I was okay or if I was right to stand up for myself, just criticism about the timing and location. My uncle chimed in saying I could have just let her use it and that it wasn't that deep. A few people nodded in agreement. I tried to explain that she didn't ask, that it's my only way to get to work, that she has a history of keeping things for way too long. But I could tell nobody wanted to hear it. My cousin Ashley said something under her breath about how awkward that was. Another relative muttered that I could have handled it differently. The whole vibe of the cookout had completely shifted, and it was clear I was being blamed for ruining it. I grabbed my keys and went inside the house because I couldn't stand being out there anymore with everyone looking at me like that. I sat in the kitchen, trying to calm down and second-guessing everything. Maybe I should have just pulled her aside. Maybe I should have let her take it and dealt with the consequences later. Maybe I really did overreact. My dad came in after a few minutes. He said I had a right to say no, but then added that my timing could have been better. He suggested I could have taken her aside or found a quieter way to handle it. I asked him what I was supposed to do when she was literally walking away with my keys, and he just sighed and said he understood, but that now the whole family was upset. Like that was somehow my fault, and not hers for trying to take my car without permission. My mom barely said 2 words to me when I decided to leave about 20 minutes later. People were still there, but the cookout was basically over. Everyone was cleaning up early and making excuses about having other things to do. I said bye to my parents and got maybe a half-hearted wave from my dad. My mom was already inside. The drive home was awful. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering if I'd made the wrong choice. By the time I got back to my apartment, I was exhausted and just wanted to forget about it. But then my phone started blowing up. It was a group chat with my cousins. Ashley sent a message saying I'd embarrassed Aunt Linda in front of everyone. Mike, who I'd literally been having a nice conversation with before all this happened, said I made such a big deal out of nothing. Another cousin said family is supposed to support each other and that I should have just been more flexible. Someone else said their mom told them I was always the difficult one, which honestly hurt more than I expected. I tried to defend myself. I typed out this whole explanation about how she didn't ask, how I need my car for work, how she never returns things on time. But every message I sent just got more pushback. Someone said I was making excuses. Another person said I clearly don't value family. One cousin straight up said I owed Aunt Linda an apology. I ended up just muting the group chat because I couldn't deal with it anymore. I felt completely alone. Like I'd stood up for myself and my property, and somehow I was the villain in all of this. Nobody seemed to care that Aunt Linda was the one who crossed the line first. Nobody wanted to acknowledge her pattern of behavior. It was all just about how I'd caused a scene and made everyone uncomfortable. That night I barely slept. I kept thinking about what my dad said, about the timing. Part of me wondered if I really should have just let it go to keep the peace. But then I'd remember the panic I felt watching her walk away with my keys, and I knew I couldn't have just stood there and let it happen. My younger sister called me the next morning. She hadn't been at the cookout because she was out of town, but she'd already heard about everything from our mom. I braced myself for another lecture, but instead she told me I did the right thing. She said Aunt Linda pulls this stuff all the time and gets away with it because nobody ever stands up to her. She even mentioned that Aunt Linda still has her hair dryer from Christmas 2 years ago. It felt good to have at least one person on my side. But it didn't fix anything. The damage was done. Half the family wasn't speaking to me, and the ones who were had made it pretty clear they thought I'd handled things wrong. The next few days were rough. I went to work Monday morning in my car like normal, but the whole drive I kept thinking about the cookout and the group chat messages. A couple more cousins had texted me privately saying I should apologize to keep the peace. One of them said Aunt Linda was really hurt and that I'd made her feel attacked in front of the whole family. I didn't respond to most of the messages. What was I supposed to say? Sorry for not letting you take my car without asking? It felt ridiculous. But at the same time, the guilt was eating at me. I started wondering if maybe I really had been too harsh. If there was a better way I could have handled it that wouldn't have blown up like that. My mom called me Tuesday night. The conversation was short and uncomfortable. She said Aunt Linda was still upset and that maybe I should reach out to smooth things over. I asked if Aunt Linda was planning to apologize for trying to take my car, and my mom got quiet. Then she said something about how that's just how Aunt Linda is, and that I know she doesn't mean any harm. I told her I had to go and ended the call. By Wednesday, some of the family members were starting to act normal again. My dad texted asking how work was going, which felt like his way of moving past everything without actually addressing it. A couple cousins posted in the group chat about completely unrelated stuff like nothing had happened. But Aunt Linda still wasn't speaking to me, and from what I heard through my sister, she was telling people I'd disrespected her. Then Thursday happened. I was at the grocery store after work, just grabbing stuff for dinner, when I ran into Mrs. Chen. She's Aunt Linda's next-door neighbor, and I've known her since I was a kid. We got to talking in the produce section. Just casual stuff about how our families were doing. She mentioned something about how she'd been giving Aunt Linda rides to her book club lately because of her situation. I asked what situation, and Mrs. Chen looked at me like I should already know. She said Aunt Linda's license got suspended last month, something about unpaid parking tickets that had piled up and she'd ignored the notices. I just stood there holding a bag of apples, trying to process what I'd just heard. My aunt doesn't have a valid license. She tried to take my car, without asking, when she's not even legally allowed to drive. If I'd let her take it and she'd gotten pulled over or worse, gotten into an accident, I would have been liable. My insurance wouldn't have covered it. I could have been sued. My car could have been impounded. Mrs. Chen kept talking, but I honestly don't remember what she said after that. I finished my shopping on autopilot and drove home in this weird state of shock and vindication. Part of me felt completely justified for saying no. I'd literally protected myself from a legal nightmare without even knowing it. But another part of me felt sick thinking about what could have happened. I told my sister that night and she lost it. She couldn't believe Aunt Linda had tried to take my car knowing she didn't have a license. She said I needed to tell the family so they'd stop giving me crap about it. But I kept thinking about how that would go. Aunt Linda would probably deny it or say it wasn't a big deal. My mom would say I was being vindictive by bringing it up. It would just cause another huge fight. So I didn't say anything. It's been almost 3 weeks now since the cookout. Some family members have gone back to normal with me, liking my social media posts and texting about random stuff. Others are still kind of cold. My parents are talking to me again, but nobody's mentioned the incident. Aunt Linda and I haven't spoken at all. I drive to work every single day in my car. Every time I get in it, I think about what would have happened if I'd just let her take the keys. The what-ifs are endless and honestly kind of terrifying, but I also think about the broken keychain on my parents' patio and everyone staring at me like I was the problem. My sister thinks I should tell everyone about the license thing, that it would prove I was right all along, but I don't know if that would actually fix anything or just make the family drama worse. The tension is still there, just under the surface. Some relatives still think I overreacted. I'm sitting here with this information that completely justifies my decision, but using it feels like it would just be throwing gasoline on a fire that's barely stopped burning. Was I wrong to refuse my aunt in front of everyone instead of trying to de-escalate privately, even though she tried to take my only car without asking? Arguments erupted. when I said no to hosting my cousin's entire family in my apartment. I, 29F, am a marketing coordinator living in a tiny one-bedroom apartment in the city. My cousin Lisa, 35, has 3 kids, ages 8, 6, and 3. This whole mess started during what was supposed to be a normal Sunday evening family video call. I need to give some context here. I've always been the dependable one in my family. Lisa has this pattern of leaning on me for everything. She's borrowed money from me multiple times over the years, and honestly, I've never seen most of it back. She's crashed at my place during what were supposed to be short visits that always somehow stretched way longer than she promised. My family loves to praise me for being so helpful and reliable, which sounds nice until you realize it just makes you the first person everyone calls when they need something. My apartment is genuinely tiny. I'm talking barely comfortable for one person tiny. The kitchen is cramped, there's minimal storage, and the bedroom fits my bed and a dresser, and that's about it. I work from home 3 days a week, so I've set up a little desk area in the corner of my living room. It works for me living alone, but that's the key part. Alone. So anyway, Sunday night video call. It's this routine thing we do where my mom, my 2 aunts, Lisa, and a few other cousins all hop on to catch up. We were just chatting about normal stuff when Lisa suddenly goes, "Oh, by the way, I'm relocating to the city for better opportunities." Everyone got excited, asking her about jobs and schools for the kids. Then she added, super casually, "So we'll be staying with you for a few months while we look for a place." I actually froze. I wasn't even sure I'd heard her right. She said it like it was already decided, like I'd agreed to this at some point and just forgot. The other family members immediately started reacting with all this enthusiasm. My Aunt Maria was going on about how nice it was that I had family in the city. My mom said something about how this is what family does for each other. Everyone was just so happy about this plan that apparently everyone knew about except me. My mind was racing. 5 people in my one-bedroom apartment? Where would they even sleep? How would I work from home with 3 kids running around? What about my privacy, my sanity? I tried to process what was happening and managed to say, "Wait, what? You're planning to stay with me?" Lisa responded all cheerfully about how it would be fun, like old times, and that the kids were so excited. That's when it hit me. She'd already told her kids about this. She'd made this plan, told her children they'd be living with their cousin, and I was apparently the last to know. I took a breath and tried to stay calm. I said, "Lisa, that's not going to work. My apartment is way too small for 5 people." The call went silent. Like, completely silent. Everyone just stared at their screens. Lisa's entire expression changed and she asked what I meant. I explained that it was literally a one-bedroom apartment, that there was barely room for me, and that I needed my space. I wasn't trying to be mean, I was just stating facts. That's when her voice got sharp. She asked if I was seriously saying no to my own family. I tried to explain again about the size, about how it genuinely wouldn't work, but before I could even finish, multiple people started talking at once. Lisa called me selfish and said she couldn't believe I was doing this. Aunt Maria jumped in saying I was forgetting where I came from. Aunt Teresa added that family helps family, that this is what we do. I attempted to explain the practical issues. Where would everyone sleep? How would I work? Basic logistics. But every single explanation got shot down. Lisa brought up times when family had helped me, like when I needed a place to stay during college. My aunts were piling on about how they raised me to be better than this. Even one of my other cousins chimed in saying if they had the space, they'd help in a heartbeat. I pointed out that Lisa didn't even ask me. She just announced it. That made things worse. She fired back that she thought she could count on me, that she didn't think she needed permission from her own cousin. The guilt trip kept escalating. Every time I tried to defend myself or explain why this was impossible, someone had another reason why I was wrong. Then Lisa started crying and said she'd already told her kids, that they'd been so excited, that she'd even shown them pictures of my building. I realized right then that I'd been set up. She'd built this whole plan around me saying yes without ever actually asking if I would. The accusations just kept coming. Lisa went on this whole offensive about how selfish I was being, how I was forgetting everything our family had done for me. Aunt Maria backed her up immediately, saying I'd forgotten where I came from. Aunt Teresa piled on with the whole family helps family speech. My mom had been quiet up until this point, which honestly made me nervous because I knew she was either processing or picking a side. I kept trying to explain the practical reality of the situation. I brought up my work-from-home setup, the fact that I need quiet for video calls and meetings, the complete lack of physical space. But every single explanation got dismissed. Lisa turned everything around on me. She reminded everyone about when I'd needed help during college, about times the family had been there for me. She made it sound like I owed her this, like I was refusing to pay back some kind of debt. Aunt Maria said they'd raised me to be better than this. My other cousin, who doesn't even live in the same state and has never offered to help anyone, jumped in saying she'd help if she had the space. I felt like I was in some kind of trap where nothing I said mattered because they'd already decided I was wrong. I tried pointing out that Lisa never actually asked me about any of this. She just announced it like it was already settled. That seemed like a pretty reasonable thing to be upset about, right? But Lisa acted like I was being ridiculous. She said she thought she could count on me, that she shouldn't need to ask permission from family. The way she said it made me sound like some kind of control freak for wanting to be consulted about who lives in my own apartment. Then she really ramped up the guilt. She started talking about having to tell her kids they weren't going after all, about how excited they'd been, about how she'd already shown them pictures of my building. I stopped her right there and asked when she'd told them. She got defensive and said she'd told them because she thought I'd be supportive, but clearly she was wrong about me. That's when it really sank in. She'd told her kids before asking me. She'd made promises to 3 children based on an assumption, and now she was using their disappointment as a weapon against me. The manipulation was so clear to me, but everyone else on the call seemed to think I was the problem. My mom finally spoke up. She'd been silent through most of this, and part of me had been hoping she'd defend me. Instead, she suggested that maybe I could help for just a little while. Even my own mother was siding with Lisa. That hurt more than anything my aunts or cousins said. I asked her directly where 5 people would sleep in my apartment. She came back with this story about growing up with 10 people in a 2-bedroom. I told her that was different, and she knew it, but she just gave me this disappointed look through the screen. I'd had enough at that point. I said my answer was no, and that I wasn't changing my mind. That's when Lisa started crying. She said she didn't know what they were going to do now, that she'd already given notice on their current apartment. This was a whole new piece of information. She'd already committed to moving. She'd already set everything in motion without having a backup plan. And she'd done it all assuming I'd just go along with whatever she decided. The call exploded. Multiple people were talking over each other, everyone blaming me for ruining Lisa's plans. I got called ungrateful, selfish, not a real family member. Aunt Maria said I thought I was too good for my roots now that I lived in the city. Someone else said I'd changed, and not in a good way. Lisa kept crying and talking about what she was going to tell her kids. The guilt-tripping reached levels I didn't even think were possible. I couldn't take it anymore. I left the call without saying goodbye, just closed my laptop and sat there in my quiet apartment, staring at the wall. Within seconds, my phone started going off. Text messages, missed calls, the family group chat lighting up. I didn't look at any of it right away. I just sat there wondering how wanting to keep my own living space had turned me into the villain of the family. When I finally checked my phone, there were dozens of messages. Some were guilt trips, some were outright hostile. The family group chat was a mess of people discussing what a disappointment I was. Even extended family members I barely talked to were weighing in. Lisa had sent me a long message about how hard things were for her, how desperate she was, how disappointed she was in me. I felt sick reading all of it. The next few days were brutal. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. The group texts kept going. Individual messages kept coming in and people kept calling. The messages ranged from guilt-tripping to straight-up hostile. Aunt Maria texted me privately saying I should be ashamed of myself. One of my cousins sent me a message about how now they knew who they could count on and who they couldn't. Even extended family members I maybe see once a year at weddings were suddenly experts on what I should be doing. Lisa sent me this long message detailing how hard everything was for her, how she'd been counting on me, how she didn't know what she was going to do now. She made it sound like I'd personally destroyed her life. The guilt was eating at me, even though I knew logically that I hadn't done anything wrong. I started second-guessing everything. Was I actually being selfish? Should family always come first no matter what? I kept going through the logistics in my head, trying to figure out if there was any possible way it could work. But every time I thought about it, I came to the same conclusion. 5 people in my one-bedroom apartment was genuinely impossible. And knowing Lisa's history, those few months would definitely turn into something longer. I finally talked to my best friend about it, someone outside the family who could give me an objective perspective. She was honestly shocked that my family expected this of me. She kept asking where Lisa was planning to put 3 kids in a one-bedroom apartment. She pointed out that I was allowed to have boundaries, that this whole situation was insane. Hearing someone validate my decision helped, but the family pressure was still overwhelming. A few days after the video call, my mom reached out privately. Not in the family group chat, just a one-on-one call. Her tone was softer. She said she knew I was upset. I asked her why she didn't defend me during the call, why she didn't back me up when she knows exactly how small my apartment is. She admitted that she didn't speak up because the family would have turned on her next. She said I knew how they were, like that was supposed to make it okay. Then she told me that between us, she thought Lisa was being irresponsible by not having a real plan. But in the same breath, she suggested maybe I could help them find a place or co-sign a lease. Even her private support came with expectations attached. I did some digging after that conversation. I talked to another cousin, one of the few reasonable ones who stays out of family drama. She told me that Lisa had been telling everyone I'd basically agreed to host them. Lisa had been saying it like it was a done deal, like we'd discussed it and I was on board. She'd shown her kids pictures of my apartment and told them they'd be living there. Lisa had used my inevitable yes as the foundation of her entire relocation plan. That explained so much. The reason everyone was so angry wasn't just that I said no, it was because they all thought I was backing out of a commitment. Lisa had set me up to be the bad guy from the very beginning. She'd manipulated the situation so that no matter what I did, I'd look terrible. The family has basically split into camps at this point. Most of them are against me. A few are quietly supportive, but they won't say anything publicly because they don't want to become targets themselves. Lisa has been posting vague things on social media about betrayal and finding out who really cares. She's not naming me directly, but everyone knows who she's talking about. I found out through the family grapevine that they're staying in some cheap motel temporarily. Family members keep bringing this up to me, describing how cramped it is, how the kids are struggling, clearly trying to make me feel guilty. There's a family birthday coming up next month, and I have no idea how I'm going to face everyone there. I keep going back and forth on whether saying no was worth all of this. But then I realized that these relationships were apparently conditional on me always saying yes. I'm starting to wonder if I've been taken advantage of for years and just never saw it clearly before. The thing is, if I maintain this boundary, I'm the villain. If I cave now, I lose myself completely. Lisa sent me one final message last night. She said that when things get hard for me, I shouldn't expect anyone to be there. Some family members have completely stopped speaking to me. Others are still trying to change my mind, sending me articles about the importance of family or stories about people who sacrificed for their relatives. I'm still here in my apartment, alone, but with my space intact. The family group chat keeps lighting up, but I've muted it. I know this isn't going away. This is going to come up at every family event from now on. Lisa's temporary housing situation won't last forever, and when it falls through, the pressure on me is going to get even worse. I have no idea if I made the right choice or if I've permanently destroyed my family relationships. All I know is that I couldn't see how cramming 5 people into my tiny apartment would help anyone. It would have made both of our lives miserable. Voices fell silent when I refused to hand over my promotion to my older brother. I'm 32, been working as a project manager at a mid-sized consulting firm for the past 6 years. My brother Marcus is 35, and he's been the golden child our entire lives despite the fact that he can't seem to hold down a job for more than a year at a time. I've lost count of how many times our parents have asked me to help him out financially. Car payments when he got behind, rent money when he was between jobs, a loan that was never really a loan because we all knew he'd never pay it back. Family comes first, that's what they always say. What they really mean is that Marcus comes first and I'm supposed to fall in line. I've always been the responsible one. Went to college, got my degree, climbed the ladder the hard way. Marcus dropped out sophomore year to pursue some business idea that never materialized, and somehow that made him the one with potential, while I was just steady, dependable, boring. Our parents still talk about his ideas like he's one breakthrough away from being the next big thing. Meanwhile, I've been putting in 60-hour weeks and actually building a career, but that doesn't seem to count for much at Sunday dinners. So when I got the promotion to senior project manager, I was beyond excited. I'd spent the last 8 months leading a major project that brought in serious revenue for the company. We're talking about a 40% salary bump and my own team to manage. This was the validation I'd been working toward for years. For once, I thought maybe my parents would actually see what I'd accomplished instead of just nodding politely before changing the subject to whatever Marcus was up to. I decided to share the news at Sunday dinner at my parents' house. Big mistake, but I didn't know that yet. Marcus was already there when I arrived, which wasn't surprising since he doesn't have a job keeping him busy. We sat down to eat and I waited until everyone had food on their plates before I told them. I got the promotion, I said, senior project manager. My mom smiled and said congratulations. My dad nodded and said that was good. That was it. That was the extent of their enthusiasm. I should have seen what was coming. Then my mom got this look on her face, the one she gets when she's about to ask me for something. She said Marcus had been looking for something more stable lately. My dad jumped in and suggested that maybe I could recommend Marcus for my old position now that I was moving up. I started to explain that it doesn't really work that way, that there's a whole process, but I didn't get far. My mom cut me off. She said that actually, wouldn't it be better if Marcus took the promotion instead? He deserves a break more than you do, she said. Just like that, like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. I froze with my fork halfway to my mouth. I thought maybe I'd misheard her, but then Marcus perked up immediately and said, yeah, that could actually work. He said I'd already proven myself, right, so I didn't really need it. But he needed this. He really needed this. I sat there staring at them, waiting for someone to laugh or say they were kidding. Nobody laughed. My mom was looking at me expectantly. My dad was nodding along like this made perfect sense. Marcus was already talking about when he should apply and could I put in a word with my boss tomorrow. 6 years. 6 years of late nights and sacrificed weekends and projects that consumed my life. I earned this. And they wanted me to just hand it over to Marcus like it was nothing. Like my career was something I could put on hold so my brother could have another chance he'd probably waste. The room went quiet. Everyone was waiting for me to respond, to agree, to do what I always do, and put Marcus first. I looked around the table at their faces and realized this wasn't a suggestion. They actually expected me to do this. I tried to laugh it off at first. I thought maybe if I made a joke out of it, they'd realize how ridiculous they were being. But nobody was laughing. My mom's face was completely serious. My dad was still nodding like this was all perfectly reasonable. And Marcus was sitting there with this expectant look, like he was already mentally decorating his new office. He started talking logistics. When should he apply? Could I email my boss first thing Monday morning? Did I think he'd need to do a formal interview, or could I just vouch for him? He was planning his takeover of my promotion like I'd already agreed to it. Something snapped. I put down my fork and looked around the table. 6 years of this. 6 years of being the backup plan, the safety net, the one who was supposed to sacrifice so Marcus could have another shot at whatever he was chasing that week. I'd worked myself to exhaustion for this promotion. I'd earned it, and they wanted me to throw it away like it meant nothing. I said no. Just like that. No, I'm not giving you my promotion. I worked for this position and I'm keeping it." The silence that followed was deafening. Marcus stared at me like I'd slapped him. My mom's mouth fell open slightly. My dad's face went hard in that way it does when he's about to deliver a lecture about responsibility. Marcus recovered first. He asked if I was serious right now. His voice had this edge to it, like I was the one being unreasonable. I told him yes, I was completely serious. That's when things got ugly. My mom started in about everything the family had done for me. I cut her off, which I never do, and asked what exactly the family had done for me. Because from where I was sitting, I'd been the one bailing Marcus out for years. I'd been the one lending money I'd never see again. I'd been the one putting my own life on hold every time Marcus needed something. Marcus exploded. He said this was betrayal. I was his brother, and blood was supposed to mean something. My dad backed him up, said they raised me better than this, and that family comes first, always. My mom started crying, said she was so disappointed in me, and she didn't raise me to be this selfish. That word, selfish, like wanting to keep the job I earned, made me the villain in this story. Marcus went on this rant about every time I'd supposedly gotten ahead while he struggled. He made it sound like my success was somehow at his expense, like I'd been stepping on him to climb the ladder. I pointed out that maybe he'd struggled because he quit every job after 6 months and blamed everyone else when things didn't work out. That didn't go over well. He stormed out, actually grabbed his jacket and slammed the door hard enough that a picture frame rattled on the wall. My parents turned on me immediately. My dad said I should leave and think about what kind of person I wanted to be. My mom couldn't even look at me. She just kept crying and shaking her head. I left. My hands were shaking as I drove home, this mixture of anger and hurt churning in my stomach. I'd finally stood up for myself, and somehow I was the bad guy. My phone started going off before I even got home. Texts from my aunt saying she'd heard what happened, and she was really disappointed in me. My cousin sent a message asking why I was being like this, saying Marcus deserved a chance. My uncle actually called, left a voicemail about reconsidering for the sake of family unity. Even my grandmother, who barely texts, sent me something about supporting my brother in his time of need. They'd all talked to each other. My parents must have called everyone the second I left. The family network was in full effect, and I was the villain of the story they were telling. I lay in bed that night staring at the ceiling, my phone lighting up every few minutes with another message. Part of me wondered if they were right. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe family should come before career. But then I'd think about what they were actually asking me to do. Give up years of hard work, derail my own future. For what? So Marcus could have another opportunity he probably wouldn't appreciate? I'd finally achieved something real, and they wanted me to hand it over like it was nothing. Like I was nothing. The guilt was there, though, gnawing at me, because no matter how wrong they were still my family, and I was the one who'd said no. Monday morning came, and I dragged myself to work feeling like I hadn't slept at all. The family group chat had gone completely silent. Not a single message since Sunday night, which was somehow worse than the flood of guilt-tripping texts. I'd been frozen out. Extended family members were still messaging me, though, all variations of the same theme. Just give him a chance. Think about the family. Don't be selfish. My manager noticed I was off during our first team meeting in my new role, asked if everything was okay. I brushed it off, said I was just adjusting. But I couldn't focus. Every time my phone buzzed, I tensed up, expecting another lecture from a relative I barely talked to. Wednesday afternoon, Sarah from HR pulled me aside. We'd worked together on a few projects, and she's always been straightforward. But she looked uncomfortable. She asked me to grab coffee, said she needed to tell me something. My stomach dropped because nothing good ever starts that way. We sat down, and she asked if my brother's name was Marcus. I confirmed it and asked why. She hesitated for a second, then told me he'd contacted the company about 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. Before I'd even gotten the promotion officially. Sarah explained that Marcus had reached out via LinkedIn to our department head. He'd said he was my brother, mentioned he'd heard about upcoming senior positions. He tried to arrange an interview and dropped my name repeatedly as a reference, like that would get him in the door. HR flagged it as inappropriate because he was trying to skip the normal application process entirely. Sarah only told me now because she'd heard through the office grapevine about my promotion and thought I should know. Everything clicked into place. Marcus knew about the promotion before I did. That dinner wasn't some spontaneous guilt trip. He'd already tried to get the position himself, failed, and then weaponized our parents to pressure me into handing it over. The whole thing was planned. They ambushed me. I felt sick. Not because I'd been wrong to refuse, but because I realized my own family was willing to sabotage my career for Marcus's benefit, and they'd probably known what he was doing, or at least my parents had. That's why my mom brought it up so quickly, why they were all so ready with their arguments. I thanked Sarah and went back to my desk. I didn't respond to any more family messages after that, just deleted them as they came in. I threw myself into work instead, focused on my new role, proved that I deserved to be there, and I did deserve it. I knew that now without any doubt. 2 weeks went by with complete silence from my parents and Marcus. I didn't reach out either. Some extended family members stopped messaging when they realized I wasn't going to respond. A few cousins actually reached out privately to say they thought the whole thing was messed up, that they couldn't believe what my parents had expected me to do. That helped, a little. My life got quieter. Lonelier, too, if I'm honest. No Sunday dinners, no random calls from my mom, no texts in the family chat. But there was also this sense of freedom I hadn't expected. I didn't have to brace myself for the next request, the next crisis, the next time Marcus needed bailing out. I still thought about it, though. Late at night, mostly, when I couldn't sleep. I wondered if the rift was permanent, if I'd ever have a relationship with my parents again, if I should have handled things differently. But every time I went down that road, I came back to the same conclusion. I made the right choice. I had to believe that. 3 weeks into my new position, I was at my desk when I saw a notification. Marcus had blocked me on social media, all of them, like I was the one who'd done something wrong. Then my mom sent a text. First one since that Sunday. It just said, "When you're ready to apologize, we'll be here." I stared at that message for a long time. Apologize? For what? For refusing to sacrifice my career? For not enabling Marcus one more time? For finally standing up for myself? I didn't respond. I set my phone down and got back to work, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Here I was, 3 weeks into the best career move I've ever made, and my entire family had written me off as selfish. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was. Or maybe they'd been taking advantage of me for so long that they couldn't handle it when I finally said no. Either way, the silence from my family was deafening, and I still didn't know if I'd made the right choice or ruined everything. Shockwaves spread through the family. When I declined to sign my parents' loan papers, I, 27F, work as a paralegal and have been saving for years to buy my own condo. My parents, both in their mid-50s, have always been terrible with money. I'm talking maxed out credit cards, unpaid bills piling up on the counter, and impulsive purchases that make 0 sense. Last summer they bought a jet ski. A jet ski. They used it twice, and now it just sits in the driveway under a tarp. That's the kind of financial decision-making I'm dealing with here. Growing up, I watched them dig themselves into holes over and over again, and every single time they'd turn to me or my older sister Rachel to bail them out. Rachel moved to Oregon 5 years ago, which I'm pretty sure was partially to escape the constant money requests. That left me as the designated family ATM. I've always been the responsible one. I had a savings account at 16. I packed lunches through college to avoid debt. I drive a 2015 Honda that's paid off. Meanwhile, my parents are still making payments on a truck my dad bought 3 years ago that he absolutely did not need. The thing is, I'm so close to my goal. I've saved $35,000 for a down payment on a condo. After 3 years of eating lunch at my desk, skipping vacations, and saying no to pretty much every fun thing my friends invite me to, I'm only $15,000 away. I have a spreadsheet. I know exactly how many more months until I can start looking at places. It's the only thing that's kept me going through the monotony of saving every single penny. So when my mom texted me on Thursday saying, "Come for dinner Sunday, we need to talk," I immediately knew something was wrong. My parents only use that phrase when they need money. My stomach dropped, but I convinced myself maybe it was something else. Maybe they wanted to plan a birthday party for my dad. Maybe they were finally going to downsize. I showed up Sunday evening trying to stay optimistic. The second I walked in, I knew I was screwed. My dad had cooked my favorite meal, his famous pot roast that he only makes for special occasions. My mom was being overly nice, asking about my work and complimenting my hair. They never act like this unless they want something. I sat down at the dining table feeling like I was walking into a trap. We made small talk through dinner. My dad asked about cases at the firm. My mom brought up my cousin's wedding next month. Normal stuff. But there was this tension in the air, like everyone was waiting for something. I pushed my food around my plate and tried to figure out my exit strategy. Then, right as my mom was clearing the plates, my dad reached under his placemat and slid a stack of papers across the table toward me. Bank papers, loan documents. My heart started pounding before he even opened his mouth. He said I needed to co-sign for a loan since I have good credit. Not asked, told, like it was already decided and I just needed to show up and sign my name. My mom jumped in immediately with her usual line about how it's just a formality and family always helps family. She used that exact phrase. Family always helps family. I've heard it 100 times, usually right before I hand over money I'll never see again. I picked up the papers with shaking hands. $45,000. They wanted me to co-sign for $45,000. For context, the last time I helped them with an emergency, it was $2,000 that they swore they'd pay back within 3 months. That was 2 years ago. I never saw a dime of it, and 6 weeks later, they bought a new TV because theirs was too small. My dad was watching me read through the documents, and my mom had this hopeful expression on her face like I was about to make all their problems disappear. They weren't nervous. They weren't apologetic. They were just waiting for me to do what I always do and fix things for them. All I could think about was my condo fund. 3 years of work. $35,000 sitting in my savings account. Money I'd scraped together by living like I was broke, even though I have a decent job. If I signed these papers and they defaulted, which I knew they would, I'd lose everything. My credit would be destroyed. I'd be legally responsible for a debt I didn't create. The bank could come after my savings. I could kiss that condo goodbye and probably end up in debt myself. But both of my parents were staring at me, waiting, and I realized I had to choose between my future and being the good daughter they expected me to be. I put the papers down and asked what the loan was actually for. My dad got vague immediately, saying something about bills and catching up on payments. My mom nodded along, adding that they just needed to get back on track. That phrase, back on track, like they'd ever been on track to begin with. I pressed harder. What bills, what payments? Because $45,000 is not a small amount of money. That's when my dad got defensive, saying I was interrogating them like they were criminals. But I work in law. I know what co-signing means. I know what happens when people default. So I kept pushing until finally my mom cracked. They're 3 months behind on the mortgage. 3 months. And they have about $30,000 in credit card debt spread across multiple cards. The math wasn't adding up, though, so I asked about the other $15,000. My dad actually had the nerve to say they wanted a cushion. Money to consolidate everything and have some left over for expenses. A cushion. Like this was a normal financial planning conversation and not them asking me to put my entire future on the line. My brain was going 1,000,000 miles an hour. If I signed and they missed even one payment, the bank would come after me. My credit score would tank. I'd be legally responsible for $45,000. Everything I'd worked for, gone. I'd lose my shot at the condo. I might even have to drain my savings just to cover their mess. And based on their track record, they would absolutely miss payments. This wasn't speculation. This was a guarantee, but the guilt was crushing me. These are my parents. They raised me, fed me, paid for my braces when I was 13. My mom was looking at me with these sad eyes, and my dad had this expression like he was disappointed I was even hesitating. Part of me wanted to just sign the papers to make them happy, to be the good daughter who doesn't ask questions and just helps when her family needs it. I took a deep breath and slid the papers back across the table. I told them I couldn't sign it. I wouldn't sign it. I said if I co-signed and they couldn't make the payments, I'd lose everything. My credit, my savings, my condo. I tried to keep my voice steady, but my hands were shaking. My dad's face went red. He stood up from the table and asked if I was really going to let them lose the house. Then came the word I knew was coming. Ungrateful. He called me ungrateful after everything they'd done for me, after they'd sacrificed so much to give me a good life. My mom started crying, saying I was being selfish and that she raised me better than this. I tried to explain that this wasn't about not wanting to help. I told them I couldn't risk my financial future for choices I didn't make. I'd offered to help them set up a budget before. I'd suggested they meet with a financial counselor, but they never wanted to hear it, and now they expected me to just hand over my creditworthiness like it was nothing. My dad was practically yelling at that point, saying I was abandoning them when they needed me most. My mom was sobbing at the table, saying she couldn't believe her own daughter would do this to them. The whole thing felt like an ambush, like they'd planned this guilt trip down to the last detail. I grabbed my purse and told them I was leaving. My mom called after me, still crying, but I just kept walking. I got to my car and sat there with my hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to calm down. My whole body was shaking. I felt like the worst person in the world, but I also knew I'd just protected myself from financial ruin. Then my phone started buzzing. First it was my Aunt Carol, a text asking how I could do this to my parents. Then my Uncle Dave. Then my cousin Michelle. Within 20 minutes I had 7 messages, all saying basically the same thing. That I was cold-hearted, that family sticks together, that I should be ashamed of myself. My mom had clearly started texting people the second I left, spinning the story to make me look like the villain. I drove home in a daze. By the time I got to my apartment, I had 15 messages. People who hadn't texted me in months suddenly had opinions about my life choices. My younger brother, who's barely scraping by himself and couldn't co-sign even if he wanted to, sent me a message saying I should have helped. Even my grandma, who usually stays out of drama, left me a voicemail saying she was disappointed in me. I sat on my couch that night staring at my phone, watching the messages pile up. Nobody wanted to hear my side. Nobody asked why I said no or what would happen to me if I signed. They just saw a daughter with good credit who refused to help her parents, and that made me the bad guy. The next 48 hours were brutal. My phone would not stop going off. Texts, calls, voicemails from relatives I haven't spoken to in years. My uncle called me selfish. My cousin said real family members sacrifice for each other. Even people from my mom's side of the family who I've met maybe twice in my life had something to say about my character. There's a family group chat that I'm in with like 20 people, and the second I opened it to check messages, everyone went quiet. Just complete silence. Then someone changed the subject like I wasn't even there. My parents weren't speaking to me at all. Radio silence. I tried calling my mom once to see if we could at least talk, and she sent me straight to voicemail. My dad blocked my number entirely. It was like I'd committed some unforgivable sin instead of just protecting my own financial future. I tried explaining myself to a few family members who I thought might understand. I called my Aunt Lisa, who's always been pretty reasonable, and laid out exactly why I couldn't sign. The debt, the risk, the fact that my entire savings could disappear. She listened, and then said that yes, she understood my point, but they're my parents, and sometimes you have to make sacrifices. That phrase kept coming up. Sacrifice. Like destroying my credit and losing years of savings was just a minor inconvenience I should accept. Nobody wanted to hear about boundaries. Nobody cared about financial responsibility. They just saw someone with money who refused to share it with family, and that made me the enemy. I felt completely isolated. Even my best friend, who's not involved in any of this, told me she understood why I said no, but maybe I should have found a compromise. What compromise? Sign for half the loan? That's not how co-signing works. The guilt was eating me alive even though I knew I'd made the right decision. I kept replaying the scene at the dinner table, wondering if I could have said it differently or explained it better. Maybe if I'd been nicer about it, they wouldn't have turned the whole family against me. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't have mattered. They wanted my signature, not my opinion. Then, about a week after everything went down, I ran into my cousin Sarah at the grocery store. Sarah's always been cool, one of the few family members who doesn't get involved in drama. We were making small talk in the produce section when she mentioned something about being surprised my parents asked me after what happened with Uncle Mike and Aunt Linda. I had no idea what she was talking about. I asked her to explain, and her face went pale like she'd just realized she said something she wasn't supposed to. She tried to backtrack, but I pressed her on it. That's when the truth came out. My parents had already asked Uncle Mike and Aunt Linda to co-sign before they came to me. Both of them refused. I wasn't the first person they'd approached. I wasn't even the second. Sarah didn't know all the details, but apparently Uncle Mike had turned them down flat, and Aunt Linda had some excuse about their own financial situation. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. They'd gone to other people first, got rejected, and then came to me knowing I was more likely to cave because I'm the responsible one who always helps. And when I said no, they decided to make an example out of me. They vilified me specifically because I'm the most financially stable, and they knew the family would pressure me harder than anyone else. Later that week, I did some more digging. Turns out my older sister, Rachel, who supposedly doesn't have money because she just moved, had also been asked. She said no. And my brother-in-law got a call too. Also said no. I was actually the fourth person they'd tried. 4 people turned them down, but somehow I'm the only one being torn apart in the family group chat. I'm the only one getting called heartless and cold and ungrateful. It's been 2 weeks now since that dinner. My parents still aren't talking to me. Half the family has completely taken their side and won't even acknowledge me at this point. The other half quietly agrees with me but won't say anything publicly because they don't want to become the next target. My cousin Sarah told me privately that she thinks I did the right thing, but she won't say that to anyone else because she doesn't want the drama. I'm still saving for my condo. I transferred another $1,000 into my down payment fund last week, and instead of feeling proud, I just felt guilty. The family rift weighs on me constantly. I keep thinking about holidays coming up and whether I'll even be invited to Thanksgiving. Whether my parents will ever forgive me, whether I just permanently destroyed my relationship with them over money. The worst part is that I know I made the right choice, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like I failed some test of loyalty that everyone else passed, and I didn't. I protected my future, but I can't shake the feeling that the cost was my family. Murmurs turned into outrage. When I refused to let my sister name her baby after my late partner, 34, a high school teacher, lost my fiancé 2 years ago, and I'm still learning how to breathe without him. My younger sister is 29, pregnant with her first kid, and has always had this thing where she needs to be the center of attention at all times. Our parents have always been the type to keep the peace no matter what, which usually means I'm the one expected to bend. My fiancé wasn't just mine. The whole family loved him. He'd come to every holiday, helped my dad fix the deck, made my mom laugh at dinner. When he died, it broke all of us, but it shattered me. I took a leave from work. Murmurs turned into outrage. When I refused to let my sister name her baby after my late partner, 34, a high school teacher, lost my fiancé 2 years ago, and I'm still learning how to breathe without him. My younger sister is 29, pregnant with her first kid, and has always had this thing where she needs to be the center of attention at all times. Our parents have always been the type to keep the peace no matter what, which usually means I'm the one expected to bend. My fiancé wasn't just mine. The whole family loved him. He'd come to every holiday, helped my dad fix the deck, made my mom laugh at dinner. When he died, it broke all of us, but it shattered me. I took a leave from work, stopped answering calls, basically disappeared for months. I'm only now getting to a place where I can talk about him without feeling like I'm drowning. I almost didn't go to the baby shower. I made up 3 different excuses over the week leading up to it, but my mom called and did that guilt thing she does. She said my sister really wanted me there, that it would mean so much to her, that I'd been distant from the family for too long. So I went. The whole drive to my parents' house I felt off, like something was sitting heavy in my chest, but I figured it was just the usual anxiety I get at family stuff now. When I got there, the house was packed. Aunts, cousins, family, friends, all the usual people, pink and blue, everything. My sister was in the middle of it all, absolutely glowing, laughing loud, hands on her belly. She looked happy. I tried to feel happy for her. I grabbed some punch and found a corner to stand in, making small talk with a cousin about her new job or something. Normal baby shower stuff. About an hour in, my sister stood up and clinked her glass. Everyone got quiet. She had this huge smile on her face, the kind where you know someone's about to say something they've been planning for weeks. She started talking about how excited she was, how she and her husband had finally decided on a name, how it was really important to them that it meant something special. That's when she said it. She announced she was naming the baby after my fiancé. Used his full name. Said it was to honor him and keep his memory alive in the family. The room erupted. People were clapping. Some of the aunts were crying. Everyone was saying how beautiful and touching it was. My sister was beaming, accepting hugs, totally eating it up. And I just sat there. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt like someone had reached into my chest and squeezed. No one had asked me. No one had even mentioned it before this moment. She just announced it in front of 40 people like it was already decided, like my opinion didn't matter. People started coming up to me. My aunt grabbed my hand and said, "Wasn't it sweet? What a lovely tribute." My mom was crying happy tears, hugging my sister. A cousin asked if I'd helped pick it out. I just nodded and made some noise that might have been words. My brain wasn't working right. I kept thinking about all the private things, the way he used to say my name, the plans we'd made, things that were ours. And now his name was going to be attached to someone else's kid forever. My sister kept glancing at me, waiting for me to say something grateful, probably. Waiting for me to get emotional and thank her for this beautiful gesture. But all I felt was this rising panic, this feeling like something was being stolen from me in real time, and everyone was congratulating the thief. I tried to wait for a private moment. I thought maybe I could pull her aside, explain how I felt, figure this out away from the crowd. But she was too busy. People kept stopping her, asking about nursery colors and due dates. And my mom kept steering more relatives over to talk about the name choice. Every single conversation felt like another brick on my chest. I lasted maybe 20 more minutes before I realized I had to say something right then, or I was going to lose it completely. My hands were shaking when I stood up. The room wasn't completely quiet, but enough people were nearby. I looked at my sister, and the words just came out. I told her I didn't give her permission to use his name, that this wasn't her tribute to make. You could have heard a pin drop. My sister's face just crumbled, like I'd slapped her. She immediately started tearing up, and her husband put his arm around her. The room was so quiet I could hear someone's fork hit their plate in the kitchen. She looked at me like I was a stranger and said she thought I'd be honored, that she was trying to keep his memory alive, that she didn't understand why I was being like this. Her voice was shaking and loud enough that everyone could hear. A few people were already moving closer, like they needed to see this up close. That's when my mom jumped in. She actually raised her voice at me, which she never does. Asked me how I could ruin this moment. Said my sister was trying to do something beautiful and I was being cruel. My sister was full on crying now, and I swear she leaned into it. The whole victim thing, you know? Her friends were hugging her. People were shooting me these looks. I could hear the whispers starting. Someone behind me muttered that I didn't own the name. Another voice said something about me being selfish. My aunt said grief wasn't an excuse to act like this. Every comment felt like it was echoing in my head. My dad tried to step in and suggested we talk about this later in private, but my mom wasn't having it. She kept going, saying I was making a scene at my sister's shower, that I should be ashamed. I tried to explain that she didn't even ask me, that you don't just take someone's dead fiance's name and announce it at a party without checking first, but my voice sounded weak even to me. My sister cut me off and said she shouldn't have to ask permission, that he was part of the family, not just mine, and she had every right to honor him however she wanted. And then she said the thing that really got me. She said it had been 2 years and maybe I needed to move on instead of gatekeeping a name like some kind of grief police. A couple people actually nodded at that, like she'd made a good point. I looked around the room and realized no one was on my side. Even the relatives who weren't saying anything had this look on their faces like I was being unreasonable, like I was the problem. I couldn't do it anymore. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door. My mom followed me out, trying to get me to come back inside and apologize. Said I was embarrassing the family, that my sister was devastated, that I was letting my grief make me irrational. I just kept walking to my car. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. The drive home was a blur. I cried so hard I had to pull over twice. When I finally got back to my apartment, I just sat on the couch staring at nothing. My phone started blowing up almost immediately. Texts from relatives I barely talked to, all saying basically the same thing, that I was selfish, that I'd ruined a happy moment, that I needed to apologize. A few cousins tried to be diplomatic, said they understood why I was upset, but I shouldn't have caused a scene. Only one person, an aunt who'd always been kind of the black sheep of the family, texted that she got it. That what my sister did was weird, but even she said I probably should have handled it differently. I turned my phone off after that. Sat there in the dark trying to figure out if I was losing my mind. Maybe grief had made me crazy. Maybe I was being controlling. Maybe it really was just a name and I was making it into something bigger than it was. But then I'd think about him, about us, about everything we'd planned, and I couldn't shake the feeling that what she did was wrong, that it wasn't about honoring him at all. My dad called later that night. I almost didn't answer. He was quiet at first, then said the party had ended early, that my sister was devastated and locked herself in her old bedroom, that my mom was furious. He didn't say I was wrong exactly, but he also didn't say I was right. He just sounded tired and asked if I could maybe call my sister in a few days when things cooled down. I told him I needed time. He sighed and said he understood, but I could tell he didn't. Not really. Nobody did. I didn't go back. Not for a few days, not for a few weeks. The family group chat turned into a war zone, so I muted it. My mom kept texting me privately, though, saying I needed to apologize, that my sister was hurt and stressed and pregnancy hormones were making everything worse. She made it sound like I'd committed some unforgivable sin instead of just setting a boundary. My sister posted one of those vague social media things about being hurt by people you thought loved you. Didn't name me directly, but everyone knew. The comments were full of people telling her to stay strong and cut out toxic energy. I stopped looking after that. I took a few days off work. Told my principal it was a family emergency, which wasn't exactly a lie. I couldn't focus on lesson plans or grading papers when my brain was stuck on a loop, replaying the shower over and over, wondering if I could have said it differently, if I should have just stayed quiet, if everyone was right and I really was being selfish. Then about a week after the shower, my cousin Emma reached out. She's always been pretty neutral in family drama, never picks sides, so when she asked if we could meet for coffee, I figured she was going to try to mediate or something. I almost said no, but I was going crazy sitting in my apartment alone. We met at this place near her work. She didn't waste time with small talk. Just straight up told me that my sister had been bragging for weeks before the shower about the name announcement. Said she'd been telling people how everyone was going to cry, how it would be such a moment, how all eyes would be on her. Emma had heard her on the phone with a friend saying the name would guarantee Waterworks and keep people talking about her for months. I just sat there holding my coffee cup. Emma showed me some texts too, screenshots from a group chat my sister was in with her friends. Stuff about how the announcement was going to be the highlight of the shower, how she couldn't wait to see everyone's reactions. Not one mention of actually honoring my fiancé or keeping his memory alive. Just a lot of stuff about attention and making sure her shower was memorable. Everything clicked. The public announcement instead of asking me privately. The timing. Right in the middle of the party when everyone was watching. The way she'd played up the crying when I objected. This was never about him. It was about her using his death as a prop for her moment. I showed the screenshots to my dad a few days later. He looked sick when he read them. Said he'd talk to my sister, but also asked me to please not make this bigger than it already was. Said the family couldn't handle more drama. I told him I wasn't the one who made it drama in the first place. My mom refused to even look at the screenshots. Said Emma was stirring things up, that of course my sister was excited about the name. That didn't mean anything bad. She's still insisting I need to apologize and move on. It's been almost 2 months now. The family is completely fractured. My sister's still planning to use the name. Some relatives have stopped talking to me entirely, like my mom's sister and a few cousins. Others have quietly told me they think I was right, but they can't say it publicly because it would cause problems. My dad tries to play peacemaker, but he's exhausted. I stopped going to family stuff. My parents keep inviting me to Sunday dinners, and I keep saying I'm busy. They know I'm lying. My mom cried on the phone last week saying I was tearing the family apart. But I don't know how to explain that the family got torn apart the second my sister decided to use my dead fiancé for attention, and everyone defended her for it. I started seeing a therapist. Not just for this, but for everything. The grief I thought I was handling. This whole mess with my family. She keeps asking me if I regret speaking up. And honestly, I don't know. I regret how much it's cost me. I regret that I've basically lost half my family over this. But I don't regret refusing to let her do it. Staying quiet would have destroyed me in a different way. The baby's due in about 6 weeks. My sister sent out a group announcement with the due date and confirmed the name again, like she's making sure everyone knows she's going through with it. I don't know what I'm going to do when tempers flared. When I refused to cancel my vacation for my sister's last-minute wedding, I, 29F, am a travel nurse, and my sister Maya, 26, has always had a talent for making everything about her. Our parents, Dad is 58 and Mom is 56, have spent most of their lives smoothing over whatever chaos Maya creates, and honestly, I've just learned to stay out of it. But this time, she crossed a line I didn't even know existed. For context, being a travel nurse means I'm constantly rotating between hospitals, picking up the shifts nobody wants, working 12-hour days, and basically having zero personal life. I haven't had a real vacation since nursing school ended 3 years ago. Every time I think about taking time off, someone calls in sick or there's a staffing shortage or another crisis that means I'm covering for someone else. It's exhausting, and I was burning out hard. So 6 months ago, I finally did it. I booked a 2-week trip to Europe. Paris, Rome, Barcelona. The whole dream itinerary I'd been pinning on board since college. The total cost was around $4,500, and every single part of it was non-refundable. Flights, hotels, train passes, even a couple of tours I'd splurged on. I coordinated it around my work schedule, requested the time off months in advance, and told my entire family about it immediately. I'm talking about showing them the itinerary at family dinners, texting photos of the Eiffel Tower to the group chat, boring everyone with facts about the Colosseum. My parents were happy for me. My dad even joked about me bringing him back some Italian wine. And Maya, she was there for all of it. She made comments here and there about me abandoning the family and going off on my solo adventure. But I thought she was just teasing. I should mention that Maya has a pattern. She dropped out of college twice, quit 3 jobs in 1 year, and has moved in and out of our parents' house at least 4 times. Every single time it's a crisis that everyone has to stop their lives for. She needs help moving. She needs money. She needs emotional support because another life plan fell through. And every single time, my parents drop everything. I'm always the responsible one, the one who has her life together, so I'm expected to just deal with it. 2 weeks before my flight, my departure date was June 15th, our family group chat exploded at like 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night. Maya sent a message in all caps with a bunch of exclamation points announcing that her boyfriend Jake had proposed and they were getting married on June 16th. Jake is this guy she'd been dating for 8 months. We'd met him exactly twice and he seemed fine but quiet. The whole thing felt rushed, but whatever, I wasn't going to rain on her parade. I sent congratulations, genuinely happy for her even though I was a little shocked. But then I was confused because she was talking about the wedding, like it was already planned. My mom was already looking at venues. There were mentions of a guest list. And that's when it hit me, June 16th, the day after I was supposed to leave. I typed back asking if she realized that was the day after my flight, reminding her I'd be in Europe from the 15th to the 29th. You know, the trip I'd been talking about for 6 months straight. Her response came back almost immediately, and I remember just staring at my phone in disbelief. She told me I'd need to cancel. Just like that, super casual, like I was canceling a dentist appointment and not a multi-thousand-dollar trip I'd been planning for half a year. I told her everything was non-refundable and asked if she could pick another date. She said the venue only had that date available and that I could go to Europe anytime. Anytime. Like I hadn't spent 3 years running myself into the ground and carefully planning this specific trip around my insane work schedule. The group chat went quiet for a minute, and I could see my mom typing and deleting. My stomach just dropped because I knew what was coming. This wasn't going to be a simple conversation where Maya realized she'd made a mistake and picked a different date. This was going to be another situation where Maya wanted something, and everyone else was expected to rearrange their lives to make it happen. And I was right. My mom called me about 30 seconds after the group chat went silent. I knew better than to not answer because that would just make things worse. She opened with asking if I understood that family comes first, and I could already hear the guilt trip warming up in her voice. She explained that Maya had found this perfect venue that only had June 16th available for the entire next year. Some last-minute cancellation had opened up the date and Maya just had to jump on it. I asked why Maya couldn't have checked with me before booking it, considering she knew I had plans. My mom got quiet for a second, then said it was last-minute availability and they had to act fast or lose it. My dad texted me separately, telling me my mother was very upset and asking me not to make this harder than it needed to be. That's always been his move, making me feel responsible for my mom's feelings instead of holding Maya accountable for creating the problem in the first place. The group chat turned into an absolute war zone over the next 3 days. My Aunt Carol jumped in saying she couldn't believe I'd miss my sister's wedding for a vacation. My cousin Brad added that weddings are once in a lifetime and I could travel anytime. Maya started sending guilt trip messages with crying selfies and comments about how she guessed she knew where she ranked in my priorities now. Every time I tried to explain about the money and the planning and the fact that I'd told everyone 6 months ago, someone had a counter-argument ready. Maya kept saying that if I really loved her, money wouldn't matter. That one actually made me laugh because Maya has never had to worry about money the way I do. Our parents still help her with rent half the time. She's never had to save up $4,500 while working herself to exhaustion. But pointing that out would just make me look petty, so I didn't. Then my parents demanded I come over to discuss this like adults. I should have known it was a trap, but I went anyway. When I got there, Maya was already sitting on the couch with Jake next to her. Jake looked like he wanted to be literally anywhere else and barely made eye contact with me. My mom had printed out my entire vacation itinerary and started going through it point by point. She told me I was just staying in hotels, so it wasn't like I was visiting family or anything important. It was just sightseeing, and Maya's wedding was family. That's when I finally put my foot down. I told them I would not cancel my trip, and that Maya had chosen this date knowing my plans. I stayed calm, which honestly felt like a win because I wanted to scream. Maya lost it. She started yelling that I'd always been jealous of her and couldn't stand that she was getting married first. I told her I didn't care who got married first. I cared that she'd booked her wedding on top of plans I'd made half a year ago. She screamed that everything was always about me and my schedule and my important job, and then she threw a glass. It didn't hit anyone, but it shattered on the floor, and my parents immediately rushed to comfort her like she was the victim in all this. My dad turned to me and pointed at the broken glass, telling me to look at what I'd done. He said to just cancel the damn trip. The way he said it, like my trip was this stupid, frivolous thing that didn't matter, made something snap in me. I'd been bending over backward my entire life to be the responsible one, the one who didn't cause problems, and I was done. I headed for the door, and my mom told me that if I got on that plane, I shouldn't expect them to forgive me easily. Maya shouted that I was dead to her, and not to even think about coming to future family events. I told her that was her choice to make and left. By the time I got to my car, my phone was already blowing up with texts from extended family members I barely talked to, calling me selfish and heartless. The next week was brutal. I blocked the family group chat but kept individual lines open with my parents in case of an actual emergency. My co-workers at the hospital were incredibly supportive. One of them asked the obvious question: why didn't Maya just pick a different date? And honestly, I didn't have an answer. It didn't make sense unless she was doing this on purpose, but even Maya wouldn't be that manipulative. Right? I kept second-guessing myself. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I should just eat the cost and be there for my sister. But then I'd remember her face when she threw that glass, and the way my parents acted like I was the problem, and I'd get angry all over again. 2 days before my flight, I got a call from someone I wasn't expecting. Devin, Maya's best friend from college. We'd met a handful of times at family events and always got along pretty well, so I was confused when her name popped up on my phone. She sounded nervous and said she needed to tell me something about the wedding date. What she told me made my stomach drop and my blood boil at the same time. She'd overheard Maya talking to Jake about the wedding planning, and Maya had straight up admitted that she picked that specific date on purpose. Devin said Maya told Jake that if she scheduled the wedding when I was supposed to be gone, I'd have to cancel my trip. She said I shouldn't be going to Europe alone anyway because it was irresponsible and dangerous. Maya actually thought she was helping me by forcing me to cancel what she considered a stupid trip. Devin apologized for not telling me sooner, but she'd been wrestling with whether it was her place to say anything. She finally decided I deserved to know because the whole situation was manipulative and wrong. I thanked her, and after we hung up, I just sat there trying to process it. Part of me wasn't even surprised. It was such a Maya thing to do, deciding what was best for everyone else, and then bulldozing forward without considering that other people are adults who can make their own choices. I texted my parents immediately telling them I'd just learned Maya picked the date on purpose to sabotage my trip, and that I was definitely going to Europe now. My mom responded saying it wasn't true and I was listening to rumors. My dad said even if it was true, Maya did it because she cared about my safety. The fact that they were defending her manipulation instead of being horrified by it told me everything I needed to know. I stopped responding after that. June 15th came, and I posted a photo from the airport with a simple caption about being off on my long-planned adventure. I didn't mention the wedding or the drama. I just wanted one post that showed I was doing what I'd planned all along. Within an hour, I had messages from some cousins supporting me and telling me to have an amazing time. I also noticed a few family members had unfollowed me on social media. Maya posted something passive-aggressive about finding out who your real family is, complete with a broken heart emoji. The wedding happened 2 days ago. I'm writing this from a cafe in Rome, which feels surreal given everything that's happened. I saw photos on social media because a few relatives still have me added, and honestly, it looked beautiful. Maya looked happy. Part of me felt sad that I wasn't there, but a bigger part of me felt relieved that I'd stood my ground. My parents haven't contacted me since I left. Maya blocked me on everything: Instagram, Facebook, even Venmo for some reason. Some relatives are messaging me saying I should apologize when I get back. That family is more important than proving a point. Others have privately told me Maya was completely out of line and they're glad someone finally didn't cave to her demands. The family is basically split down the middle, and I'm stuck in Europe wondering if I just nuked all my family relationships over a trip. Here's the thing, though. I tried to compromise. The morning of the wedding, I attempted to video call so I could at least watch the ceremony remotely. I figured it was a peace offering, a way to show I still cared even if I couldn't be there in person. My aunt tried to FaceTime me from the venue, but apparently Maya saw it happening and had a complete meltdown. She'd actually told the venue coordinator ahead of time to block my number from their Wi-Fi. My aunt had to hang up and later texted me apologizing, saying Maya was inconsolable and they couldn't risk ruining the day. So now I'm sitting here in this beautiful city I've dreamed about visiting, eating the best pasta of my life, and I still feel this knot in my stomach. I don't regret coming. I'm actually having an incredible time when I'm not thinking about the family drama, but I can't help wondering what happens when I go home. Do I reach out first? Do I wait for them to apologize? Will Maya ever speak to me again? Will family holidays just be awkward forever now? I guess what I'm really asking is, was I wrong to keep my vacation plans instead of canceling them to attend my sister's wedding, even though my whole family says I destroyed her big day? And does it change anything that I found out she deliberately picked the date to sabotage my trip? Lines were crossed when I confronted my aunt for giving away my belongings without asking. I'm a 25-year-old woman, and I just moved back into my parents' house temporarily after finishing university. This whole situation involves my Aunt Linda, who's my mom's older sister in her early 50s, and my parents, who are both in their mid-50s. I also need to mention my cousins, who are my aunt's kids in their late teens and early 20s. So here's the thing. I lived at home until I was 22, then spent the last 3 years away at university. During that time, my Aunt Linda started coming over more often. She'd stay overnight sometimes, and my parents would mention in passing that she borrowed things here and there. I honestly didn't think much of it while I was away. I figured it was just small stuff, maybe a book or a sweater. My family always made it sound harmless, like she was just being her usual self. When I moved back home last month, I expected my room to be pretty much how I left it. The first day back, I noticed my favorite leather jacket wasn't in the closet. I asked my mom about it, and she said something vague like, "Oh, your aunt might have borrowed it." I thought, okay, whatever, I'll get it back eventually. But then over the next few days, I kept noticing more things missing. Clothes I remembered hanging up were gone. My good headphones weren't on my desk. Some of my books had disappeared from the shelf. Every time I asked my parents, they gave me the same vague answers about my aunt maybe borrowing things. I started getting this weird feeling in my stomach. That's when I decided to check the storage closet down the hall where I'd kept some boxes of my stuff. I opened it up and my heart just sank. Entire boxes were missing. I'm talking about containers I'd specifically labeled and organized before leaving for school. Just gone. I tried to stay calm and rational about it. I made a mental note to talk to my aunt the next time she came over. But then last week we had a family dinner at my cousin's house. I walked into the living room and my cousin Sarah was wearing my vintage band t-shirt. Not one that looked like mine. My actual shirt. It had this specific stain on the sleeve that I'd always recognized. I pulled her aside and asked where she got it. She looked at me kind of confused and said, "Aunt Linda gave it to me. She said you were done with college and probably don't dress like that anymore, so you wouldn't need it." I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I kept my voice steady and asked what else my aunt had given her. Sarah took me to her room and showed me a box. Inside were my books, a tablet I thought I'd misplaced before leaving for school, and some of my jewelry. She said my aunt had given away tons of my stuff over the past couple years, to her siblings, to ladies from their church. Sarah didn't think anything was wrong with it because my aunt told everyone I didn't need these things anymore. I drove home that night feeling sick to my stomach. I went straight to my room and searched through everything systematically. I started making a list in my head of what was missing. Clothes, books, electronics, jewelry, accessories. Some of this stuff was worth real money. I estimated at least $1,500 worth of my belongings were just gone. But it wasn't even about the money for a lot of it. My grandmother's pearl earrings that she gave me before she died, gone. Books that authors had signed for me at events, gone. My vintage record collection that I'd spent years building, gone. Things that actually mattered to me, that had memories attached. I barely slept that night. I kept going over it in my head, getting angrier and angrier. My aunt had been in my room, going through my things, and just taking whatever she wanted to give away or do whatever with for years, and my parents knew and didn't stop her. The next morning, I knew my aunt was scheduled to come over. She visited my parents almost every week. I decided I was going to confront her about this directly and get my stuff back. I spent the whole morning rehearsing what I'd say, trying to keep it calm and reasonable. I had no idea how badly this was about to blow up in my face. My aunt showed up the next morning all cheerful, like nothing was wrong. She was chatting with my mom in the kitchen when I asked if I could talk to her privately. We went into the living room and I kept my voice as calm as possible. I told her I'd noticed a lot of my belongings were missing, and that I'd seen some of them at Sarah's house. I asked her to explain what was going on. She looked confused at first, like she genuinely didn't understand why I was upset. Then she admitted it. Yes, she'd given some of my things to Sarah and my other cousins. Yes, she'd given some items to ladies from her church. Her reasoning was that I'd finished school and I was an adult now, so I didn't need all that stuff cluttering up my parents' house. She said it so casually, like it was the most logical thing in the world. I asked her to return everything. That's when her whole demeanor changed. She got defensive and said it wasn't like I was using any of it. I could feel my voice rising, and I told her that didn't matter because the stuff wasn't hers to give away. She actually rolled her eyes at me and said, "This is exactly what's wrong with my generation. That we're all so materialistic and obsessed with things." My parents heard us and came into the room. I explained to them what had been happening, thinking they'd finally take my side now that I was laying it all out clearly. I was so wrong. My mom immediately started making excuses for my aunt. She said my aunt was just trying to help, and that I wasn't even here to use those things. My dad chimed in saying it's just stuff, and family is more important than possessions. I tried to explain that some of the items had sentimental value, like grandmother's earrings. My mom just waved her hand and said my aunt didn't know which things were important, and she was just being generous with what she thought were my old clothes. My aunt jumped on that and started playing the victim. She said she couldn't believe I'd speak to her this way, that she'd helped my parents so much while I was gone, and this was the thanks she got. I was furious at that point. I told them all that I wanted everything returned within a week. I said my aunt wasn't allowed in my room anymore. Period. And I wanted a lock installed on my door. You should have seen their faces. My dad looked at me like I'd just committed some horrible crime. My aunt actually started crying, calling me disrespectful and ungrateful. My dad told me I don't talk to my elders like that. My mom asked why I was being so dramatic and said I needed to learn to share. I stood there shaking with anger, but I didn't back down. My aunt grabbed her purse and stormed out of the house. After she left, my parents turned on me. They said I'd embarrassed them and that I owed my aunt an apology. I went to my room and locked the door. Within an hour, my phone started blowing up. My uncle texted me saying I'd hurt my aunt's feelings badly. The family group chat was going crazy with my cousins weighing in. Some of them were sympathetic, but others were calling me selfish. Somehow a family friend had gotten involved and called my mom, and I could hear my parents on the phone downstairs saying I was being impossible about all this. The whole family was taking sides, and I was being painted as the villain. People were saying I was materialistic, that I was disrespecting my elders, that I was tearing the family apart over stupid belongings. My aunt was telling everyone her version of events where she was just this generous person trying to help, and I attacked her out of nowhere. I felt like I was losing my mind. How was I the bad guy here? She took my things without asking and gave them away. She went through my personal belongings and decided what I did or didn't need. And somehow, I was the one who needed to apologize. That evening, I got a call from my younger cousin Emma. She's 19 and she's always been pretty straightforward with me. She was whispering on the phone and said there was something I needed to know about where my stuff actually went. She told me not to tell anyone she was calling me. What she told me made everything so much worse. Emma told me that my aunt had been selling my stuff, not giving it all away like she claimed, but actually selling it. Garage sales over the past 2 years, and some things on Facebook Marketplace. Emma said she'd seen my aunt pocket cash multiple times and it always seemed weird to her. The church friend's story was partly true. My aunt did give some items away to look generous, but she sold anything that was actually valuable. I couldn't sleep that night. The next morning, I started searching online for old marketplace listings in my aunt's area. It took a while, but I found them. My tablet listed for $80. My textbooks bundled together. A designer bag my parents gave me for graduation. I took screenshots of everything I could find. Then I dug deeper and found listings for my limited edition books. She'd sold a set of signed first editions for over $200. I did the math, and my aunt had made at least $1,000 off my belongings. Probably more from the garage sales that I couldn't track. I showed everything to my parents. The screenshots, the listings, Emma's testimony. I thought this would finally make them see what she'd done. My mom looked uncomfortable, but she actually said, "Well, your aunt probably needed the money." My dad asked why I was snooping around online trying to dig up dirt on family. When I confronted my aunt with the evidence, she changed her story completely. Suddenly, it was that she was doing my parents a favor because they needed help with bills. Then she said she was going to tell me eventually. Then she claimed the money went to good causes, like a church fundraiser and my cousin's school supplies. She kept contradicting herself, and my parents just stood there letting her lie to my face. That's when I realized they were never going to admit she did anything wrong. They were going to keep enabling her no matter what evidence I showed them. The extended family got fully involved after that. The group chats turned into warfare. Some relatives were on my side saying what my aunt did was literally theft, but most of them defended her because she's family and family wouldn't steal. My grandmother on my mom's side called me and told me to respect my elders and drop the whole thing. One of my uncles quietly offered to just pay me for the items to keep the peace. I refused because it wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the principle and about everyone acting like what she did was acceptable. I bought a lock and installed it on my door myself since my dad refused to do it. My parents were pissed about me damaging their property. I started staying at my friend's place more often because being in that house was suffocating. I looked into moving out permanently, but I'm not in a good place financially right now. My relationship with my parents is barely hanging on. My aunt still hasn't returned a single item or apologized. Some of my stuff is gone forever, sold to strangers I'll never find. I stopped going to family gatherings, and now I'm officially labeled as the selfish one in all the family gossip. It's been 3 weeks since the initial confrontation. My cousins are divided. Some of them apologize to me privately, but won't say anything publicly to defend me. My parents still tell me every few days that I'm overreacting and I need to let it go. They say it's been weeks and I'm holding on to anger for no reason. I found out last week that my grandmother's pearl earrings were sold. That one really broke something in me. Those earrings meant everything, and my aunt sold them for probably $30 at a garage sale. My aunt still visits my parents regularly. She just avoids me completely, like I'm the problem. I keep going back and forth in my head. Part of me feels vindicated because I know I'm right. She stole from me and I called her out on it. But another part of me wonders if I've destroyed my family relationships over possessions. My parents will never see her actions as wrong. They've made that clear. The thing that really gets me is the double standard. If I went into my aunt's house and took her stuff to give away or sell, the police would be called immediately. But because it's her doing it to me, I'm supposed to just accept it and move on. So that's where I am now. Barely speaking to my parents, cut off from half my family, and watching my aunt play victim while everyone comforts her. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just kept my mouth shut. But then I think about my grandmother's earrings sitting in some stranger's jewelry box, and I get angry all over again. Edit to add, my aunt texted me yesterday saying the garage sale money went to charity and I should be happy my old things helped people. My mom forwarded the text to me with a message that just said, "See, let it go. I honestly don't know what to do anymore." Tempers flared. When I refused to cancel my vacation for my sister's last-minute wedding, I, 29F, am a travel nurse, and my sister Maya, 26, has always had a talent for making everything about her. Our parents, Dad is 58 and Mom is 56, have spent most of their lives smoothing over whatever chaos Maya creates, and honestly, I've just learned to stay out of it. But this time, she crossed a line I didn't even know existed. For context, being a travel nurse means I'm constantly rotating between hospitals, picking up the shifts nobody wants, working 12-hour days, and basically having zero personal life. I haven't had a real vacation since nursing school ended 3 years ago. Every time I think about taking time off, someone calls in sick or there's a staffing shortage or another crisis that means I'm covering for someone else. It's exhausting, and I was burning out hard. So 6 months ago, I finally did it. I booked a 2-week trip to Europe. Paris, Rome, Barcelona. The whole dream itinerary I'd been pinning on boards since college. The total cost was around $4,500, and every single part of it was non-refundable. Flights, hotels, train passes, even a couple of tours I'd splurged on. I coordinated it around my work schedule, requested the time off months in advance, and told my entire family about it immediately. I'm talking about showing them the itinerary at family dinners, texting photos of the Eiffel Tower to the group chat, boring everyone with facts about the Colosseum. My parents were happy for me. My dad even joked about me bringing him back some Italian wine. And Maya? She was there for all of it. She made comments here and there about me abandoning the family and going off on my solo adventure, but I thought she was just teasing. I should mention that Maya has a pattern. She dropped out of college twice, quit 3 jobs in 1 year, and has moved in and out of our parents' house at least 4 times. Every single time, it's a crisis that everyone has to stop their lives for. She needs help moving. She needs money. She needs emotional support because another life plan fell through. And every single time, my parents drop everything. I'm always the responsible one, the one who has her life together, so I'm expected to just deal with it. 2 weeks before my flight, my departure date was June 15th. Our family group chat exploded at like 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night. Maya sent a message in all caps with a bunch of exclamation points announcing that her boyfriend Jake had proposed and they were getting married on June 16th. Jake is this guy she'd been dating for 8 months. We'd met him exactly twice, and he seemed fine, but quiet. The whole thing felt rushed, but whatever. I wasn't going to rain on her parade. I sent congratulations, genuinely happy for her, even though I was a little shocked. But then I was confused because she was talking about the wedding like it was already planned. My mom was already looking at venues. There were mentions of a guest list. And that's when it hit me. June 16th. The day after I was supposed to leave. I typed back asking if she realized that was the day after my flight, reminding her I'd be in Europe from the 15th to the 29th. You know, the trip I'd been talking about for 6 months straight. Her response came back almost immediately, and I remember just staring at my phone in disbelief. She told me I'd need to cancel, just like that. Super casual. Like I was canceling a dentist appointment and not a multi-thousand-dollar trip I'd been planning for half a year. I told her everything was non-refundable and asked if she could pick another date. She said the venue only had that date available and that I could go to Europe any time. Any time. Like I hadn't spent 3 years running myself into the ground and carefully planning this specific trip around my insane work schedule. The group chat went quiet for a minute, and I could see my mom typing and deleting. My stomach just dropped because I knew what was coming. This wasn't going to be a simple conversation where Maya realized she'd made a mistake and picked a different date. This was going to be another situation where Maya wanted something, and everyone else was expected to rearrange their lives to make it happen. And I was right. My mom called me about 30 seconds after the group chat went silent. I knew better than to not answer because that would just make things worse. She opened with asking if I understood that family comes first, and I could already hear the guilt trip warming up in her voice. She explained that Maya had found this perfect venue that only had June 16th available for the entire next year. Some last-minute cancellation had opened up the date, and Maya just had to jump on it. I asked why Maya couldn't have checked with me before booking it, considering she knew I had plans. My mom got quiet for a second, then said it was last-minute availability, and they had to act fast or lose it. My dad texted me separately, telling me my mother was very upset and asking me not to make this harder than it needed to be. That's always been his move, making me feel responsible for my mom's feelings instead of holding Maya accountable for creating the problem in the first place. The group chat turned into an absolute war zone over the next 3 days. My Aunt Carol jumped in saying she couldn't believe I'd miss my sister's wedding for a vacation. My cousin Brad added that weddings are once in a lifetime, and I could travel anytime. Maya started sending guilt trip messages with crying selfies and comments about how she guessed she knew where she ranked in my priorities now. Every time I tried to explain about the money and the planning and the fact that I'd told everyone 6 months ago, someone had a counter-argument ready. Maya kept saying that if I really loved her, money wouldn't matter. That one actually made me laugh because Maya has never had to worry about money the way I do. Our parents still help her with rent half the time. She's never had to save up $4,500 while working herself to exhaustion, but pointing that out would just make me look petty, so I didn't. Then my parents demanded I come over to discuss this like adults. I should have known it was a trap, but I went anyway. When I got there, Maya was already sitting on the couch with Jake next to her. Jake looked like he wanted to be literally anywhere else and barely made eye contact with me. My mom had printed out my entire vacation itinerary and started going through it point by point. She told me I was just staying in hotels, so it wasn't like I was visiting family or anything important. It was just sightseeing. And Maya's wedding was family. That's when I finally put my foot down. I told them I would not cancel my trip, and that Maya had chosen this date knowing my plans. I stayed calm, which honestly felt like a win because I wanted to scream. Maya lost it. She started yelling that I'd always been jealous of her and couldn't stand that she was getting married first. I told her I didn't care who got married first. I cared that she'd booked her wedding on top of plans I'd made half a year ago. She screamed that everything was always about me and my schedule and my important job, and then she threw a glass. It didn't hit anyone, but it shattered on the floor, and my parents immediately rushed to comfort her, like she was the victim in all this. My dad turned to me and pointed at the broken glass, telling me to look at what I'd done. He said to just cancel the damn trip. The way he said it, like my trip was this stupid, frivolous thing that didn't matter, made something snap in me. I'd been bending over backward my entire life to be the responsible one, the one who didn't cause problems, and I was done. I headed for the door, and my mom told me that if I got on that plane, I shouldn't expect them to forgive me easily. Maya shouted that I was dead to her and not to even think about coming to future family events. I told her that was her choice to make and left. By the time I got to my car, my phone was already blowing up with texts from extended family members I barely talked to, calling me selfish and heartless. The next week was brutal. I blocked the family group chat, but kept individual lines open with my parents in case of an actual emergency. My co-workers at the hospital were incredibly supportive. One of them asked the obvious question: why didn't Maya just pick a different date? And honestly, I didn't have an answer. It didn't make sense unless she was doing this on purpose, but even Maya wouldn't be that manipulative, right? I kept second-guessing myself. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I should just eat the cost and be there for my sister. But then I'd remember her face when she threw that glass, and the way my parents acted like I was the problem, and I'd get angry all over again. 2 days before my flight, I got a call from someone I wasn't expecting, Devin, Maya's best friend from college. We'd met a handful of times at family events and always got along pretty well, so I was confused when her name popped up on my phone. She sounded nervous and said she needed to tell me something about the wedding date. What she told me made my stomach drop and my blood boil at the same time. She'd overheard Maya talking to Jake about the wedding planning, and Maya had straight up admitted that she picked that specific date on purpose. Devin said Maya told Jake that if she scheduled the wedding when I was supposed to be gone, I'd have to cancel my trip. She said I shouldn't be going to Europe alone anyway because it was irresponsible and dangerous. Maya actually thought she was helping me by forcing me to cancel what she considered a stupid trip. Devin apologized for not telling me sooner, but she'd been wrestling with whether it was her place to say anything. She finally decided I deserved to know because the whole situation was manipulative and wrong. I thanked her, and after we hung up, I just sat there trying to process it. Part of me wasn't even surprised. It was such a Maya thing to do, deciding what was best for everyone else, and then bulldozing forward without considering that other people are adults who can make their own choices. I texted my parents immediately telling them I'd just learned Maya picked the date on purpose to sabotage my trip, and that I was definitely going to Europe now. My mom responded saying it wasn't true and I was listening to rumors. My dad said even if it was true, Maya did it because she cared about my safety. The fact that they were defending her manipulation instead of being horrified by it told me everything I needed to know. I stopped responding after that. June 15th came, and I posted a photo from the airport with a simple caption about being off on my long-planned adventure. I didn't mention the wedding or the drama. I just wanted one post that showed I was doing what I'd planned all along. Within an hour, I had messages from some cousins supporting me and telling me to have an amazing time. I also noticed a few family members had unfollowed me on social media. Maya posted something passive-aggressive about finding out who your real family is, complete with a broken heart emoji. The wedding happened 2 days ago. I'm writing this from a cafe in Rome, which feels surreal given everything that's happened. I saw photos on social media because a few relatives still have me added, and honestly, it looked beautiful. Maya looked happy. Part of me felt sad that I wasn't there, but a bigger part of me felt relieved that I'd stood my ground. My parents haven't contacted me since I left. Maya blocked me on everything. Instagram, Facebook, even Venmo for some reason. Some relatives are messaging me saying I should apologize when I get back. That family is more important than proving a point. Others have privately told me Maya was completely out of line, and they're glad someone finally didn't cave to her demands. The family is basically split down the middle, and I'm stuck in Europe wondering if I just nuked all my family relationships over a trip. Here's the thing, though. I tried to compromise. The morning of the wedding, I attempted to video call so I could at least watch the ceremony remotely. I figured it was a peace offering, a way to show I still cared even if I couldn't be there in person. My aunt tried to FaceTime me from the venue, but apparently Maya saw it happening and had a complete meltdown. She'd actually told the venue coordinator ahead of time to block my number from their Wi-Fi. My aunt had to hang up and later texted me apologizing, saying Maya was inconsolable, and they couldn't risk ruining the day. So now I'm sitting here in this beautiful city I've dreamed about visiting, eating the best pasta of my life, and I still feel this knot in my stomach. I don't regret coming. I'm actually having an incredible time when I'm not thinking about the family drama, but I can't help wondering what happens when I go home. Do I reach out first? Do I wait for them to apologize? Will Maya ever speak to me again? Will family holidays just be awkward forever now? I guess what I'm really asking is, was I wrong to keep my vacation plans instead of canceling them to attend my sister's wedding, even though my whole family says I destroyed her big day? And does it change anything that I found out she deliberately picked the date to sabotage my trip? Chaos broke out after I exposed my uncle for stealing from Grandma's estate. I, 34, am the oldest grandchild in our family, and I've always been the one everyone comes to when there's a problem. Need help moving? Call me. Need someone to mediate an argument? Call me. Need someone to figure out Grandma's online banking? Yeah, that was me too. Which is probably why I noticed things weren't adding up when we all gathered to go over her will. Grandma died 3 months ago after a long illness. She was 86 and had been pretty clear her whole life about wanting things split fairly when she was gone. Her savings account had about $80,000 in it, plus she had jewelry and some antique furniture. Nothing crazy, but enough that it mattered. She always said everything would be divided between her 3 kids and us grandkids. Fair and square. That's what she always said. 2 weeks after the funeral, we all met at my Aunt Patricia's house. Patricia is 62, Grandma's oldest daughter, and she always hosts family stuff. My mom is 60, the middle child, and then there's Uncle Rick, 58, Grandma's youngest son. Rick's always had money troubles, works in sales, one of those guys who's always got a new scheme that's definitely going to work out this time. My cousins were there too, Jake, 29, and Maria, 31, who are Rick's kids, plus Sophie, 27, Patricia's daughter, and a few others. The family lawyer, Mr. Chen, started going over everything. That's when I noticed the pearl necklace wasn't in the jewelry box. Grandma had specifically mentioned that necklace was supposed to go to Sophie, and when Mr. Chen read out the savings account balance, he said $32,000. I remembered Grandma showing me her bank statements about 6 months before she died because I was helping her set up online access. It was definitely over $80,000 back then. Uncle Rick jumped in real quick when Mr. Chen mentioned the discrepancies. Said medical expenses were astronomical, that Grandma's final months had cost way more than anyone realized. He seemed really eager to just wrap everything up and move on. Mr. Chen looked confused, but Rick kept talking over him, explaining how hospital bills and medications and all that had just eaten through everything. My mom leaned over and whispered to me to just let it go, not to cause drama. But something felt wrong. I'd visited Grandma almost every week in her final months. She was in a regular hospital, nothing fancy. Medicare covered most of her costs. I remembered because she joked about finally getting her money's worth after paying into the system for 40 years. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the numbers and Rick's face when Mr. Chen brought up the account balance. He'd looked nervous, kept checking his phone, wouldn't make eye contact with anyone. I got up around midnight and realized I still had access to Grandma's online banking from when I'd helped her set it up. I know, probably shouldn't have logged in, but I did. I downloaded 6 months of bank statements and sat there at my kitchen table going through them. $48,000 withdrawn in chunks over her final 4 months. $3,000 here, $8,000 there, $5,000 somewhere else. The memo lines all said medical expenses, but every single check was made out to Rick personally. Not to hospitals, not to pharmacies, to Rick. I pulled out the insurance statements Grandma had given me last year when I was helping her file claims, started cross-referencing everything. Her actual out-of-pocket medical costs were around $5,000. That's it. The next morning, I called the hospital billing department, and they confirmed all her bills had been paid in full months ago. Then I remembered Grandma had left me a box of her personal stuff. I'd shoved it in my closet and hadn't looked through it yet because it felt too sad. I pulled it out and found her old notebooks. She kept everything written down, always had. Lists of her assets, notes about wanting everything split fair and square between her babies and their babies. The pearl necklace was right there in her handwriting, specifically meant for Sophie. The last entry was dated 2 months before she died. Her handwriting was shaky, but I could read it clearly. Rick says he needs help. I told him no more. I won't enable him. I sat there staring at that line for probably 20 minutes. My wife came in and asked what I was going to do. I told her I didn't know, but I couldn't just pretend I hadn't seen any of this. Over the next week, I organized everything. Bank statements, medical bills, insurance records, Grandma's notebooks, all of it highlighted and documented. My cousins Jake and Maria called me 3 separate times asking what I was looking into, telling me to just drop it, saying their dad had been through enough. My mom called and begged me not to embarrass Rick at the next family meeting, but I kept thinking about Grandma's last entry in that notebook. She'd told him no more. She'd tried to stop him, and he'd taken the money anyway. 2 weeks later, we all gathered at Aunt Patricia's again. I brought a folder with everything organized inside. My hands were shaking the whole drive over. My wife had warned me this could blow up the family, but I kept thinking about Grandma's handwriting in that notebook. She deserved better than this. Uncle Rick showed up late. He looked nervous, kept checking his phone, barely made eye contact with anyone. Mr. Chen started going over the revised estate distribution, and the numbers were way lower for everyone because of those supposed medical expenses. I could see Sophie looking confused, and Aunt Patricia had this tight expression on her face like she was trying to hold something back. I interrupted Mr. Xiao Chen mid-sentence, told everyone I needed to show them something before we signed anything. Pulled out the bank statements and slid them across the table. Said these were Grandma's withdrawals from her last 4 months. $48,000 total, all to Uncle Rick. Rick's face went bright red immediately. Started saying those were for Grandma's care, that I had no idea what he'd done for her, how hard it had been. His voice got louder with each word. I stayed as calm as I could and pulled out the hospital bills and insurance statements, told everyone her actual medical costs were $5,000 and that I'd called to verify everything. That's when he stood up so fast his chair fell over backward. He was yelling about how I dared to investigate him like he was some kind of criminal, how he'd taken care of Mom when none of us could. Aunt Patricia asked him quietly if what I was saying was true. He pointed at me and said, "This is what happens when you trust the golden grandchild, that I'd always thought I was better than everyone else." I put Grandma's notebook on the table and opened it to her last entry. Read it out loud. "Rick says he needs help." I told him no more. I won't enable him. My voice cracked a little when I read it, but I got through it. The room went completely silent for maybe 5 seconds. Then everything exploded at once. Maria started crying and yelling at me that I was destroying their father. Jake said I could have handled this privately, asked why I had to humiliate Rick in front of the whole family. My mom just said quietly, "Oh, Rick, what did you do?" I'll never forget the way her voice sounded, like something broke inside her. Rick grabbed his jacket and announced he wasn't staying to be attacked. Said Mom had given him that money, that she'd wanted to help him. Aunt Patricia asked why he'd lied about medical expenses then. He didn't answer, just stormed out and slammed the door so hard one of the picture frames fell off the wall and shattered. Half the family followed him out. Maria and Jake, obviously, plus 2 other cousins who I guess decided they were on his side. The rest of us just sat there in this awful silence. My mom was crying. Aunt Patricia stared at the documents spread across her dining table, then looked at me and said she didn't know whether to thank me or curse me. Sophie leaned over and whispered that I'd done the right thing, but she said it so quietly I barely heard her. She definitely didn't say it loud enough for anyone else to hear. Mr. Chen cleared his throat and said he'd need to investigate this legally, that there could be criminal charges involved depending on what the family wanted to do. I felt sick, not because I regretted showing everyone, but because I could see what was happening. The family was splitting right down the middle. People were choosing sides. My mom wouldn't look at me. Aunt Patricia looked exhausted and angry at the same time. Sophie was supportive but clearly didn't want to get involved publicly, and half the family had just walked out. I gathered up my folder and left. Nobody tried to stop me. The drive home was a blur. My phone started going off before I even got to my car. By the time I walked through my front door, I had 47 missed calls and my texts were blowing up. Maria saying I was dead to her, that Dad might have a heart attack because of my stunt. Jake saying he hoped I was happy now that I'd gotten my money and destroyed a man. Anonymous numbers texting me, calling me a family traitor and a greedy bastard. My wife found me sitting on the couch staring at my phone, asked if I was okay. I told her I didn't know. I'd done what I thought was right, but it felt like I'd just set off a bomb in the middle of my entire family, and there was no way to put the pieces back together. The next 2 weeks were hell. My phone wouldn't stop going off with angry messages. Maria kept sending me paragraphs about how I'd destroyed their family, how Dad was so stressed he could barely function. Jake sent shorter messages, but they all said basically the same thing. That I was selfish, that I'd gotten what I wanted and didn't care who I hurt. I even got texts from numbers I didn't recognize calling me a traitor and saying I'd betrayed my own blood over money. My mom stopped calling me every day like she used to. When she did call, she sounded exhausted. She'd say she knew Rick was wrong, but did I really have to do it that way in front of everyone? I asked her what other way there was, and she didn't have an answer. She'd just sigh and say she didn't know. But this wasn't it. Aunt Patricia sent me a single text saying I'd destroyed the family bond and she didn't know if we could come back from this. Uncle Rick blocked me on everything. Phone, social media, everything. I heard through the grapevine that he was telling people I'd forged the documents, that I was lying because I wanted a bigger share of the inheritance. Some of his friends apparently believed him because I got a few hostile messages from people I barely knew. But then Sophie sent me a long text one night. Said she'd been thinking about everything, and she wanted to thank me for standing up for Grandma. That she knew it cost me a lot, and she appreciated that someone had the guts to tell the truth. A few days later, my cousin David, who's 32 and had been completely silent during the meeting, called me. Said he'd known something was off and thanked me for being brave enough to say something. It helped hearing from them, but they both made it clear they weren't going to publicly take sides. Sophie said she couldn't deal with the family drama, and David said he had to keep the peace for his kids' sake. Mr. Chen kept me updated on the legal side. The investigation was moving forward, and it looked pretty clear that Rick had taken the money improperly. He said Rick might have to return it, but pressing criminal charges would be up to the family. About a month after the confrontation, Rick's lawyer contacted Mr. Chen with an offer. Rick would return $40,000 if everyone signed NDAs and agreed not to pursue charges. He claimed $8,000 was legitimately for care expenses, though Mr. Chen said that was definitely disputed. The family would have to vote on whether to accept the offer or keep pushing. I knew what a vote meant. It meant another family meeting. It meant more fighting. It meant forcing everyone to choose a side publicly. And if we voted to pursue criminal charges, that was it. The family would be done forever. It's been 3 months since I put those bank statements on Aunt Patricia's table. Uncle Rick hasn't answered a single call or text from me. Not that I expected him to, but it's still weird knowing there's a family member out there who probably hates me. We don't have family gatherings anymore. No one's planning anything for the holidays. Mom is talking to me again, but there's this tension that wasn't there before. She's careful about what she says, like she's walking on eggshells. Aunt Patricia is what she calls neutral, but I can tell she resents me for putting her in this position. She's polite when we text, but it's not the same. Sophie and David still quietly support me, but neither of them will defend me if someone brings it up in the family group chat. Actually, there isn't even a family group chat anymore. Maria left it the day after the confrontation, and then everyone else just kind of stopped using it. Maria posted on Facebook last week about snakes in the family and how blood should mean something. She didn't name me, but everyone knew who she was talking about. Got a bunch of supportive comments from Rick's side of the family. I didn't respond. What would I even say? I lie awake some nights wondering if Grandma would have wanted this. My wife reminds me I only told the truth, that I did what Grandma couldn't do for herself. But the cost feels enormous. There's no Christmas gathering planned. The family group chat is dead. My cousin's kids are growing up without knowing each other. Maria just announced she's pregnant, and I found out through Facebook because I'm not invited to the baby shower. That one actually hurt more than I expected. The money might get returned eventually. We still haven't voted on Rick's offer because half the family refuses to show up for a vote. But even if we get the money back, I don't think the family is coming back. You can't unring that bell. I exposed the truth and maybe Grandma got some justice, but I lost my family in the process. Some days I think it was worth it. Other days I'm not so sure. Family tensions exploded. When I refused to babysit my sister's kids every weekend, I, 27, have been dealing with ongoing issues with my older sister Maya, 32, and our parents over childcare expectations. Maya is a single mom to 2 kids, Ethan, 7, and Lily, 4. I work full-time as a marketing coordinator and take night classes 3 times a week to finish my MBA. My schedule is completely packed, but somehow my family acts like I'm just lounging around with nothing to do. For context, Maya has always leaned on family heavily for help with the kids. Our parents watch them sometimes during the week. And I've helped out here and there when she actually asked me in advance, like a few hours on a Saturday afternoon, or maybe an evening if she had something important for work. I never had a problem helping occasionally because that's what family does. But I made it super clear from the beginning that I couldn't be her regular babysitter. I have my own life and my own goals I'm working toward. About 2 months ago, things started getting worse. Maya began asking me to watch the kids almost every single weekend. At first she'd phrase it like a question, but whenever I said no because of school or just needing time to catch up on life, she'd get all passive-aggressive about it. Lots of heavy sighs and comments like, "Must be nice to have so much freedom," or, "I guess some of us don't have the luxury of saying no to family." It was exhausting. Then came the incident that made everything blow up. It was a Friday night, and I had just gotten home from class around 9 p.m. I was dead tired and had a major project due Monday that I desperately needed the weekend to work on. My phone rang, and it was Maya asking if I could watch the kids tomorrow because she wanted to go to a spa day with friends. I told her no, explained about my project, and suggested she ask our parents or find a babysitter. She got really quiet, said fine in this clipped voice, and hung up. I honestly thought that was the end of it. Saturday morning rolls around and I'm sitting in my pajamas with coffee, finally about to start my project. There's a knock on my door at 8 a.m. I open it, and there's Maya standing there with both kids and their overnight bags. She literally started handing me the bags while Ethan and Lily ran right past me into my apartment like this was all planned. I just stood there in shock. I asked her what she was doing and reminded her I'd said no. She told me her spa appointment was at 9 and she'd already paid for it. Plus, she was meeting friends after for lunch and shopping. She'd be back tomorrow afternoon. I told her she couldn't just drop them off after I explicitly said I couldn't watch them. She said the kids were already here. What was she supposed to do? And that I'm their aunt. Then she actually said she'd see me tomorrow and walked away. Just got in her car and left while I was still standing in my doorway. I called her probably 5 times. She texted back something about how they'd already eaten breakfast and Lily needs a nap around 1. Then she stopped responding completely. I was furious, but what could I do at that point? The kids were already in my apartment. I spent the entire weekend basically unable to work on my project. Ethan kept wanting to play games and watch TV, and Lily had a complete meltdown because she missed her mom. I maybe got 3 hours of actual work done the whole weekend. I ended up pulling an all-nighter Sunday into Monday to finish the project, and it definitely wasn't my best work. I was so angry I could barely see straight. Maya finally showed up Sunday at 4 p.m., which was 4 hours later than she'd said. She looked all refreshed and happy, barely apologized, just thanked me for being a lifesaver, and started packing up the kids' stuff. I told her we needed to talk. I explained that what she did was completely unacceptable, and I couldn't keep doing this. She actually rolled her eyes and said it was one weekend and I was being dramatic. That's when I completely lost it. I told her it wasn't just one weekend, it was the constant asking, the guilt trips, and now ambushing me like this. I said I have my own life and can't be her free childcare every weekend. She needed to figure out other arrangements because I was done being taken advantage of. Maya's face went bright red and she raised her voice, asking if I was seriously saying I was done. She said they're my family and I need to step up and help her. I said I do help when I can, but I'm not her built-in babysitter. She started yelling that I was being selfish, that she's drowning as a single mom and needs support. I told her support doesn't mean sacrificing every weekend of my life. The kids were right there watching us argue, so I said we should talk about this later. She grabbed their stuff, told the kids to get in the car, and left. I thought maybe that would be the end of it, and we'd cool off. I had no idea it was just the beginning of everything falling apart. The next day my mom called. She'd already heard what happened from Maya, and of course Maya's version was completely twisted. According to her, she'd asked nicely for one small favor, and I refused to help my own niece and nephew and basically kicked them out. My mom said she was disappointed in me and that family helps family. I tried explaining what actually happened, but she cut me off saying my sister is struggling and I have way more free time than she does. She asked if it was really that hard to spend time with my niece and nephew. I told her it wasn't about spending time with them. It was about Maya treating me like free labor without any respect for my time or even asking permission. My mom hit me with the whole, "It takes a village to raise children" speech and said I should be grateful I have the freedom to help. Grateful. Like I should be thanking Maya for the opportunity to give up my entire weekend with 0 notice. My dad called that evening with basically the same lecture. He added that when I have kids someday, I'll understand and wish I had family willing to help like Maya does. I pointed out that if I have kids, they'll be my responsibility, not everyone else's. He said that was a really cold way to look at family, and it disappointed him to hear me talk like that. Over the next few weeks, it just kept getting worse. Maya started this group text with our parents talking about her childcare crisis and how she might have to quit her job because she has no family support. My mom would send me screenshots of texts from the kids saying they missed me. Maya posted vague stuff on Facebook about learning who really shows up when you need them. The whole passive-aggressive campaign was in full swing. The pressure was absolutely insane. Every single family gathering became about this issue. My mom would make comments like, "Maya looks so tired, doesn't she?" Or, "The kids are growing up so fast, shame you're missing so much time with them." At my cousin's birthday party, my aunt actually asked me why I wasn't helping Maya more, like it was already common knowledge that I was the bad guy in all this. I finally decided to try compromising, even though I was already beyond frustrated. I called a family meeting at my parents' house because I figured we needed to hash this out properly. I said I understood Maya needed help and I wanted to support her. But what was happening wasn't sustainable for me. I proposed a clear schedule where I'd commit to watching the kids one Saturday per month, planned in advance. On those days, I'd completely clear my schedule and be fully available. But that was my absolute limit. Maya immediately shut it down. She said one day a month was unacceptable and asked what she was supposed to do the other 3 weekends. I told her she needed to find other solutions. Hire a babysitter, join a child care co-op, ask our parents more often, trade off with other single-parent friends. There are options out there if she actually looked for them. She looked at our parents with this, "Can you believe this?" expression. My mom said one day a month seemed a bit minimal, and that I'm right there in the city with free weekends while Maya is working full-time with 2 children to care for alone. I reminded them that I'm also working full-time and in school. My dad said school is a choice, but Maya doesn't have a choice about being a mother. That comment really hit me hard. Like everything I was working toward was just some hobby compared to Maya's responsibilities. I said my life and my goals matter too. Maya actually scoffed and asked what's more important, my social life or my niece and nephew. I told her it wasn't about my social life at all. It was about my education, my career, and my basic right to have some time to myself. We just kept going in circles. They kept saying I was being selfish and abandoning family. I kept saying I had boundaries and couldn't be expected to parent someone else's children every weekend. My mom brought up how we were raised to help each other and how disappointed she was. My dad said I'd regret this when I was older and realized what really mattered in life. Finally, I said if they couldn't respect my boundaries, then I was done with the conversation. I grabbed my coat and left while my mom was still talking. I could hear Maya saying something as I walked out, but I didn't stop. I sat in my car for like 10 minutes just trying to calm down before I could drive home. The whole drive back, I kept replaying the meeting in my head. I couldn't believe my own parents were treating me like this, like my entire life should revolve around being available for Maya whenever she decided she needed a break. And the worst part was knowing this wasn't going to end here. They weren't going to suddenly see my side of things. If anything, I'd just made everything worse. After that meeting, things got even more tense somehow. Maya stopped speaking to me completely except for the occasional guilt trip text. One message said Ethan had asked why Aunt Rachel doesn't love them anymore and what was she supposed to tell him. Another one said she hoped I was enjoying my freedom while she was over there doing everything alone. Each text was designed to make me feel like garbage. I didn't respond to most of them, but that comment about Ethan really got under my skin. I texted back that using her kids to manipulate me wasn't okay. I said I loved them, but love doesn't mean being her free childcare provider every weekend. She replied with, "Whatever helps you sleep at night." That was the last direct communication we had. My parents kept up their campaign of disapproval too. Every time I saw them, there were little comments. My mom started forgetting to invite me to things, then acting all surprised when I'd find out later from someone else. My dad gave me the cold shoulder treatment. The family group texts would go completely silent whenever I tried to contribute anything. It was like I'd been partially excommunicated. The thing is, I stuck to my boundaries. I actually did offer to take the kids for that one Saturday a month like I'd proposed, but Maya never took me up on it. I think she wanted to prove a point, or maybe she was hoping I'd eventually crack under all the pressure and go back to being available whenever she snapped her fingers. A few weeks ago, I ran into one of Maya's friends at the grocery store. She gave me this look and said Maya's really struggling and those kids need their family. I was so exhausted from defending myself constantly that I just said, "I'm sure they do," and walked away. But it bothered me for days afterward. The judgment was everywhere. I actually started seeing a therapist to deal with all this because the guilt was eating me alive. My therapist says I'm doing the right thing by maintaining boundaries and that my family is being manipulative. She pointed out that nobody is demanding our parents give up every single weekend, only me. She also asked why Maya's ex isn't being held to any standard. He pays child support but only sees the kids maybe once a month. But somehow I'm the villain for not being available all the time. Last week, Maya sent me this long email. It was basically a list of everything I'm failing at as an aunt and family member. She said the kids are going to grow up thinking I didn't love them, and that I chose my career ambitions over them. She said, I'm setting a terrible example by being so self-centered, and that she hopes I never have kids, because I clearly don't understand what family sacrifice means. That one really stung. I haven't responded to the email yet. Part of me wants to write out this detailed reply explaining everything wrong with what she said. Part of me just wants to block her and move on with my life. Mostly I'm just exhausted and sad that it even came to this point. My friends all say I'm right and my family is being completely unreasonable. But they're not the ones who have to sit at Thanksgiving dinner with everyone shooting dirty looks at me. They're not the ones seeing pictures of their niece and nephew on Facebook and wondering if the kids actually do think I abandoned them. I finished my MBA last month. I also got the promotion at work that I'd been working toward for 2 years. These are things I genuinely couldn't have achieved if I'd been babysitting every single weekend. But my family didn't congratulate me on either accomplishment. My mom's response to my promotion was, "That's nice, honey." And then she said, Maya had to turn down a promotion because she doesn't have reliable childcare. Just another way to make me feel guilty. So here I am months later, still dealing with the fallout. My relationship with my sister is basically destroyed. My parents are disappointed in me. I'm apparently the family villain. But I have my degree and my promotion and my sanity, which I don't think I'd have if I'd caved to their demands. After I stood firm on my boundaries, my sister tried to guilt me even further by saying her kids would grow up thinking I didn't love them. I told her love doesn't mean being her free childcare provider. She hasn't spoken to me since. Family holidays are coming up, and I honestly don't know if I should even go. My mom called yesterday asking if I'd reconsidered my position before Thanksgiving because she doesn't want tension at dinner. I said my position hasn't changed. She sighed and told me she raised me better than this. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with that. Drama ignited at my cousin's wedding. When I refused to give up my seat for his new stepmother, I, 31M, have always been incredibly close with my cousin Jake, 29M. We basically grew up together, same street, same schools, more like brothers than cousins. We were at each other's houses constantly, spent every holiday together, and when life got tough, we were the first ones the other called. So when he got engaged last year, I wasn't surprised when he asked me to be involved in the wedding planning. About 3 months before the wedding, Jake called me specifically about seating arrangements. His wedding was going to be small and intimate, maybe 60 people total, in this tiny church his fiancé's family had been going to for generations. The front pews were reserved strictly for immediate family because there just wasn't much space. He told me he wanted me in the front row on his side. He said I was like a brother to him and it wouldn't feel right if I wasn't up there. I was honestly honored. I told him of course I'd be there. Now here's where it gets complicated. Jake's dad remarried about a year before all this to a woman named Linda. She's in her 50s, came into the family pretty suddenly, and from what I'd seen at a couple family gatherings, she was really trying hard to establish herself as the matriarch. I didn't know her well. We'd maybe had 3 or 4 conversations total. But she gave off this energy like she was constantly trying to prove she belonged. Jake had mentioned to me a few times that wedding planning had been stressful, partly because Linda kept inserting herself into decisions that weren't hers to make. The day of the wedding finally came. I got there early, helped carry some stuff in, greeted relatives I hadn't seen in a while. I was wearing my best suit, feeling good, excited for Jake. The church was beautiful in that simple way old churches are. I found my seat in the front pew on the left side, groom's side. It was me, Jake's sister, Linda, and Jake's dad in that row. Everything seemed fine. About 15 minutes before the ceremony was supposed to start, guests were still filing in and finding their seats. I was sitting there checking my phone when Linda walked up to me. She was wearing this really elaborate dress, hair done up, clearly had put a lot of effort into her appearance. She leaned in close and told me I needed to move because she needed to sit next to her husband. I looked up at her, genuinely confused for a second. I told her I was sitting where Jake asked me to sit, and that there was a seat on the other side of her husband if she wanted to be next to him. She wasn't having it. Her voice got louder and she said she was his stepmother, that she was more important than a cousin, and that this was family seating. I could feel people starting to turn and look at us. I kept my voice calm and just repeated that Jake specifically asked me to sit here months ago. I wasn't trying to be difficult. I was just doing what the groom wanted, but Linda's face was getting red and her voice kept rising. She asked if I was seriously going to disrespect her like this at her stepson's wedding. Jake's dad tried to whisper something to her, but she waved him off. She said it was ridiculous and that I needed to move right now. I noticed the bride's mother sitting across the aisle was fully watching this unfold, whispering to the people next to her. My face felt hot. This was exactly the kind of scene nobody wants at a wedding. And I was stuck right in the middle of it. I stood my ground, though. I told Linda I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but Jake asked me to sit here, and if she wanted a different arrangement, she should talk to him. That set her off even more. She said we were not going to bother the groom right now, and that I clearly didn't understand family hierarchy. Jake's sister, who was sitting right there, quietly tried to tell Linda to just leave it alone. Linda snapped at her too. An usher noticed the commotion and came over asking if everything was okay. Linda practically announced to half the church that no, everything was not okay, because I was sitting in family seating when I should be in the back. More heads turned. I felt completely trapped. If I moved, I'd be going against what Jake explicitly asked me to do. If I stayed, this was going to get worse. Linda crossed her arms and said she was giving me one more chance to do the right thing. I took a breath and told her I was doing the right thing, that Jake wanted me here. Her face went completely red, and then she just lost it. She raised her voice so loud that I swear everyone in that church heard her say that she'd remember this, that I'd humiliated her in front of everyone. Then she turned and stormed off down the aisle, her heels clicking on the floor, heading backstage where Jake was getting ready. Jake's dad looked absolutely mortified. He leaned over and quietly apologized to me, said Linda had been like this all week. I just nodded, didn't really know what to say. The whole church felt like it was holding its breath. People were definitely staring at me now, whispering to each other. I could see the bride's family having full conversations about what just happened. I sat there wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life. Those 10 minutes waiting for the ceremony to start were brutal. I kept my eyes forward, tried to look calm, but inside I was spiraling. Should I have just moved? Was this going to ruin Jake's entire wedding day? What if he was backstage right now, furious at me for causing drama? I pulled out my phone just to have something to do with my hands, but I couldn't even focus on the screen. Every time someone walked past our row, I felt their eyes on me. Then Linda came back. I heard her heels before I saw her. She walked down the aisle with her chin up, face still flushed, and sat down on the complete opposite end of the pew from me. As far away as she could physically get while still being in the same row. She didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge anyone really, just sat down rigid and angry. The fact that she came back without Jake told me everything I needed to know. He hadn't backed her up, but she was absolutely seething. The ceremony started a few minutes later. The music played, everyone stood, the bride came down the aisle looking beautiful. It should have been this perfect moment, but I couldn't stop noticing Linda's body language. She had her arms crossed through the entire ceremony. Didn't smile once. When everyone else laughed at something the officiant said, she just sat there stone-faced. During the vows, when people were tearing up, she looked like she was at a funeral she didn't want to attend. I caught Jake glancing at the front row a few times during the ceremony. He looked nervous, stressed in a way grooms shouldn't look on their wedding day. I felt awful. This was supposed to be about him and his bride, and instead, there was this weird tension radiating from our entire row. Every time I shifted in my seat, I worried people would think I was uncomfortable or feeling guilty. The ceremony wrapped up and everyone started filtering out to head to the reception. Linda was one of the first people out of that church. She didn't congratulate Jake, didn't take photos with the family, just left. I hung back, genuinely unsure if I should even go to the reception at this point. But Jake's sister found me and said I should definitely come, that it would be worse if I didn't show up. At the reception, Linda made sure to avoid me completely. Anytime I was in one area, she'd be in another. But I started getting approached by relatives pretty quickly. My Aunt Carol came up to me during cocktail hour and said I should have just moved, that I'd made such a scene. She said sometimes you have to be the bigger person and keep the peace, especially at weddings. I didn't really know how to respond to that, so I just said I understood her perspective. Then my Uncle Mike found me and said the complete opposite. He said what Linda did was ridiculous and he was glad I stood my ground. He told me Linda had been causing problems all week, apparently, trying to insert herself into everything. A couple other cousins said similar things. The family was clearly split on this. Jake's sister pulled me aside at one point near the bar. She thanked me for not caving to Linda. She said I had no idea how bad it had been leading up to the wedding. Linda had tried to change the flowers, wanted different music, complained about the catering choices, tried to add people to the guest list. She'd been making Jake stressed out of his mind all week. My sister-in-law said that me standing firm was apparently one of the only times someone had actually said no to Linda's demands. But Linda was working the room with her own version of events. I'd see her talking to clusters of older relatives, and I could tell by their reactions and the looks they'd give me that she was painting herself as the victim. She was telling people she'd been humiliated, that her own stepson's cousin had refused to show her basic respect. Some of those relatives clearly believed her and were giving me cold looks. Jake was busy the whole reception doing groom things, photos, greeting guests, the first dance, cutting the cake. I didn't get a chance to talk to him at all. Part of me was relieved because I didn't know what I'd even say. Part of me desperately wanted to explain myself and make sure he wasn't mad. I left the reception earlier than I normally would have, feeling exhausted and honestly pretty upset about the whole thing. I got home that night and just collapsed on my couch, still in my suit. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering if I'd completely screwed up. My phone had been buzzing all evening with texts from various family members, some supportive, some definitely not. I was almost afraid to look at them all. Then around 11 that night, I got a text from Jake. My heart basically stopped when I saw his name pop up. He said he'd heard about what happened before the ceremony, that Linda had come to find him backstage having a complete meltdown. But then he thanked me for not budging. I had to read that twice to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding. I texted back saying I didn't want to cause drama on his wedding day. His response made me feel so much better. He said I didn't cause it. Linda did. He told me she'd been trying to override every single decision they'd made all week. She'd tried to change the seating chart last minute, wanted different flowers than what they'd already paid for. Complained about the menu. He said my refusal to move was literally the only thing that kept her from thinking she could just take over the entire ceremony. He ended the message saying he meant what he said about me being like a brother, and that seat was mine. I actually felt like I could breathe again after reading that, but the relief didn't last long. The family group chat started blowing up over the next few days. Some relatives were saying I'd been disrespectful and that family harmony was more important than a seat. Others were defending me and saying Linda was out of line for making a scene at a wedding. My mom called me and said she understood why I did what I did, but that I should maybe apologize anyway just to smooth things over. I told her Jake had thanked me, and she went quiet for a second, then said, "That was good, but family politics were complicated." Jake's dad sent me this really awkward text a couple days later apologizing for Linda's behavior. He said she was still upset and felt humiliated, but that he understood I was just honoring Jake's wishes. The text felt like he was trying to be neutral and not take sides, which I get, but it also felt like he wasn't actually standing up to her about it. Linda herself hasn't spoken to me since the wedding. I saw she unfriended me on Facebook, which honestly was kind of funny in a sad way. My aunt told me Linda had been talking about the incident to anyone who would listen, saying I'd deliberately tried to embarrass her and that I was disrespectful to my elders. The family was clearly divided into camps now. Team Linda and Team me, basically. The weird thing is, I keep going back and forth about whether I did the right thing. Jake thanked me and told me I helped him set a boundary with Linda, which feels good. But I also caused a massive scene at his wedding that people are still talking about weeks later. Half the family thinks I'm in the wrong. The next family gathering is going to be incredibly awkward. I talked to a friend about it who's not involved in my family drama at all, and she said I was in the right because I was following the groom's explicit instructions. But she also said I should probably prepare myself for Linda to hold this grudge for a long time. She said people like that don't forget when someone stands up to them. So here I am, weeks later, still thinking about it. Jake and his wife are on their honeymoon now and seem happy based on the photos they're posting, but I know when they get back and normal family life resumes, this is all going to come up again. Thanksgiving is in a couple months and I'm already dreading it. Do I go and face Linda? Do I skip it and look like I'm avoiding the situation? Jake told me absolutely not to apologize because that's exactly what Linda wants. That it would just teach her she can bully people into getting her way. But I also know his dad is stuck in the middle of this, and it's probably making things hard for him. Part of me wonders if it would just be easier to send Linda a quick apology text and move on with my life, even if I don't really think I did anything wrong. So that's where things stand right now. I did what the groom asked me to do. He thanked me for it. But I've somehow ended up as the villain in half my family's eyes. I guess I'm still trying to figure out if keeping that seat was worth all of this mess. Everything boiled over when I told my parents I would not fund my brother's lifestyle anymore. I'm 33F and I work a stable corporate job in finance. My younger brother Jake is 26 and has never been able to hold down a job for more than a few weeks. Our parents have spent the last 4 or 5 years convincing me that it's my responsibility to help him out because I'm the responsible one, and family takes care of family. It started small about 5 years ago. Mom asked if I could cover his phone bill for a month because he was between jobs. Then it was groceries. Then it became his car payment because he needed reliable transportation to find work. Then it was his rent because he couldn't let him get evicted. Then insurance. Then his credit card bills because his credit was getting ruined. Every single time, my parents framed it like a temporary thing, like Jake was just going through a rough patch and would get back on his feet soon. He never did. The pattern was always the same. He'd get a job, complain about something within the first week, then quit after 2 or 3 weeks. The manager had an attitude. His co-workers were cliquey. The work was beneath him. He had anxiety about the commute. There was always an excuse, and my parents always accepted it and turned to me with their hands out. I watched my savings account drain while Jake posted photos of himself at bars with friends and showed off his new gaming setup. A few months ago, he bought $300 sneakers while I was literally paying his rent that same week. He never said thank you. He acted like I owed it to him, like my success was somehow his birthright too. Every time I hesitated to hand over money, my parents hit me with the guilt trips. I had more than enough. What would Jesus do? Remember when we raised you? Family doesn't turn their back on family. Dad would give me these disappointed looks, and Mom would get teary-eyed and say she never thought she'd raised a selfish daughter. The thing is, they conveniently forgot that when I was struggling through college, they didn't help me at all. I had student loans. I worked 2 jobs. When I had a medical emergency 2 years ago and the bill was $3,000 after insurance, I asked if they could loan me anything, and they said they were tight on money. But somehow, there's always been money to enable Jake. Last Tuesday, we had dinner at their house. Just a regular family dinner, nothing special. Mom made pot roast. We were sitting around the table and the conversation was normal until Mom just casually dropped a bomb. She said Jake was going to Miami next month with his friends and they figured I could cover the flight and hotel since I just got my annual bonus at work. I just stared at her. Jake didn't even look up from his phone. He just smirked and said, "Thanks, sis." He really needed this break. Like it was already decided. Like my money was community property. I asked if anyone thought to ask me first. Dad actually waved his hand like I was being ridiculous and said it was only $1,200 and I make that in a week. Like that mattered. Like the amount was the issue and not the principle of the whole thing. Something inside me just snapped. All those years of being treated like a wallet instead of a person just hit me at once. I thought about my own vacation plans that I'd canceled last year because I had to cover Jake's car payment when he totaled his previous car. I thought about my dream of buying a house that kept getting pushed back because my savings kept disappearing. I thought about how I'd been working 60-hour weeks while Jake slept until noon and played video games. I put my fork down. My face felt hot. My hands were shaking, but I wasn't going to back down this time. I looked at all three of them and said I wasn't paying for the vacation. Actually, I wasn't paying for anything anymore. Period. The silence that followed was deafening. Jake finally looked up from his phone with his mouth hanging open. Mom's face went pale and she put her hand on her chest like I'd physically hurt her. Dad just stared at me with this expression I'd never seen before, somewhere between shock and rage. Jake recovered first and asked if I was serious right now. His voice had this entitled whine to it that made my blood boil even more. Mom started with the whole, "How can you say that routine?" And Dad said they raised me better than this and that this wasn't how family works. I stayed firm. I told them I was done, and I meant it. That's when I pulled out my phone and showed them the spreadsheet I'd been keeping for the past year. Every payment, every expense, every time they'd guilted me into opening my wallet. In the last 4 years alone, I'd given over $45,000 to support Jake's lifestyle. You should have seen their faces. Mom actually tried to argue that I must have calculated wrong. Dad said I was being dramatic by tracking it like that, as if keeping a record of where my money went was somehow offensive. Jake went into full defense mode. He said he was going through a tough time and I knew that. Then he pivoted to calling me a corporate sellout, like having a stable job was something to be ashamed of. When that didn't work, he brought up his anxiety and depression and said he couldn't just work anywhere, that some of us weren't built for the grind like I was. I reminded him that he'd never actually sought treatment or medication for any of that. He just used it as an excuse whenever someone expected him to be a functional adult. That's when he went for the kill shot. He asked if I wanted him to be homeless, if that's what would make me happy. His voice got all shaky like he was about to cry, and Mom immediately jumped in to comfort him. Mom started crying for real then. She said they never asked me for anything when I was struggling in college. I almost laughed. I had to bite my tongue to keep from reminding her about those student loans I'm still paying off and the 2 jobs I worked while Jake got to live at home rent-free through his early 20s. When I had that medical emergency and asked them for help, they said they were tight on money. But apparently there's always been enough money to subsidize Jake's Peter Pan existence. Dad shifted tactics. He said, if I went through with this, I'd be destroying the family, that there were some things more important than money, and clearly I'd forgotten that. Mom brought up my grandmother. Said she'd be so disappointed in me if she were alive to see this. That one actually stung because my grandmother was a saint, and weaponizing her memory felt like a new low. But I didn't back down. I told them I loved them, and I loved Jake. But I wasn't doing this anymore. It wasn't helping him. It was enabling him. He was 26 years old, and had never had to face a single real consequence in his life, because they kept cushioning every fall and making me pay for the cushions. Jake stood up so fast his chair scraped against the floor. He called me a selfish bitch and said he always knew I looked down on him. Then he stormed out and slammed the front door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. Mom wouldn't even look at me. She just kept crying into her napkin. Dad told me I should leave. His voice was cold in a way I'd never heard before. He said I'd made my choice and now I had to live with it. I grabbed my purse and left. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get my keys in the ignition. I sat in their driveway for a full 5 minutes trying to calm down enough to drive. The whole drive home I went back and forth between feeling relieved and feeling like the worst person on earth. Part of me felt lighter than I had in years. The other part kept hearing Mom's crying and Jake's accusation that I wanted to see him homeless and Dad's cold voice telling me to leave. That night, Mom sent a group text that said she hoped I could sleep knowing what I'd done to the family. Jake blocked me on everything. Dad sent this long text about responsibility and being blessed and how those who have more owe it to those who have less. I barely slept. I kept thinking maybe I should have done it differently, more gently somehow. But then, I'd remember Jake's smirk when he thanked me for a vacation I never agreed to pay for, and I'd get angry all over again. The next morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls from my mom and a voicemail I haven't listened to yet. I just couldn't deal with it. I turned off my phone for most of the day and tried to process everything. By the evening, my cousin Amy texted me. She said about damn time someone said something and that the whole family had been watching this dynamic for years. I didn't even know other people had noticed. She told me that she and a few other cousins had been talking about it at the last family reunion, how Jake was a mooch and how my parents kept squeezing me dry. Then my cousin Marcus called me a few days later. He said good for me and that Jake had been a freeloader forever. He admitted that my parents had tried to pressure him into helping Jake out a few times too, smaller amounts like a couple hundred here and there, but he'd always said no. He felt guilty about that because he knew it meant more pressure on me, but he also knew that giving Jake money was like throwing it into a black hole. Amy told me not everyone in the family agreed with what I did. Some of them thought I was harsh. Apparently, my parents had been calling around telling their version of events where I cruelly abandoned my struggling brother over a small vacation expense. But she said the cousins who actually paid attention knew better. It's been 2 weeks now. My parents are still giving me the silent treatment except for the occasional guilt trip text from Mom. Jake has been active on social media, though. He's posting all these vague things about fake family and people showing their true colors. One post said money really does reveal who people are. He shared some meme about siblings who forget where they came from. It's honestly kind of pathetic watching a grown man subtweeting his own sister. My friend from work told me my family is gaslighting me and that I did the right thing. Logically, I know she's correct, but there's still this nagging voice in my head that says, maybe I should have been gentler about it. Maybe I shouldn't have done it at a family dinner. Maybe I'm the villain here. But then I looked at my bank account and my budget without Jake's expenses and realized I have an extra $800 to $1,000 every month now. I can actually start saving for that house I wanted. I can build my emergency fund back up. I can live my own life. That realization felt incredible and awful at the same time because I've been conditioned my whole life to think that putting myself first makes me selfish. Last week, Mom texted me out of the blue saying Jake might lose his apartment next month, and she hoped I was happy. I didn't respond. I've learned that engaging just opens the door for more guilt trips. Then yesterday, I got an invitation to Easter dinner next month. Just a casual text in the family group chat like nothing happened. No apology, no acknowledgement, just an expectation that I'll show up and pretend everything is fine. I have no idea if I should go. Part of me wants to maintain the boundary I set. Part of me misses my family. Even though they've been treating me like an ATM, Jake is still blocking me everywhere. I tried to check his social media from a friend's account, and his latest post is some quote about blood being thicker than water. He got the quote wrong, though. The full saying is actually the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, which means the opposite of what he thinks it means. Somehow that feels fitting. Dad sent me a text this morning that just said we need to talk about your attitude. Not let's talk about what happened or I'm sorry for how things went down. Just a demand that I fix my attitude like I'm a teenager who broke curfew. I feel lighter than I have in years, but I also feel like I might have permanently damaged my relationship with my family. My parents might never forgive me for this. Jake definitely won't. Every time a holiday comes up, I'm going to have to decide if I want to subject myself to their disappointment and judgment. The thing is, I don't actually regret what I said. I regret that it had to come to that point at all. I regret that my family made me choose between my own financial stability and their approval. But I don't regret finally standing up for myself. So Reddit, was I wrong for refusing to fund my brother's lifestyle any longer, even though my parents insist it's my duty as the successful sibling? Am I really destroying the family? Or was I right to finally set boundaries? Arguments erupted. After I refused to hand over my inheritance to my parents for their retirement dream, I, 28M, am dealing with what might be the biggest family conflict of my life, and I honestly don't know if I'm in the wrong here. It involves my parents, my 2 siblings, my brother who's 26, and my sister who's 24, and an inheritance from my grandmother that's torn our family apart. My grandma passed away 6 months ago. It was hard on all of us, but especially me since we were really close. She practically helped raise me when my parents were working long hours. When her will was read, I found out she left me a sizable inheritance. I'm talking enough to cover grad school and put a down payment on a house. The thing is, she specifically wrote in the will that the money was for my education and future housing. That detail is important. My parents were upset immediately. I could see it on their faces during the reading. They didn't say anything right then, but the car ride home was silent and awkward. In the months that followed, I kept noticing these little comments. My mom would say things like, "Must be nice to have all that money," when I mentioned anything about my life. My dad would make jokes about how grandma always had her favorites. It stung. But I figured they just needed time to process their grief and they'd eventually move on. They didn't move on. About 2 weeks ago, my mom called and asked me to come over for a family dinner. She said they wanted to discuss the future and that my brother and sister would be there too. I felt uneasy about it, but I thought maybe this was them trying to mend things. Maybe they wanted to apologize for the weird tension. I agreed to come. When I showed up last week, both my siblings were already there, which should have been my first red flag. My parents almost never get all three of us together at once anymore. Everyone was acting cheerful, though, weirdly cheerful. My mom kept smiling and asking about my job. My dad was cracking jokes. It felt off, but I tried to just go with it. Dinner itself was normal. We talked about work and the weather and some show my sister was watching. My brother mentioned something about his lease being up soon. Regular stuff. I started to relax a little, thinking maybe I'd been paranoid about the whole thing. Then we finished eating, and my dad pulled out his laptop. He set it on the table and turned it toward me. There were real estate listings pulled up, beach properties. He started talking about how he and my mom had been dreaming about retiring somewhere by the ocean for years. My mom joined in, showing me photos of this one specific property. 3 bedrooms, wraparound deck, ocean view. They went on and on about morning walks on the beach and how peaceful it would be. I was nodding along, trying to be supportive, when my dad said they'd crunched the numbers. They were short about $200,000 to make it work. That's when my mom looked right at me and said that with my inheritance, we could finally make this dream happen. She said we, like it was already decided, like I'd already agreed. My brother immediately jumped in talking about how it would be a family vacation home, how we could all use it. My sister was nodding but not really saying anything. My dad pulled up a calendar showing how we could divide up the weeks each year. I just sat there in shock. They'd planned this whole thing out without even asking me first. They'd found the property, done the math, figured out the logistics, and just assumed I'd hand over my grandmother's money, the money she specifically left to me for my future. My mom kept talking about how this was a family investment, how it would benefit everyone. My dad mentioned something about building memories together. My brother was already talking about bringing his girlfriend down for weekends. That's when I said the 2 words that would blow up my entire family. Absolutely not. The table went completely silent. My mom's smile dropped. My dad just stared at me. My brother's face started turning red. Even my sister looked shocked, like she couldn't believe I'd actually said no. The silence lasted maybe 5 seconds, but it felt like an hour. Then my dad asked me to repeat what I just said, like he hadn't heard me correctly. I told him I wasn't giving them my inheritance for a beach house. That's when everything exploded. My mom's face just crumpled. She asked me if I was serious right now, after everything they'd done for me. My dad's face was turning red, and he started listing things. How they raised me, fed me, clothed me, paid for my sports and activities growing up. He brought up driving me to college orientations and helping me move into my first apartment. My mom jumped in about how they sacrificed vacations and new cars so we kids could have better opportunities. I tried to explain that I understood all that, but Grandma left the money specifically to me for my education and housing. Those were her exact wishes in the will. My dad cut me off and said Grandma would have wanted the whole family to be happy. that she wouldn't want them struggling and working into their 70s when there was money right there that could help. That's when my brother lost it. He called me selfish and asked if I was really going to sit on all that cash while our parents kept working. He said I was being ridiculous and that family helps family. My sister tried to calm things down at first, suggesting maybe I could contribute part of it, but my mom shut that down. She said they needed the full amount to make the property work, that there was no point in halfway funding a dream. I was sitting there with all four of them staring at me, and I felt like I was being attacked from every angle. They kept using the same phrases over and over. Family comes first. After everything we've done, you owe us this. My mom started crying, saying she was so disappointed in the person I'd become, that she didn't raise me to be this selfish. I tried to keep my voice steady and explained that this wasn't about not loving them or not appreciating what they'd done. I told them I had plans for that money. I wanted to go back to school and get my master's degree. I needed a down payment for a house of my own. This was my future we were talking about. If Grandma had wanted them to have the money, she would have left it to them directly. My dad slammed his hand on the table and asked if money was really more important than my own parents. My brother called me ungrateful. My sister said I was choosing money over family, and her voice was shaking when she said it. I could tell she felt torn, but she still said it. That's when my own anger started building. I told them they were trying to guilt me into giving up my entire future for a vacation property they didn't even need. I pointed out that they weren't struggling financially. They both still work. They own their house. They have savings. This wasn't about survival or necessity. This was about wanting something extra and expecting me to fund it. My mom said that wasn't fair, that they'd worked hard their whole lives and deserved to enjoy their retirement. My dad added that most kids would be happy to help their parents live comfortably. My brother called me a spoiled brat who didn't understand the value of family. I stood up at that point because I was shaking and didn't want to lose control completely. I told them that Grandma trusted me with this money and I wasn't going to betray that trust, that she made her wishes clear for a reason. My dad stood up too and told me that if that was how I felt, I could leave, just like that. My mom wouldn't even look at me anymore. She was crying into her hands while my sister tried to comfort her. My brother was still yelling at me as I grabbed my jacket. He called me selfish again, said I was a terrible son and a worse brother, said Grandma would be ashamed of me if she could see me now. That one hurt more than I want to admit. I left without saying anything else. I could hear my brother shouting something after me as I walked out the door, but I couldn't make out the words over the ringing in my ears. The drive home was a blur. My hands were shaking so badly I had to pull over twice. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I'd handled it wrong. Thinking about all the things my parents really had done for me growing up, wondering if maybe I was being selfish. But then I'd remember their faces when they showed me that property, how they'd planned everything without even asking me first, and the anger would come back. The next morning, I woke up to a text from my sister. She'd sent it at 2 a.m. All it said was that I'd ruined Mom and Dad's dream and she hoped I was happy. I stared at that message for a solid 10 minutes before my brother's text came through. His was longer. A whole paragraph about family loyalty and how disappointed Grandma would actually be in me for turning my back on the people who raised me. He said I'd shown my true colors. My parents didn't contact me at all. Radio silence. I tried calling my mom that afternoon and she didn't pick up. Tried my dad the next day and got sent straight to voicemail. The silent treatment was somehow worse than the yelling had been. I spent the next few days in this weird fog. I'd go to work and try to focus, but I kept getting distracted thinking about the whole situation. My coworker asked if I was okay and I ended up telling her everything. She looked at me like I was crazy for even feeling guilty. She said her aunt had tried something similar with her cousin's inheritance and it destroyed their family for years. She told me not to give in. My best friend said basically the same thing when I called him. He was shocked that my parents would even ask for someone else's inheritance, let alone expect the entire amount. He kept saying it was manipulative and that I'd made the right call. But Hearing other people validate my decision didn't make the guilt go away completely. About a week after the dinner, I decided to pull out Grandma's will again. I needed to make absolutely sure I was remembering her wishes correctly. That's when I found something I'd completely missed before. There was a handwritten note attached to the relevant section in Grandma's shaky handwriting. She'd written that the money was specifically for me to build stability and security in my life, that she knew I'd use it wisely for my education and a home of my own. Then she added a line that made my chest tight. I've provided for others in different ways. This is specifically for him. I must have read that note 20 times. Grandma had known exactly what she was doing. She'd probably anticipated this exact situation, knowing my parents might feel entitled to that money. She'd made her intentions crystal clear, and I'd been right to honor them. It's been 2 weeks now since the dinner. My parents are still giving me the complete silent treatment. My sister texts me occasionally, but the conversations are short and awkward. She seems torn between supporting our parents and understanding my side. My brother has fully committed to being angry at me, though. He's been posting these vague things on social media about fake family members and people who abandon their parents. I know they're about me. The family group chat we've had for years has gone completely dead. Nobody's posted anything since that night. It's eerie seeing it just sit there with no activity when it used to have messages every day. I've started actually looking at graduate programs and browsing real estate listings. Using the money for what Grandma intended feels right, but it also feels lonely. I keep wondering if my relationship with my parents will ever recover from this. My mom still won't answer my calls. My dad blocked my number entirely, or at least that's what it seems like. Some days I wonder if I should have handled it differently. Maybe if I'd offered them something, even just $50,000, it would have been enough to keep the peace. But then, I remember that they wanted all of it, and they'd already decided I owed them before I even showed up that night. And I come back to the same conclusion. This money wasn't mine to give away. Grandma trusted me with it for specific reasons. My sister sent me another text yesterday saying Mom's been really depressed and that maybe I should reconsider. I didn't respond. I don't know what to say anymore. So that's where I'm at. I refused to fund my parents' retirement beach house with my inheritance, and now I'm the family villain. They're not speaking to me, my brother hates me, and my sister's caught in the middle. But I've got Grandma's note telling me this money was meant for my future, and I'm trying to hold on to that. I still don't know if I made the right choice or if I just destroyed my family over money. I guess time will tell. Resentment exploded when I refused to host Thanksgiving after years of doing all the work. I, 36, married with 2 kids, 8 and 11, have been hosting every single family holiday at my house for the past 9 years. And I mean every single one. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, 4th of July, you name it. My husband has been supportive through all of it, but I could tell he was getting exhausted too. My mom is in her 60s and still very much the matriarch of the family. Then there's my older brother Dan, 40, who lives alone in a condo downtown, and my younger sister Amy, 32, who's married with 2 kids of her own. The thing is, hosting isn't just about putting a turkey in the oven. It's 3 days of deep cleaning the entire house because my mom will comment if there's dust on the baseboards. It's shopping for 15+ people, cooking from scratch because store-bought anything gets side eyes from my sister, and setting up the guest rooms because my parents always stay overnight. Everyone else just shows up. Sometimes my sister brings a store-bought pie. My brother brings wine that he drinks himself. That's it. And then they complain. The turkey's too dry, the house is too cold, the kids are being too loud. Last Thanksgiving, my mom criticized my green bean casserole in front of everyone, and Amy spent half the dinner on her phone. My husband does dishes with me until midnight while everyone else is passed out in the living room. I kept doing it because that's just what you do, right? That's what I told myself anyway. Early October, we hosted a family birthday party for my nephew. It was a Sunday, and we spent the entire weekend before cleaning and prepping. After everyone left and we were hauling trash bags to the curb, my husband just stopped and looked at me. He said he couldn't do another Thanksgiving like last year. He reminded me that our daughter cried last Thanksgiving because she wanted to play with her cousins. But I was stuck in the kitchen for 8 straight hours, and she felt like she couldn't leave me alone. That hit me hard. I realized my own kids couldn't even enjoy the holidays in their own house because we were both so stressed and exhausted. So I decided right there that I wasn't doing it this year. Someone else could step up for once. Mid-October, I sent a message in our family group chat. I kept it casual and just said we wouldn't be able to host Thanksgiving this year, and asked who wanted to take it on. The chat went completely silent for like an hour. Then my mom responded asking what I meant. That we always do it at my house. Amy jumped in asking where we were supposed to go. Dan said his place was way too small. That night my mom called. She went straight into guilt trip mode. She kept saying it's tradition and the kids expect it and my grandmother would be so disappointed. I tried to explain that I was exhausted and it was someone else's turn, but she cut me off and asked why I was being so difficult. She said I have the biggest house and I'm the best cook, so it just makes sense. The call ended badly and I felt guilty, but also really angry. Then my sister texted me privately. She said Mom was crying and asked if I was happy, that I was ruining everything. I just stared at that text for a long time. My hands were actually shaking. Part of me wondered if I'd made a huge mistake. But then my daughter walked into the kitchen and asked if we could go to the Thanksgiving parade this year instead of just watching it on TV while I cooked. That's when I knew I couldn't back down. For 9 years, I'd sacrificed every holiday. My kids had sacrificed. My husband had sacrificed. And my family just expected it to continue forever because it was convenient for them. I didn't respond to my sister's text that night. I just turned off my phone and sat with my daughter while she told me all about the parade and how her friend Emma goes every year and it sounds so fun. She had no idea about the fight happening in the background. She just knew that maybe, for once, Thanksgiving could be different. The group chat turned hostile over the next few weeks. Dan suggested we draw straws to see who would host, but then immediately backtracked and said he couldn't do it anyway. His place was too small, he didn't know how to cook a turkey, and he might have plans to go on a trip. Amy said she would, but her in-laws were coming over, and there was no way she could handle both families at once. My mom flat out refused because she was too old for this and she'd done her time. I just watched these excuses pile up and felt vindicated but also more frustrated. Then came the 3-way call. My mom and Amy ambushed me one evening while I was folding laundry. They tag-teamed me about how selfish I was being. Amy said I only have to do this once a year, and some of us work full-time jobs too. I lost it at that point. I told them I work full-time too. I have kids too. And I'm the only one who cleans for 3 days straight before everyone shows up and complains about the temperature of the house. Amy actually had the nerve to say that maybe if I didn't make such a big deal out of it, it wouldn't be so hard. Like the problem was my attitude and not the actual work. That night, my husband found me crying in our bedroom. I didn't even hear him come in. He took my phone right out of my hand and typed a message to the group chat. He introduced himself and said I'd hosted and done all the work for 9 years without complaint. He said I asked for 1 year off, and the fact that nobody was willing to step up showed exactly why I was burned out. He told them to figure it out among themselves. I was mortified, but also secretly relieved someone finally said it. The chat went silent for 2 whole days after that. Then my mom called and delivered the ultimatum. She said if I wouldn't host, they were just canceling Thanksgiving entirely. She hoped I could live with that. I tried to compromise. I offered to bring the turkey and 2 sides. Someone just needed to provide the space. She said it wasn't the same and it wouldn't feel like Thanksgiving. She actually told me I was destroying our family tradition. I pointed out that I wasn't destroying anything. I was just asking someone else to do their part for once. She hung up on me. The next day, Amy sent me a long text message. It was brutal. She said I always needed to be the center of attention and that I was playing the martyr. She said, I never actually cared about family. Then she told me her kids were devastated and asked where Thanksgiving would be every single day. She said she told them to ask their selfish aunt. She called me lazy and said I just didn't want to put in the effort anymore. I screenshotted the whole thing and sent it to my husband because I was too angry to even respond. Dan finally chimed in with some weak comment about everyone calming down, but that was it. No offer to help, no taking sides, just wanting the drama to stop. My mom made it official in the group chat a few days later. She announced there would be no Thanksgiving this year and said she hoped everyone was satisfied. She specifically blamed me by name. Amy took it to Facebook and posted something vague about how some people care more about themselves than keeping family traditions alive. She didn't name me directly, but it was obvious. My phone started blowing up with texts from aunts and cousins asking what happened. Extended family I barely talked to suddenly had opinions about my choices. I turned off my phone after that. I couldn't deal with it anymore. My daughter came into the living room that afternoon and asked if we were still going to have Thanksgiving. She looked worried, like maybe she'd done something wrong. I realized I had no idea what to tell her. I had no idea what we were doing. My family had canceled the entire holiday and made sure everyone knew it was my fault. My sister said she'd never forgive me, and all I'd done was ask someone else to host for once. My husband and I decided we'd just have Thanksgiving at home with the four of us. I told the kids we were doing our own thing this year and it would be fun. I was prepared for disappointment or confusion, but they were actually excited. My son asked if that meant we could eat earlier and watch football. My daughter wanted to know if she could help cook. It caught me completely off guard how okay they were with it. The week before Thanksgiving, I got complete radio silence from my family. I sent one text to the group chat asking if anyone had changed their mind about hosting. Nobody responded. It was like I didn't exist. But honestly, for the first time in years, I wasn't stressed in November. I wasn't making spreadsheets of recipes or cleaning schedules. I wasn't panicking about whether I had enough chairs or if the guest bathroom was presentable. I felt guilty about that, about feeling relieved, but I also couldn't deny it. My husband's family invited us to join their Thanksgiving. His mom called and very sweetly said we were always welcome. I appreciated it, but I declined. I think I needed to prove to myself that I could actually enjoy a quiet holiday at home. A few friends reached out after seeing Amy's vague Facebook post. When I told them the real story, they were shocked. One of them said she couldn't believe I'd done it for 9 years and that she would have quit after 2. That made me feel a little less crazy. Thanksgiving Day was strange. I made a simple meal. Just a store-bought turkey breast, some easy sides, and a pumpkin pie from the bakery down the street. We ate at 2 in the afternoon instead of the usual 5 p.m. marathon. The kids helped set the table and they were actually present, not bored or waiting for cousins to play with. My husband kept saying how nice it was. My daughter asked if we could do it like this every year. I didn't know how to answer that. That evening, though, the guilt crept back in. I scrolled through Facebook and saw all these photos of friends with their big family gatherings. Everyone looked happy. I started wondering if my mom was sitting at home alone feeling sad. I wondered if Amy's kids really were disappointed. I second-guessed everything. Maybe I should have just sucked it up for 1 more year. Maybe I was being selfish after all. Then, at 8 p.m., my sister texted me. She said she'd never forgive me for this. She said her kids spent the whole day asking why they couldn't go to my house like always, and that I made them miss their favorite meal. She hoped I enjoyed my relaxing day. The message didn't say what she did instead. It didn't acknowledge that she could have hosted. It was just blame. I showed my husband, and he looked angrier than I'd seen him in a long time. The next night he surprised me by taking me out to dinner, just the 2 of us, no kids. Over dinner, he told me he'd realized something. He said it was the first time in years he'd seen me relaxed in November. I wasn't exhausted or stressed or running on fumes. I was actually present. He said he was proud of me for standing up for myself. I cried a little bit. Happy tears mixed with the guilt I still felt. It's been a week since Thanksgiving now. Dan finally broke the silence in the group chat yesterday. He asked what we were doing for Christmas. My mom responded immediately saying she assumed we were all on our own now, since I'd made it clear I was done with family gatherings. I've been staring at that message since yesterday. I don't know what to say. I don't know if I should offer to host again, or wait for someone else to step up, or just accept that I've destroyed our family traditions forever. My daughter ran in this morning excited about decorating our tree this weekend. She wants to make it a whole day thing with hot chocolate and Christmas movies. She has no idea about the tension with my family. She just knows that holidays feel different now, lighter somehow. My phone is sitting next to me right now. It just buzzed with another text from my mom. I'm almost afraid to open it. Shockwaves hit my family when I declined to be the guardian for my sister's baby. I'm 30, single, and I work in finance. The hours are brutal, and I travel for work at least twice a month. My sister Emma is 25 and just had a baby 6 months ago. Her daughter Lily is cute and everything, but Emma's life has been a mess for as long as I can remember. She dropped out of college after a year. She's had maybe 3 different jobs in the past 2 years, and her boyfriend Derek is just as unstable as she is. They fight constantly, like loud enough that the neighbors have called the cops before kind of fighting. I've always been the responsible one in the family. I'm the one who bailed Emma out when she couldn't make rent. I helped her move twice when things didn't work out with her roommates. I even co-signed her first apartment because no landlord would take her otherwise. My parents are great people, but they've always kind of enabled Emma's choices. They just want everyone to be happy, so they smooth things over and pretend everything's fine when it's clearly not. Anyway, last Sunday we all met up at my parents' house for dinner like we do most weeks. Emma brought Lily, Derek was there, and everything seemed normal. We ate, talked about nothing important, and I was honestly just looking forward to going home and crashing on my couch. Then we got to dessert. Emma was feeding Lily some mashed banana or something when she just casually said, "Oh, so Derek and I finished our wills last week." My mom made some comment about how responsible that was. Then Emma added, "Yeah, we put you down as Lily's guardian if anything happens to us." I had a fork halfway to my mouth and I just froze. Everyone else was smiling and nodding like she'd just announced she was bringing potato salad to the next barbecue. Emma looked right at me and said, "I mean, obviously it would be you. You're the only stable one." I put my fork down and said, "Wait, you didn't ask me first?" The table went completely silent. Emma looked at me like I'd just said something in a foreign language. She goes, "Why would I need to ask? You're my brother." I tried to keep my voice level. I said I needed to think about it. That's when her whole face changed. She said, "Think about it? It's my daughter." My mom immediately jumped in with, "Honey, of course you'd say yes. It's family." I felt like the walls were closing in. I told them I wasn't sure I was ready for that kind of commitment. Derek actually muttered something under his breath that sounded like, "Figures." My dad said, "Son, this is your niece we're talking about." I tried to explain. I work 60-hour weeks. I travel constantly. I'm single. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment in the city. I have 0 parenting experience. None of that seemed to matter to anyone. Emma started tearing up, and my mom reached over to hold her hand. I said I loved Lily, but being a legal guardian is a massive responsibility, and they should have asked me before just deciding. Emma said, "So you're saying you don't love her enough?" That wasn't what I was saying at all, but nobody wanted to hear it. My dad tried the reasonable approach. He said they weren't asking me to raise her tomorrow, it was just in case something happened. But that's the thing, it is a huge just in case. They were asking me to commit to potentially changing my entire life, giving up my career, my freedom, everything. And they didn't even think I deserved a conversation about it first. I excused myself to go to the bathroom because I needed a second to breathe. I could hear voices getting louder in the dining room. My mom was trying to calm Emma down. Derek was saying something about me always putting myself first. I stood there looking at myself in the mirror, thinking about how this dinner had gone from normal to completely derailed in less than 5 minutes. I knew when I walked back out there it was going to get worse, and I was right. When I came back to the table, everyone stopped talking. Emma was crying and my mom was rubbing her back. I sat down and tried to explain myself rationally. I listed everything again: my job, the travel, the long hours, my apartment situation, the fact that I'm single with no experience taking care of kids. I thought if I just laid it all out logically, they'd understand why this wasn't a simple yes or no question. Emma just cried harder. She said I was making excuses because I didn't love Lily. I told her that wasn't true at all, but she wasn't listening. My dad cut in and said they weren't asking me to raise Lily tomorrow. It was just a precaution. He made it sound so simple, like they were asking me to water their plants while they went on vacation. I said that's exactly the problem. This isn't a small favor. They were asking me to commit to potentially giving up everything if something happened to them. My career, my life, my future plans, all of it would change. And they made this decision without even talking to me about it first. That's when Emma completely lost it. She stood up and shouted that she knew I was selfish, but she didn't think I'd actually reject my own niece. I stood up too and said I wasn't rejecting anyone. I said they should have asked me before putting my name on legal documents. My mom said family doesn't need to ask. Family is supposed to just be there for each other. I asked if that meant I didn't get any say in whether I became a parent or not. Nobody had an answer for that. They just kept circling back to the fact that I was the stable one, the responsible one. So obviously this fell to me. Like I didn't have a choice just because I made better decisions than Emma did. Derek finally spoke up and said, "Maybe if I wasn't so obsessed with my precious career, I'd understand what actually matters in life." That set me off. I told him he barely keeps a job for 6 months and maybe he should worry about his own stability before judging mine. Emma screamed at me not to talk to Derek that way. My mom told us both to calm down, but it was too late. Emma grabbed Lily and her diaper bag and stormed out. Derek followed her, giving me a look like I was the worst person on earth. My mom actually ran after them, calling Emma's name. I was left standing there with my dad. He just shook his head and said, "They raised me better than this." I tried one more time to make him understand. I said I would always help Emma and Lily. I'd be there for birthdays and emergencies and whatever they needed. But legal guardianship isn't something you just agree to because people expect it. It's a promise that I could end up raising a child, and I couldn't make that promise right now. My dad said the stable one doesn't get to opt out. That's not how family works. He started clearing plates from the table like the conversation was over. My mom came back in and said Emma drove off crying. She looked at me and said, "Look what you've done." I grabbed my jacket and left. The whole drive home I kept replaying it in my head, wondering if there was something I could have said differently. But the more I thought about it, the more frustrated I got. They ambushed me. They made a massive decision about my life without including me, and then acted like I was the bad guy for not immediately agreeing. My phone started blowing up before I even got home. Text from my aunt asking what happened. Message from my cousin saying she heard I refused to help Emma. Apparently Emma had already called half the family to tell them her version of events. Every notification made me feel worse. I turned my phone on silent when I got to my apartment. There were already 15 messages. I didn't read most of them. I knew what they'd say, that I was selfish, that I was abandoning my sister, that family comes first. Nobody was asking if maybe Emma should have talked to me first. Nobody was considering that I might have valid reasons for hesitating. I sat on my couch in the dark for a while, just thinking. Part of me felt guilty. Part of me felt angry. Mostly I just felt exhausted. This wasn't how tonight was supposed to go. It's been 2 weeks since that dinner and Emma still hasn't spoken to me. My mom calls every few days with a new guilt trip. She tells me Emma is devastated. She says Emma thought she could count on me. She asks what would happen if something really did go wrong. Every conversation ends the same way, with her sighing and saying she thought I'd do the right thing. My dad sent me a text 3 days after the fight. Just 2 words, "Disappointed, son." That one actually hurt more than all of my mom's calls combined. I've been second-guessing myself constantly. When I'm at work, I tell myself I made the right call, that nobody should be forced into a commitment that big. But then I'm lying in bed at night wondering if I'm just a selfish asshole who's prioritizing his career over his family. The guilt comes in waves and I can't shake it. Last week I mentioned what happened to my coworker James. We were getting lunch and he asked why I seemed off. I gave him the short version and he just nodded like he'd heard this before. Turns out his brother tried to do the same thing to him 5 years ago. Named James as guardian for his 2 kids without asking. James said no, and his brother didn't talk to him for almost a year. He told me they asked me to potentially give up my life without even consulting me, and that's not okay. He said setting boundaries on life-altering commitments isn't selfish, it's honest. His brother eventually found other arrangements, and now their relationship is fine. Not perfect, but fine. Hearing that helped a little. At least I knew I wasn't the only person who'd been put in this position. But knowing other people have dealt with this doesn't make my situation any easier. Emma still won't return my calls. I tried texting her a few times just to check in, see how Lily was doing. Nothing. Radio silence. Last Thursday, Lily sat up on her own for the first time. I know because my mom posted about it on Facebook. I wasn't there. Emma made it clear I'm not welcome to visit. My mom sent me a message later saying Emma needs to protect Lily from people who don't prioritize her. That one stung. I feel trapped between standing my ground and losing my family. I don't know which one matters more. My mom keeps saying I'm tearing the family apart. But I'm not the one who made a unilateral decision and then got mad when someone pushed back. I got an invitation to Emma's birthday party next month. Just a text in the family group chat about getting together at my parents' house. Nobody said whether I'm actually invited or if that message was meant for everyone except me. I don't even know if I should go. If I show up, it might make things worse. If I don't show up, they'll say I'm proving their point about not caring. The whole thing is exhausting. I love my niece. I want to be in her life. I want to be the uncle who shows up for recitals and teaches her things and spoils her a little. But I'm not ready to promise I'll raise her if something happens to Emma. I don't think that makes me a monster, but everyone's treating me like it does. I keep thinking about what James said about being honest. Maybe it is worse to say yes to something this massive when you know you're not ready. Maybe telling the truth about my limitations was the right thing to do, even if it hurt people. But the cost has been way higher than I expected. I thought Emma would cool down after a few days. I thought we'd have an actual conversation where she'd understand where I was coming from. Instead, she's completely cut me out and turned the rest of the family against me. I'm the bad guy in this story, no matter how I explain it. Yesterday, my sister texted me for the first time in 2 weeks. I saw her name pop up on my screen and my heart jumped. I thought maybe she was ready to talk. I opened it, and all it said was, "We found someone else. Don't worry about it." I don't know if I should feel relieved or more guilty. Part of me is glad they found another option, that this whole thing can just be over. But another part of me feels like I failed some test I didn't know I was taking. Like I've permanently damaged my relationship with my sister and there's no going back from this. I haven't responded to her text yet. I don't know what to say. Tempers snapped when I refused to pay for my parents' anniversary party. I, 32, have been dealing with my siblings, Dan, 36, Lisa, 34, and my parents, over their upcoming 40th wedding anniversary. I'm a teacher, recently engaged, and trying to save for my wedding. I've always been the organized one in the family, the one who plans holidays and remembers birthdays. My siblings both have kids and honestly use that as an excuse for everything. I don't have children yet, which apparently means I have endless free time and money. So about 2 months ago, my extended family started talking about throwing a big party for my parents' 40th. Aunts and uncles were all excited in the family group chat, throwing out ideas about venues and themes. Everyone loved the idea, but it was all very vague. Nobody actually volunteered to do anything concrete. I watched the messages pile up for days, just people saying, "Oh, that would be nice," and "they deserve something special." I'm not against celebrating my parents. They've been married for 4 decades, and that's genuinely impressive. But I noticed a pattern forming where people would tag me in messages like, "OP, you're so good at planning," and "OP probably knows the best caterers." I didn't respond to most of it because I was already stressed about wedding stuff and work. It was the end of the school year, and I had parent-teacher conferences every other day. Then one Tuesday afternoon, I'm sitting in my classroom grading papers during my lunch break when I check my phone. The family group chat has like 40 new messages. I scroll up and see my brother Dan has written this long message about the party plans. At the bottom, he just casually announces that I'll be handling the catering and venue costs since I'm the only one without kids and I have a steady teacher salary. Just put it out there like it was already decided. I stared at my phone for a solid minute. We had never discussed this, not once. Nobody had asked me if I could contribute or how much or anything. Dan just decided and told everyone. Within minutes, Lisa chimed in agreeing and saying I could probably get my fiancé to help with bar costs too. Then my parents reacted with heart emojis and my mom commented, "So grateful for our generous daughter." I felt sick. I texted back that nobody had talked to me about this and I couldn't afford to pay for everything. I mentioned I'm saving for my wedding. The group chat went completely silent. For like 3 hours, nothing. I kept checking my phone between classes, my stomach in knots. Then the messages started coming in. Dan said I was embarrassing him in front of the family. Lisa sent a private text asking what I even have to spend money on since I don't have kids. "We have actual responsibilities," she said. My mom sent this passive-aggressive message in the group chat about how she thought her daughter would want to honor her parents. My dad didn't say anything, but I could see him liking all the messages criticizing me. I tried explaining that teacher salaries aren't what people think and wedding costs add up fast. I said I wanted to help but couldn't cover everything. Dan called me directly that evening and told me I was being ridiculous. He said they had already told our parents I would take care of the big expenses and now I was making him look bad. When I asked why he told them that without asking me first, he just said, "Because we all assumed you'd step up." That phrase stuck with me. They assumed. They didn't ask, didn't consider my situation, just assumed I'd pay thousands of dollars because I don't have children, like my life and my plans don't matter as much as theirs. My fiancé came home and found me crying on the couch. I showed him the messages and he was furious on my behalf, but that almost made it worse because now I felt like I was causing problems between my family and my future husband. The group chat kept going. More relatives weighing in, all these expectations piling up. My mom sent another message about sacrifices and family values. I felt like I was drowning and nobody cared that I never agreed to any of this in the first place. The next day, my mom called me. Not a text, an actual phone call, which meant she was serious. She started in immediately about how hurt she was. She brought up all the sacrifices she and Dad made for me growing up, how they paid for part of my college. I reminded her that I took out loans too and paid most of them back myself. But she just talked over me. She got really emotional and said she was heartbroken that I wouldn't do this one thing for them. I tried to explain the wedding costs, the deposit we'd already put down on our venue, how we were trying to buy a house in the next year. She cut me off and asked if my party was more important than theirs. Not my wedding, my party. Like it was the same thing as a birthday celebration or something. The call ended with her crying and me feeling like the worst daughter in the world. I sat in my car in the school parking lot for 20 minutes before I could go inside and teach. Then Dan texted saying we needed to have a family dinner to discuss this like adults. I should have known it was a trap, but I went anyway. I brought my fiancé for moral support. We got to my parents' house and everyone was already there. Dan, his wife, Lisa, her husband, and my parents sitting at the head of the table like judges. The vibe was off immediately. Dan pulled out printed papers. They'd made a budget, a whole spreadsheet of costs for this party. My portion was over $8,000. I wasn't expected to contribute. I was expected to cover the venue rental, all the catering, and the photographer. Their justification was that my fiancé and I have dual income with no kids while they have families to support. Lisa's husband even chimed in about daycare costs like that was relevant to my parents' anniversary. I said no. Just flat out, no, I cannot and will not pay $8,000. My fiancé backed me up and said we're saving for our future together. That's when Lisa lost it. She said my wedding isn't even as important as our parents' 40 years together. Dan started listing all these times I apparently didn't help enough with their kids or missed family events because of work. Things from years ago that I didn't even remember. I felt ambushed. My parents just sat there looking disappointed. That was almost worse than if they'd yelled. Just sitting there silently agreeing with everything my siblings said. I could feel myself getting smaller in that chair. I tried to compromise. I said I'd make a really nice photo album, help decorate, contribute $500. I wanted them to know I cared. I just couldn't drain my savings. Lisa actually laughed. She asked if I was seriously saying our parents were only worth $500 to me. My dad finally spoke up and said if I couldn't do this for them, maybe I didn't understand what family means. That broke something in me. I grabbed my fiance's hand and we left. I cried the entire drive home. He kept saying they were being manipulative and unreasonable, but I couldn't stop thinking about my dad's face, the disappointment in his voice. The group chat continued without me. I realized a few hours later that they'd removed me from it entirely. I found out from my aunt that they were planning the party anyway, and telling people I refused to help at all. Not that they demanded $8,000 from me, just that I refused to help. My phone started blowing up with relatives asking what happened. Cousins, aunts, uncles, all wanting to know why I wouldn't support my parents. My mom posted something on Facebook about ungrateful children. She didn't name me, but everyone knew. Comments poured in from family friends and distant relatives I barely knew. I wanted to defend myself, but what would I even say? That my family ambushed me and demanded money I don't have? I'd sound like I was making excuses. Then I found out through another cousin that Dan is only paying $300. Lisa is paying $400. They're using my parents' own retirement savings for most of the party. The whole thing was never really about the money. It was about something else, some kind of punishment or test I didn't know I was taking. And I failed. My mom left me a voicemail that I've listened to probably 50 times. She said she's disappointed her daughter won't sacrifice for her parents like they sacrificed for her. Her voice was so sad, so final, like she'd given up on me. I wrote out a long message explaining everything from my perspective, but I never sent it. I've deleted and rewritten it a dozen times. Nothing sounds right. Nothing makes this better. The smear campaign continued for days. Different relatives kept calling with their own versions of what they'd heard. One cousin said she heard I refused to contribute anything at all. When I explained that they demanded $8,000 from me, she got quiet. A few people were on my side after hearing the real story, but most of the family had already made up their minds. My aunt told me she understood my position, but I should probably just apologize anyway to keep the peace. That's what everyone kept saying. Just apologize. Like I was the one who did something wrong. I found out Dan is paying $300 total. Lisa is covering $400. They're funding the rest with my parents' savings. The whole intervention and guilt trip was never actually about needing my money. They just expected me to pay the most because I don't have kids. Because my life is somehow less valuable or less expensive than theirs. I've been going over it in my head for weeks and I still don't understand the logic. My fiancé has been amazing through all of this. He completely supports my decision and keeps telling me my family is being manipulative. He even offered to pay for the party himself just to end the drama. I said no, because it's not about the money anymore. It's about the principle. It's about them respecting me and my choices. If I give in now, this will happen again at every family event for the rest of my life. But part of me wonders if I'm being stubborn, if I should just pay to make everyone happy again. We've talked about eloping, just skipping the big wedding altogether and avoiding the inevitable drama. I'm terrified they'll ruin my wedding day, that they'll show up and make comments or refuse to come at all. Planning what should be the happiest day of my life has become this source of anxiety and stress. The party planning kept going without me, obviously. My siblings made it very clear I'm not welcome to help. Dan said I made my choice. Through the family grapevine, I heard they're telling people I'm too busy with my own wedding planning to help with the anniversary party. Another lie that makes me look selfish without being obviously false. I'm drowning in these narratives they keep creating. It's been 3 weeks since that awful family dinner. The party is in a few days. I haven't talked to my parents in over 2 weeks now, which is the longest we've ever gone without speaking. I keep picking up my phone to call my mom and then putting it down. I don't even know what I'd say. Every conversation feels like a trap now. Like anything I say will be twisted and used against me. I've been going through old family texts looking for patterns, and I found them. This isn't the first time I've been voluntold to pay for things or organize events everyone else benefits from, but I also found good memories, photos from holidays, inside jokes, moments when we were actually happy together. It makes me feel ungrateful. Like maybe I am being selfish and I just can't see it. My students have noticed I'm distracted. One of them asked if I was okay last week, and I almost cried right there in the middle of class. Wedding planning has become stressful instead of exciting. Every decision feels heavy now. Then yesterday, the invitation came in the mail. Just a formal printed invitation like, I'm some distant relative instead of their daughter who lives 20 minutes away. No personal note, no phone call, nothing. My name and my fiancé's name in generic calligraphy with the date and time and venue. I'm holding physical proof that I'm invited, but I don't know if I should actually go. If I go, will they ignore me the whole time? Will my siblings make comments? Will my parents introduce me to people with that tight smile that means they're angry? Or worse, will they act like everything is fine and I'm the crazy one for being upset? If I don't go, I prove them right. I prove I don't care about family, that I'm selfish and ungrateful and all the things they've been saying about me. My fiancé says I did nothing wrong, that I offered to help reasonably and they rejected it, that demanding $8,000 with no discussion is insane. But my mom's voicemail keeps playing in my head on loop. The disappointment in her voice. I've started questioning everything. My childhood, my relationship with my parents, whether I've always been the problem and just couldn't see it. I don't know what to do about this party. I don't know how to fix my family. I don't even know if my family can be fixed or if this is just how we are now. The invitation is sitting on my kitchen counter, and every time I walk past it, I feel sick.